Nestled in the foothills of the North Georgia mountains, you were looking live at Atlanta Motorsports Park's karting track for today's round number 2 of the 2024 Championship Kart Series. I'm John Matthews, joined up in the booth by Will Rigdon. Will, it's a beautiful weather day, but we have an exciting race day in store as well.
Yes, we do, John. We have another record attendance here today. 161 drivers have showed up to race with us today. And, John, I am excited. I cannot wait to get out and see some of this action here today. We are just got done with practice and qualifying, so they are getting ready to go, getting the first round gridded up. And right now, you know, this is the last chance for everybody to get practice in before next week. We've got that big CK&A event coming. And so, you know, these guys are getting the most seat time they can before coming out for that big national event next week.
Absolutely. But before we get to enjoy that, we would ask that if you are on the property, if you are able, that you would please rise for our opening ceremonies. Please join with me in prayer. Father God, thank you for this day that you have given us and given us an opportunity to enjoy the hobby, the passion, the sport that we love, racing. It's my ask to you that you keep all of our drivers and our staff safe during this racing day. And I lift this all up in Jesus' name. Amen. We ask that you remain standing for the playing of our national anthem, the Star Spangled Banner. A gorgeous sight, Old Glory waving in the breeze up atop our spectator hill. So we welcome those of you that are watching this afternoon on the Kart Chasers YouTube channel. Once again, this is round number 2 of our 2024 Championship Kart Series. You're just getting an overview from one of our drone shots.
Hey, I see something different down there, John.
Yeah, a couple of things are different. We're in that building at the top of your screen. That's where we'll be broadcasting from today. Will, a lot of changes happening, all focused on the big Cup Kart North America race coming here next Saturday and Sunday. And some of that's going to come into view on the bottom of the screen. A new scale house, or not scale house, a new scale area has been added where in the past the drivers would come off the track over to almost to the edge of the property to go through the scales. Now, right as they come off the track, we've added a new scale there. That should streamline things for when we have some bigger fields, because I can imagine we have upwards of 30 LO206 seniors checked in and registered today.
We actually have 42 on the docket. You are going to see an absolute train when they wave that flag.
And next week we'll be seeing fields like that in multiple classes.
Yes, almost every class is going to be 40-plus next week, and it is going to be some exciting racing. I can't even tell you how excited I am for next week.
Something else that is new is right in the center of your screen. That is a new video board that has been installed, and as far as I know, Will, it was hooked up just last night and tested, so it's on its,
yes, it was.
Its maiden voyage this afternoon.
We were screaming in excitement as we were playing with it yesterday, getting it hooked up and running. So everybody trackside, everybody standing on the balcony. If we get a cool replay, you're going to be able to throw it up there and see it, watch the action live. hats off to Jeremy Porter for getting us the Jumbotron, getting these lights. I mean, this place is really transforming. If you tuned in 3 weeks ago for round number 1, you probably wouldn't recognize all the changes we've made. The lights weren't there. The Jumbotron wasn't there. Grid is now back by turn 16.
Right, because because there was so much traffic up by the main building.
And all these changes were meant to help ease congestion down in the paddock because we were kind of at our capacity with how we were running things before in terms of how many racers we could comfortably fit in here.
And speaking of races, we're getting a view right here as our drones just dropping down into our lower paddock. You're seeing the teams feverishly working after qualifying, and some of the younger drivers will say maybe more interested in playing ball or having fun between races. So that area right there on screen, that is the new staging area. You can see they've added the walkway to sort of separate where the carts and the people are. So, Will, the only thing I'll miss from this is when the LO2s fired up in the past, this building would shake alive. Yeah. We're going to miss that this afternoon. But you can see a beautiful day here in the North Georgia mountains. Current temperature 55 degrees. We're going to rise up into the low to mid 60s. Sunny or mostly sunny conditions during the day. Will, I know the calendar says spring. This morning had a feeling of fall in the air as we were as low as 34 degrees.
It was a crisp winter morning when I woke up today.
Now, there is something else, Will, that you had spoken about that's new. The new lights that have gone in, we won't need those today, but that is something that will enhance and extend the options for the arrive and drive karting that happens here.
We will have new operating hours into the night for public karting, so we are mere weeks away from getting these things hooked onto the grid and fired up. So expect some big announcements coming soon in terms of the lights, new operating hours, and your ability to do public karting after dark.
We will have a third voice joining our broadcast down in the pits and reporting. Bean Akawala will be joining us, first time for him, so we're excited to have Bean. He'll be catching the off-track action right as the drivers hop out of their carts, maybe get some interviews with the winners, maybe the top 3 as we cycle through the program.
And I am excited to hear some of these interviews. We were joking earlier before the broadcast. Bean recently just took a new job. He is used to be he was a former state trooper, so we were having some jokes with him about how he's going to interrogate some of the drivers. Sir, do you know why I stopped you here today?
You were driving a little aggressively, I noticed.
You finished first place.
Now, on the screen right now, this is a view of the main track. That's the carousel turn. So here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, we brand ourselves as a country club centered around this main racetrack. It's a 2-mile, 16-track layout. You see some of the cars taking the opportunity just to get some laps on the track. We have new condos that have been built in the background as well. That is just one of the amenities here at the facility. We saw the skid pad early in the broadcast, and then we have this karting track. It's about 1 mile in length, 17 turns, and I believe it's over 40 feet of elevation just in the signature turn number 2.
Yes.
So this is a course that will test each of our drivers every single corner of every lap.
And they have turn 2 is the real steep dive. But then also they come right back up the hill at 2, and then they do another dive out of turn 4, and that is where you get the full 43 feet of elevation change. That is the fastest point on track. We have one of the longest back straightaways of any go-kart track in the U.S. You were going to see guys hitting speeds of 90-plus miles an hour out here today.
Well, we were broadcasting here for round number 1 just 3 weeks ago. And, it was 1 week after that. We were down at Lamar County Speedway. It was round number 1 of the Georgia Championship Karting Series. That event will be something else that will be held there here later this year, coming up on June 1st, a Saturday, when we hold round number 5 of our AMP Series. It will also be round number 2 of the Georgia Karting Championship Series. So those drivers got a chance to be on what we'll call the flatlands down in Lamar County.
And it wasn't as flat as most, flat tracks are. There was a little bit of a dip back there,
but everything seems flat compared to the elevation that
well, coming from AMP, it might as well have been flat, and it was tight. Those 25-second laps, that was a little thunder ring. That was fun to watch those guys shaking it up down there, and Steve and Stacy Roberts, shout out to them. They run an amazing program down there.
So you're just getting a view here of the track. This is that back straightaway where the shifters will flirt with 90 miles an hour. They'll be hard onto the brakes into this turn number 9, a great passing opportunity. Around 9 through turn number 10 into the S's. That would be turn 11 and 12. Drivers will be full on the throttle through this sweeping turn number 13.
I think Killboy's getting some practice right now.
That's the highest point of the track through 14. There's 14. This is turn 15 and another braking passing area here in 16. Drivers then drop downhill into 17, and they'll open up the throttle once again for the main front straightaway. There's the start-finish line. Then they will head into turn number 1, an off-camber left-hand turn, and that sets up this signature descent down into turn number 2. I would almost say if we could stop now, you can get an idea of the incline as they'll head back up. And this is turn number 3, just a gentle left-hand, part of a triple apex 3, 4, and 5 complex. There's turn 4, and then one last turn 5 before they dive downhill into the kink. Will, 3 weeks ago, we saw some karts trying to go too wide in the kink. It did not work as some of the drivers were off in the grass.
You do not go wide in the kink. That is the quickest way to end up in the tire wall down there. But, you know, racing's racing, and when the position's on the line, last lap pass, sometimes, you know, the opportunity gets the better of them, and they don't think right going through there. I mean, from us up here in the booth, it's exciting to watch. I know from the driver's standpoint, that's probably one of the scariest places you can pass on track is through that kink.
Well, and then if you go off track, it's going to mean a lot of maintenance. They're cleaning literally some of that red clay off the kart, potentially also having to realign the wheels on the kart. For those of you that are trackside, you'll be able to watch on the video screen, and you'll be able to listen to the broadcast on 88.7 FM. That's 88.7 FM. If you're in your car, maybe in your trailer, you can tune in to hear Will and myself during the course.
And if you want to hear producer Michael Lane yell at all the cameramen, you can also go to 87.9 and hang out on the producer channel. But 88.7, that is going to be your trackside channel to listen to me and John cut it up here in the booth. And we are excited to get this underway here. Race Control saying to get the karts going.
And we will open with our LO206 Junior Division. They'll be the first group on track. The way racing will work, there'll be 2 rounds of racing per class. We'll start with our pre-finals. Those are 10 laps. The finishing order from the pre-final will set up the starting lineup for the finals.
Oh, and you can see them ripping the engines down there.
Yeah, those will be 12 laps in length. Earlier today, we did have qualifying sessions, and that was how we lined up for the pre-final. So you can see the LO206 is starting to get ready in the new staging area. They'll come out. I imagine they'll give them a lap, but already, Will, you can see the cars vigorously weaving back and forth to clean off those tires.
You know, I was thinking, you're a dirt guy. You know, it'd be cool if they did how they do the 410 sprint cars, just give everybody a shove, have a bunch of push vehicles.
Well, some of these karts, the shifters would be push-started.
That's how they get them going.
They go. So now we're seeing our LO206 juniors. They're going to go through a parade lap, a warm-up lap. They will do a rolling start when they come back around to the start-finish line. Do want to give a mention to some of the staff that are helping to make the broadcast happen this afternoon. In addition to being my announce partner, Will Rigdon is our executive producer. Our producer for the afternoon, Michaela Denny. Director, Mikey Lane. Operating our cameras, we will have Christopher Boyles, John Michael Collins, and Christian Witkowski. And atop the drones, we will have Daryl Cannon, a.k.a. Killboy.com, and Jeff Farver, courtesy of AlumaCube Engineering.
And you left off one name, recently promoted from Cowboy Cam, Mr. Ethan Denny, now our technical director. He is in charge of running around making sure all the cameras are working, batteries are changed out. You know, if a camera goes down, he's on the job fixing it. He's been a trooper. He has been with us since day one. We
got a problem. Looks like one of the drivers.
Yeah, send Ethan down there. See if we can get that fixed.
So one of our marshals will go out to help. I was going to mention, if you want to follow along with the same live timing and scoring that we use up here in the booth, you can use the Race Hero app. It's available in the Apple App Store. Race Hero for the live timing and scoring that we use. Looks like that driver, number 20, Abigail Zach, just might have stalled, got a quick restart, and she will attempt to join the field. So the rest of the field will not get a start. They'll come around the loop that we'll see in use in racing trim later when our kid karts are on track to form the Jelly Bean. So Abigail will catch up to the field. 15 karts scheduled to open our racing.
We have got 10 laps of racing on tap. Looks like we've got Thomas Nichols and Lincoln Massey leading the pack right now. So they are getting ready to get this underway.
Once again, a beautiful day for racing. So, Will, we've talked enough. Let's get some horsepower put down to the ground as our field is stacked up. Our starter for the afternoon, Hunter Halsley, will look over the field, see if we get a start here.
They are slow. Nope. They're going to get the false start.
They want the field to be nice, even, square, 2 rows, evenly spaced, nobody jumping, nobody trying to lay back or pull a Denny Hamlin on the start out there. They want to get a fair start. I guess we had the one cart that was still going.
Oh, well, he's not going to be a lap down, so that's good. He got fired back up. Whoa, man, spin twice on the opening lap. That's a
rough start there.
I know.
So our LO206 junior class, these are karts that use the Briggs & Stratton LO206 engine. It is a 4-stroke engine, and they have what I say is a muscle car-like sound, a satisfying rumble. They won't have those plumes of bluish-white smoke that we'll see in our 2-stroke classes. The junior division is for drivers. I like to think of them as middle school students. It's for drivers aged 12 to 15, so mostly middle school, some early high school students, and they can put on quite a battle out there. So a little ominous start, though, as we're trying to get things underway for our first race.
Well, I definitely don't want to go for the hat trick here on lap 0 spin, so hopefully they can get this underway. We can get this first pre-final. We've got a lot of racing on tap today, John. I was looking at that schedule.
We have 12 different races, and some of them will be a race within a race. We might have Masters teamed up with Legends. We might, in some cases, have Senior teamed up with Master. And the green flag is out. So let's get underway here, round 2 at Atlanta Motorsports Park's karting track.
And 2x2x2 through turn 1 over the hill, spreading out to 3 wide there. Let's see if they can get through turn 2 clean, as looks like most of the pack does. And now they're starting to shake up single file as they make their way back up the hill and around our position here in the booth through turns 3 and 4.
What a wonderful sound, hopefully being piped into your home this afternoon as the field slithers its way through the kink, and we now have a battle for the lead to that great braking zone in turn number 9. See what happens.
Look at that little side-by-side action. Lincoln Massey making the move right now on Thomas Nichols. That's driver not unfamiliar with being in the front. Whoa.
And 3 wide coming through.
Oh, and a little more contact there.
So they're not wasting any time. They're getting right after it here in our LO206 juniors. And now you can see our top 2 have broken away. This class can tend to have a drafting effect. So if you're familiar with NASCAR,
whoa, we got 3 of them, one into the wall off at turn 16. 2 of them are back underway. Let's see if that driver is able to get that car back moving. He hit that sideways, so that might be damage to that cart. Sometimes if they come in backwards, it's not as much damage. It's not as bad, but if you strafe that thing sideways, that's where a lot of damage can occur.
Especially to the side pod. So lap 1, Talon Laney scored as the leader. Will, just as we were talking, here's a replay. We see maybe in spot 8.
Oh, he just locked him up.
And the other 2 carts had nowhere to go, with one of the carts making, as you said, heavy contact into that retaining barrier. Will, that's a corner when we do arrive and drive karting. We don't let the normal people off the street even race because of that wall. Drivers can have a close encounter, and unfortunately that happened. It might have been either Thomas Nichols or Jackson Lowry.
That is, yeah, turn 16 is one of the most unforgiving turns here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Most people think it's turn 2, but you've got that short runoff, and that wall comes up on you hard and fast. And like you said, the public rental carts no longer do that section of the track, and so if you want to get out here and drive the full track, well, you got to sign up and be a member or come see us on race day.
All right, earlier we had said, just before that accident, our top 2 had broken away. This is like Talladega or Daytona and NASCAR. These drivers can draft and catch back up to each other. We saw it momentarily as Lincoln Massey was able to bring up a host of other drivers to Talon Laney and Luke Corman. Right now, just a couple of kart lengths between 2nd and 3rd. They're bunching back up again. So, Will, we're riding along in 6th place here as they head to turn 9.
And that's the number 44 of Axel Roberts right there at the back of that pack. So, look, yeah, you got that front pack of 5 right now. Talon Lady leading them through turns 9, 10, 11, coming up the hill right here, 12 and 13 and 14. There's about 5 turns there in the S's. But that's one of my favorite turns, 14, as they come through the big blind sweeper off camber.
I'll say when I've been on track, it is a little it can be scary out there because you don't know what's ahead of you, and like you said, it is a blind corner. As we have a battle for the lead, Luke Corman working to the inside of Talon Laney, and they're going to fan out
side by side. That looks like I can't tell. It looks like Laney. Yeah, Laney fell back. Corman took the lead, and look at this. That looks like Javier Soto getting left out to dry right now. He went third back to fifth. Lincoln Massey's going to pick up a spot there, and we're going to have to see as they cross past the stripe.
Looks like a chain race down the back straightaway. Our top three nose to tail. They might give each other just a little space to navigate the corner. Turn 9 is a good passing spot. Work through the S's, they'll work back uphill. Right around turn 14 is the highest point on the speedway, and will that set up that blind corner right here. The drivers can't see what's ahead of them as the course banks to the right and drops down.
Yeah, all you can see as a driver coming through there is the apex, and you can barely see the apex as you're cresting that hill, so you just have to know where your cart is, and you have to send it on faith. And, you know, these guys do a real good job. That's a place we've seen Alyssa Vasquez do a lot of passing. It's always exciting when they try and make a move through there.
So Luke Corman, your leader, Meyer Lewis running in second, Axel Robards third, Javier Soto fourth, and Cohen Walsh rounding out your top five. So a lot of shuffling of action going as they're going to be 2 wide through turn 4. It's trying to go 3 wide. It's going to get dicey down through the kink. Trouble!
Whoa,
Trouble
into the wall! We didn't see who that driver was. He's still in the cart. Looks okay.
We'll see what the race officials do as far as a local caution. But, Will, we had said in our opening, you can't go 2 wide into the kink. They tried, and then one of the carts got spun out across the front of a second cart.
We're going to have to see who that driver was.
So,
and we missed the action earlier. Looks like Talon Laney and Lincoln Massey fell back.
Right, as they're nose to tail. We'll get an update when they cross the scoring loop here.
And that is Javier Soto right now is your race leader. Axel Robards in second. Oliver Nabert behind him.
Here's a replay. So we see the blue and the white cart. They try to go through the kink. The blue cart gets hooked up and hard into the fence.
At least he hit the back bumper on the wall and didn't come in sideways.
But then he did pirouette after that hit. So you can see the cart up on there. I believe it's up on the wall, out of the way for the moment. So
they'll
lots
leave
of drama here in our opening race this afternoon.
That is just a local yellow, and then once they get it clear, back to green, and don't stop the race at all.
And we are halfway through, 5 laps in, 5 more to go. Once again, this is our LO206 Junior Pre-Final. The way they finish here will set up the final starting lineup for later in the afternoon.
And right now, your leaders are making their way around turns 16 and 17 onto the front straightaway. They've kind of broken off into a little 3-pack right now. Talon Laney is your leader, getting around Luke Corman that last lap. Javier Soto now falling back to third. So these guys are shuffling it up right now, John. And while we were watching that incident on the back straightaway, these guys were shaking it up out front. And we are watching that battle for the lead right now between Talon Laney and Luke Corman. And so don't believe what you see on the scoring tower. We're trying to get that reset right now. We're following through the Race Hero app.
Just like we're doing in the booth, you can follow along with the broadcast. That's the Race Hero app. You can download that in the Apple App Store.
And that is definitely the 48 of Talon Laney out front right now. Or maybe that is the 8 of Luke Corman. Maybe the app is have to see if there's a 4 there. As they come back around.
And, you know, for my eyes, those numbers are a little small, a little hard to read. I think that's got 2 digits on there, so that probably is 48.
That's what it looked like. And it looks like the 48 of Talon Laney is getting a little bit of a lead. Yeah, so that is the number 8 of Luke Corman just behind him, and then number 95 of Javier Soto. So Talon Laney pulling off right now, getting a little bit ahead. Although with these LO206s, that is definitely hard to get too much of a lead.
Right, they could be reeled in very quickly. As they head down the back straightaway, maybe a quick look to the inside as Corman took a quick peek to the inside of Talon Laney. But for now, they'll stay single file. They work up through turn number 13. For the top 2, it's not too important. Just as I say that, we see the move by Corman. will we see out
through 14?
Right.
We talked about not going too wide in the kink. We talked about passing in 14, and guess what? We got both of them this race.
But they're going to be a drag race
look
off
at
turn
that.
17.
Crossover
Laney
action.
works to the inside of Corman. We'll see they're almost 3 wide into turn number 1. They settle back out with, I believe the red cart is Laney, who's back up front. So action aplenty. No, that is Corman who's back up front. So action aplenty here. Will, just as you were saying, turn 14 has become the new hip passing area on this track.
That is the, you just got to lick that stamp and send it turn. And look at that. Laney all over that back bumper right now, trying to get around Corman.
Just from looking at timing and scoring, I'm wondering if Axel Robards was one of the carts that was involved in that incident down in the kink, as he has scored at the back of the pack, although he still has times coming in. So we will work to get that identified. Our top 2 nose to tail. See, third place is Lincoln Massey there in that number 7. So Lincoln just a stout and steady third, as here come 4th and 5th, Will, just as we had talked about. That draft happens. You can't really get away from anyone in this class.
The white flag is out. Definitely don't count out Lincoln Massey. He is just sitting, waiting to make the move, letting these 2 guys duke it out up front. Let's see what happens between Talon Laney and Luke Corman. Luke currently has got a slight lead right now. These guys have been trading blows the last several laps. And look at that.
Well, we've seen some battles in the yellow 206 chassis and engine combo, and now down the back straightaway, a block right down to the grass. You can see the hand
and look, and there goes. Oh,
I think that's Lincoln Massey that got by. But
and he's going to dip to the inside. He's going to pinch him.
Oh,
shoves him into Rainbow Road. Oh!
Kart's off in the grass. So that driver is, that's the 48.
That's probably going to be a penalty on Massey, because he didn't leave.
So Massey had
he
his
didn't
hand
leave
up.
a lane.
His chain might have come off. The 48 of Talon Laney didn't like the block that Corman threw down the back straightaway, and things got wild from there. So the checkered flag is out. Luke Corman will cross the line first. We'll see what the stewards think.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happened with that. Massey had the run. When that contact happened down the front straightaway, Massey had the run, but then he yielded because he didn't want to go on the outside and get pinched, just like what just happened there. He braked early, went to the inside, and then that put him in the driver's seat to not leave any track.
We might need about 7 different replays to figure out what happened in that sequence. You can see our next group of drivers staging up in our new staging area. Those are our LO206 cadet drivers. But here's a replay of that final turn. You can see Lincoln Massey come to the inside of Talon Laney, and
just leaves him no space.
There was contact, though, before really before you would say that Laney hit the curb. We'll get a different distant angle here. See Massey go to the inside, and they make contact right about there. They hook together.
He left him no real estate, and you can't do that.
And
if you're side by side, you can't do that.
Laney goes around. Massey breaks, probably the chain coming off. So an interesting opening race here for round 2 at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Yeah, I don't want to be the race director on that one. They're definitely going to have to figure out penalties, because this will be a big deal. That's going to set the grid for the finals, and so these penalties matter.
And you could see the frustration of Talon Laney multiple times on that last lap, his hand going up in the air to signal, almost like in the NFL where you're calling for the pass interference. He was looking or signaling to the officials that something was wrong.
And I see carts pulling through the tech area. I see one looks like coming up to our trackside reporter, Bean Akawala. So hopefully here in a second we will get
as we're going to clean the carts off the track. There you can see the cart, that blue cart on the trailer there. That's the one that had the accident in the kink. That is the 44, so that was Axel Robards. A very hard hit, and now they're going to load up Lincoln Massey.
He was having a good run, too. That was a shame. Hopefully he'll be able to get that squared away and get back out for the final race.
Doesn't look too damaged from that shot. For Massey's cart, I imagine the chain probably came off with all that contact. As you were saying, hopefully
that's going to set up an interesting final, because he's going to start at the back. You want to talk about a hard charger. That's going to be a fun race to watch when we get back around to the start of the program. But right now, waiting on recovery vehicles as our next group is eagerly waiting to get on track.
Yeah, the LO206 cadets. And we'll get a word with our winner of the pre-final, send it down to the 3rd member of our team. Take it away, Bean Agawala.
What was the excitement back there on the back straight?
All right. It was pretty tough to defend because I knew he was going to be on the left and he had to overtake from the left, so I had to block there, and I think we kind of locked wheels, so it was pretty scary. But overall, I came out in front of him, and then after that, it was kind of just easy racing to the end.
Very nice, very nice. Congratulations, buddy. All right, guys, we'll take it back up to you until we get to the next one.
All right, thank you, Bean. So, Will, a lot of activity. We've always said the LO206 class is exciting. I think we saw a season's worth of drama compressed down into that 10-lap race.
Yeah, no, and that was 3 drivers that have definitely raced each other here before, duking it out. It's really going to set up an exciting final race for these guys, so I can't wait for that one to get back around. Definitely watching, going to see Lincoln charging through the grid is going to be fun to watch.
Third kart up on the wagon there, so busy work for our track staff.
And we've got the LO206 cadets coming up, so these are even younger drivers coming up. These are the, I guess, grade school drivers, as you would call them.
Yeah, elementary, age 7 to 12. It's the same basic engine, but they have what's called a slide in them. If you're familiar with NASCAR and a restrictor plate, it's just something that keeps the throttle from opening as much, so they won't generate as much power. But, Will, sometimes with the lighter weight that those karts run, they can almost run faster times in the lower divisions than they will in the junior.
Ooh, and that looks like some damage on the 58 there. He is missing a tire. And yes, yeah, it's all about power to weight, and it's kind of a they get it close, and obviously you like to step it up. You get gradually faster as you get older, but since they use the same engine and the chassis actually get bigger, you're adding more weight to the same engine, and so the cadet class, when we used to do multi-class racing with cadets and juniors, you would see the cadets pull up and pass the juniors.
So there you see. Just behind where they're working, there is the new scale area where they can weigh carts as they come across. But 3 carts coming in on the wagon, not the way any of these drivers want to start their day, because now not only will they start at the back of the final, they're going to have some work to do back at the hauler to try to fix these carts and get them race ready. Well, we do thank those of you that are watching on Kart Chaser on the YouTube stream. I'd say at this point, while you're watching on your browser, go check out the Atlanta Motorsports Park social media contacts, where you can see us on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube as well. Give us a follow, a like, or whatever the appropriate button click is on those platforms, so you can get and see the content, get notified anytime.
And we make a plethora of content here. We do driver features. We do informative stuff, how to get into track racing. We do condos, so if you're interested in a condo, you want to see a walkthrough. Our social media team stays pretty busy. Mitchell Dolan has been a big addition to our team. Recently.
And they have some fun out there, too, when
yes,
it comes
they do.
To be Christmas time and Thurman the elf.
Yes.
Seemingly stealing the Camaro and getting out on the main track. Well, Will, there was some exciting news last week on the main track. What was it that happened that was noteworthy?
So big news event we had last week was we actually broke the Spec Miata main track record, which is something we hadn't done since we started broadcasting. I know since I've been here. Whoa,
one kart coming up a little quick.
Man.
Whoa, and another
2.
one. So just coming up a little too quick to the back of the field. And now these karts, they only have a rear brake in them. So if you stomp on the brake, it's very easy to lock that up, and the kart can very easily go around. So maybe a little contact there as they come up. No, it's like a bad omen.
Yeah, it's two in a row. We're just going to stop acknowledging it, and hopefully the spins go away on these opening laps.
So back to that, you had said that we had a new Spec Miata record set by
Raiden Nickel. Yeah, he set a 134.482. Did it during qualifying, and actually broke a 134 again during the race, although it wasn't quite as fast as his qualifying time. But to be honest with you, it was more impressive because it was under race conditions when he did it the second time.
So we get a no start. Oh, looks like one of the karts goes around. He's just going to loop around.
Thought better of it.
So neither class so far has been able to get a clean
and these
start
are
on
two of our younger classes. I mean, this isn't the youngest. This is probably the second youngest class that we have out here. And so these guys are learning. You can't be too hard on them.
Right.
You know, this is the next generation of racers, and you got to learn somewhere.
So you were saying about Raiden Nickel, he still holds several track records here for the karting track as well. He's moved up, really used this as a launch pad to what looks like a promising career. As the green flag is out, we're underway in our pre-final for our LO 206 cadet. They're going to be side by side through turn 1. Let's see if they can keep that going through turn number 2. They most get single file and head back up that 3-story climb towards turn number 3.
And unfortunately, we don't have any scoring data for you right this second, so we're going to have to wait and see as they come by, or if we can get that back up and running. But right now, your leader's heading down the back straightaway. A little bit of passing action back there for the 4th position. Looks like 5th and 6th getting around 4th. Nope.
Well, if qualifying is any indication, Emma Schumann was the pole sitter. She set the early quick time 1 minute, 0.86 seconds. So, again, these LO 206s will be right around that 60-second mark. Ryder Thompson qualified 3rd, and Bo Stowers was the 3rd fastest qualifier. So our field mostly getting single file. They get a little more stretched out in the cadet class. The slide and the weight and power, they don't quite get the draft that we see in other classes, as the Gord is the leader so far. Luke Rower will try to get an official confirmation of that as they sweep past our vantage point. So these LO 206 cadet drivers, they're 7 to 12 years of age, and these karts weigh about 246 pounds as we see a pass for the lead into turn number 9. See if there'll be an overshoot. There will not. So a new leader. We are on lap number 2 out of 10 in this pre-final. So these karts weigh 246 pounds. That's with the driver. You have to think 7 to 12 years old. They're probably weighing, beginning of that, maybe 60 pounds up to about 100 pounds. A 12-year-old. Part of the growth, part of this, them moving up into more powerful and faster karts. This is a great starting spot here in our cadet class. Okay, timing and scoring has come in. Emma Schumann's your new leader. Ryder Thompson 2nd. Ryan Perez 3rd. Bo Stowers 4th. With Hunter Wilson in 5th. You see your top 4 on the screen there as they sweep past our vantage point, turn number 4. And then down through that kink that caused a lot of drama in our LO 206 junior pre-final. In this level, they get a little more spread out. The draft might not be as pronounced as we saw in the juniors.
Not quite as much, but it is definitely there with these 4 strokes. You've got to have you got to have a drafting buddy if you're gonna take away. But with these lower groups, with the younger drivers, you do see guys that are just so good they can just pull out, they can just drive away. Like a Raiden Nickel that can just put a gap on the field. But we're not seeing that right now. It looks like Emma Schumann and Ryder Thompson are battling it out right now for the lead. Look at that, Thompson all over the back bumper of Schumann, giving her a little bit of the shake and bake coming through turn 1 right there.
Top 3, and then it's a little bit of a gap back to Bo Stowers, who's in 4th. If we had a close-up on these karts, race fans, these are narrower. It is when they go to the juniors that the karts get wider, and especially the rear tires get wider. The rear tires almost look the same width as the front. As here we see a battle for the lead. Thompson
goes
to the inside of
trying
Schumann,
to get the run.
On to the brakes, holds off for now. So
And he got beat in the braking zone right there. That is just a
maybe just didn't want to test it too early in this pre-final, because something that the way they finish in this pre-final sets up the final. If you're 1st or 2nd, you'll be on that front row.
Yeah,
so
you're not racing for the podium during the pre-final, so you've got to keep your head about you. And part of what makes these younger divisions more fun because they don't know that.
Right. Every lap's the last lap out there. So they come around and put another lap onto the board. That is lap.
I think that's what makes the kid kart races fun. Oh man, check out Lincoln coming up here in the booth. You doing all right, man?
Lincoln looks like he just came off an NFL field.
Yeah.
The eye marker almost under his eyes. Beautiful day here in the North Georgia mountains. We're located just about 3 miles west of the center of the city of Dawsonville. Will, the social media team you were talking about earlier, had some fun on April Fool's Day. They announced a new course that was going to loop around the Rotary. And
April 1st is always my favorite corporate social media holiday. Always make a good April 1st post.
Although I have noted that courthouse at the center of the city of Dawsonville. Oh, as one cart got really loose there, Thompson, you could see get loose going into turn 16. That lets Schumann gain a couple of cart lengths. We'll see if the draft lets them get all gathered back up.
Well, he's got buddies coming up behind him, so if he's not careful, he might not be hanging on to second place for much longer.
They work their way back up the hill. Well, Will, the courthouse at the center of the city of Dawsonville, it's the old Dawson County Courthouse. It is listed on the National Register of Historic Places. That courthouse is vivid enough looking and popular enough. It is actually the city, or the symbol of the city of Dawsonville.
Well, my favorite historical building in downtown Dawsonville has definitely got to be the pool room. So if you ever get a chance to come out here and get you a bully burger and some beer-battered fries, definitely check them out.
And as I've said before, if the walls could talk,
yes.
if the walls had ears, if the walls do talk to you at the pool room, and the walls are covered in not so much memorabilia as it is newspaper articles documenting really from the 1940s through today. A lot of pictures as well, and not just of cars, some of the drivers, some of the haulers, and the equipment that is used. So it's like walking into a museum. You get a good burger while you're there.
And almost a pilgrimage if you were a NASCAR fan.
And that's because the Dawsonville, well known as the home of Bill Elliott, Awesome Bill from Dawsonville, former NASCAR Cup champion, as well as his son Chase Elliott, who's followed in his footsteps to become a NASCAR Cup champion.
And
there's a battle down the
here
back
we
straightaway
go.
again. Thompson's not going to let up this time. So
He's going to
Thompson
run
in
him into the
front.
braking zone, but does he get the crossover?
No, Schumann cannot complete the crossover to get back to first. So
Man, like a surgeon, just went right in there and took that position.
last time around, he soft-footed it. This time, he was not going to ease up, as we see another battle there.
Schumann's not careful. Perez is going to take second away from her.
They sweep through 16. It is a downhill sweeper into 17. Drivers will be flat out on the throttle here to cross the start-finish line. Ryder Thompson takes the lead here on lap 7, so just 3 laps remaining.
And it's interesting to see some of the lines these guys take. You'll see as they all cut wide through one, but then some of them will gradually come back over. Some of them just dart over immediately to set up that turn. And I can tell you from a rental kart perspective, you want to be as far over and not turning when you hit that downhill part, because when you go to hit the binders, if you are still adjusting your position on track, you will spin out.
And Emma Schumann takes a look down to the inside of Thompson. Easy pass. She's able to slide in front before they even get to the entrance of the corner.
That was mine. I will take it back. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so Emma Schumann, your new leader, as they are battling back and forth. Thompson not going anywhere. He is right glued to the rear bumper of that 184 Kart.
And, yeah, don't forget Ryan Perez. This is going to come down to a last lap, another last lap race, as these laps are winding down right now.
As you've said, Perez, a stout and steady third, just waiting for one of those top two to make a mistake, or if they get tangled, shoot right by as they head up the hill. It's Schumann, Thompson, and Perez, your top four. Bo Stowers trying to get rehitched to this lead trio.
And they've only got 1.5 laps left to figure this one out. They got the 2 to go last time by. Should be the white flag out next time. Here goes Thompson. He's thinking about it. He is all over that rear bumper. Is he going to make it this time? He's going to have one more chance next time by.
Yeah, didn't fire his bullet on that one, so he's going to hold on.
Well, because then that doesn't give her the chance to take it back.
Like trying to time your pass here at the proper moment. So they battle up the hill. Once again, your top two is Emma Schumann, Ryder Thompson. A little bit of a gap has opened up to Ryan Perez and Bo Stowers. They sweep down through turn 16, and again, they'll be flat out on the throttle. They should see the white flag in the air from starter Hunter Halsey. There it is, just 17 more turns to go.
And looks like Schumann breaking out a little bit there through turn 1, although I expect Thompson, he's just giving a little bit of space so he can get that run down the hill.
He's got the tractor beam locked in as they sweep past our vantage point in turn number 4. Looks like it's going to be a two-driver
Let's
battle.
see. This is where he made it the pass last time. He looks to the inside. Schumann makes the block. I think that took some of the wind out of his sails. Let's see if he's got any more left in him. No, he's going to be out of position coming into turn 9. He's only going to have 1 or 2 more opportunities here. Let's see if he tries to do it again coming through 14.
And he doesn't seem close enough at the moment, but you know he has his foot all the way to the floor pan of
He's
this
got
kart.
his foot through the floor right now. He is dragging that on the asphalt. He's got that pedal pushed so hard. And he doesn't do it through 14. 2 final turns. Can he do it?
Does not appear to have a way as they're coming to the line. Maybe a last gasp. It will not happen. Emma Schumann holds on to win the LO 206 Cadet pre-final. Ryder Thompson in second. Will, I have to give a hand to our staff here. We have some new graphics that we're displaying, and you saw them on the bottom of the screen during our broadcast.
Well, the person you need to thank is my wife, because she was the one that was upstairs alone while I was making those last night.
and there's that new scale area where it used to be around the corner of the AMP Kartworks building. Now the drivers come down, stop on the scales, get weighed in, and then they can roll off.
Well, and it's nice, too, because the way it used to be set up, they would make the big line around the tech corral, and they only pulled the top 4 or 5 carts into tech. So now what they can do is keep that line coming down, pit out right there, keep most of that traffic out of the cold pits, which makes it a lot easier to walk around upstairs. Because before, when we had the grid, tech line, everything upstairs, it was just a madhouse. And that's part of the changes we've made here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. And while we got some downtime, we're going to go ahead and read off some of our sponsors. These guys sponsor us, sponsor the park, the broadcast. We couldn't do a lot of this without them. And so we're just going to start from the top. We got Body Symmetry, Cartoons, Carol Daniel, Civil Logistics, Discovery Parts, DT Racing, which is Dusterhoff Tuning, Epic, Ferrari of Atlanta, Folger Gas, Georgia's Own, John Meagle Ford and Chevrolet, Motor Cars of Atlanta, North Cobb Electrical, On-Site Shine, Primal Racing, the Carlin Group, Vin Wiki, and VRD. And these guys are a mixture of track sponsors, class sponsors, and you can hear those 2-stroke carts already taking off, zipping around track right now. Hopefully we'll have a chance to get a word in with our race winner before they start this next one.
But that is our tag junior and seniors out on track. But first, we're going to go down to our victory lane with our intrepid pit reporter, Bean Akawala.
Hey guys, here with Emma Schumann, our winner of the Cadet Series. Emma, how long have you been racing?
About a year now.
Here. Okay. Why don't you tell us about this last couple of laps? It seems like it got pretty exciting with second place.
Yeah, it was very interesting. I could feel him on me, which normally doesn't happen. But when I felt him, I kind of blocked going into 7 a bit. And when I did that, I felt slower, so I thought he was going to pass me, going down into 10 or something, after the S's. But he didn't, and I was kind of surprised, so I thought he was going to pass me into 15. But when he didn't, I was like, wow. I mean, he was, on me, the entire time.
Yeah, you did really well back there in the straight, holding him off. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
Take it back up to you guys.
Thank you, Bean. You could hear the cheers of Emma's fans in the background.
Oh, and it looks like we had somebody not able to make it through, and we are already underway right now.
And speaking of which, one of the carts already coming to a stop right
might have
by
made
the
some
cutoff
contact there in turn 1.
So, Will, every single race has had some sort of injury.
Lap
so
0
far
has
today,
been the most eventful lap of every race right now.
As this is a
This
race
is tag senior right now.
It's just tag senior?
Yeah,
Okay.
there's no juniors. I checked with race control.
Okay. Tag stands for touch and go. The idea is you have an arrive and drive type cart. You don't have to build things. As they're already getting sideways and squiggly and wiggly through the S's. These carts are 2-stroke engines, so you might occasionally see those plumes of bluish-white smoke out of the tailpipe. They also have a radiator. They are water-cooled,
Yes.
which can give them a little more power. With the exception of shifter carts, the tag group is our fastest class here on track. A shifter class is almost saying take a tag engine and then pair it with a sequential transmission.
And right now, Blevins Jr. is your tag senior leader right now, off to probably got about a 5 or 6 kart length right now over Brooke Shambo.
So already, as we've seen, a couple karts off.
And you'll see the speed, too, already on these guys, almost 10 full seconds faster than the last race. So definitely some higher speeds, quicker lap times. You're talking about 80, 85 miles an hour. Actually, with these tags, they can get closer to 90, although it just depends on how they get out of 4 and get down the hill.
They'll flirt with about 50 seconds would be a very good lap in this class. Shifters can drop down to about 48-second laps, and that's mostly because of the U-turn and up the hill. Shifters act like the hill isn't even there just because they can downshift.
Yeah, they can just punch it down and fall their way up.
So that right there would be the slowest portion on the course. You see these tags get up it relatively quickly, and then the revs carry up. Well, what kind of RPMs are they turning on it? Whoa, as one gets really loose off turn 5 there.
I don't even want to make a guess because I know some of these guys are going to run up here and yell at me, but it's got to be in the ballpark of 10,000.
We see a pass for second there as Matthias Pratis gets by Brooke Shambo. Will, we rarely see someone get that loose off turn number 5. Looked like Brooke was dirt tracking it and not in a common place.
No, and was able to keep it together. So that's more impressive because these karts are definitely squirrely. And look at that, a pass for looks like 4th position. I believe that was Cheek getting around Aikens right there.
Oz Cheek running with us. So out front, is it Junior or is it JR Blevins? I don't know.
I think maybe his first name is Junior. Junior
be.
Blevins.
And you can see Blevins out to a hearty lead right there, trying to gain up or close in that gap. Brooke Shambo and Matthias Pratis, but right now, Blevins out to a comfortable lead.
It's Christian Blevins Jr.
Okay.
I'm getting from Race Control. I like Junior Blevins.
I like good old JR out there. All right, so Christian Blevins.
We were talking about WWE earlier.
Seems like a broadcast won't go by without talking about some wrestling here.
Hey, this is Georgia.
It is. Although this part of Georgia, we talked about the Elliots, Dawsonville, a storied history with racing going back right to its beginnings. The moonshine runs that would happen down Highway 9. The Georgia Racing Hall of Fame is just outside of the downtown area, in addition to the pool room and some of the streets named after. I believe one is we have a Floyd Street, then we have Sosby, just some of the names that really have cut their teeth on the dirt roads around Dawsonville.
And right now, we are watching that battle for second place right now between Shambo and Pratis. And it looks like Pratis might have gotten around after the last time they crossed the stripe. We're going to have to see as they shake it back up as they come down the front straightaway.
Nice crossover there, back for about 5th place as we saw one kart work to the inside
of
of 16.
That is Brooke Shambo. That is Brooke Shambo in front of Pratis right now.
Okay, so Shambo running in, we'll say, the white driver's suit, and Pratis in the black driver's suit.
The Tony kart right there being followed by the Cosmic kart.
So once again, they work down to the lowest point of the track through the kink, and then that long back straightaway, Will, as you had said, one of the longer straightaways in karting.
Yes, and these guys can definitely get up close to their top speed. They've got the help from the elevation change, plus the just sheer distance of that back straightaway.
We're going to see that in spades coming up a week from now, as Cup Kart North America will be having a national level event. Will, we set a record today with 161 karts. But we're going to see way more than that coming up.
We're going to see
it's really a 3-day event. Practice Friday and then Saturday and Sunday for racing.
And we should be seeing 200-plus entries next weekend. It is going to be a packed house here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. And what's crazy is up front we're doing Extreme Experience next weekend, so there is not going to be an empty parking spot on property.
I'm going to be parking in Atlanta, aren't I, to get
yes,
the shuttle
I mean,
out.
to put this into perspective, this would be like if Taylor Swift had a concert during Super Bowl weekend in Atlanta. That's how many people we're going to have on site next weekend. It is going to be an absolute madhouse out here. I'm excited. I can't wait to see this place alive. Just with the sound of racing, there's going to be supercars on track. There's going to be super karts on the kart track. It is going to be amazing.
And you'll be able to catch all the action right here on the Kart Chasers YouTube channel.
Yes, we will be live for all the Kart Chaser Premium members. And if you don't feel like subscribing to Kart Chaser, it is free after 5 days. So, next Thursday, go check it out if you want to wait and see the broadcast then. Although I know a lot of these guys, they love to just come home and watch it immediately. And we do appreciate the national audience that Kart Chasers is bringing to us. We were looking for a platform to put this stream, to get in front of more racers, get in front of more people. And, we reached out to Xander, and he was more than gracious to work with us. I know, race director Lucas was a big part of that. And it's been great working with Kart Chasers. We really enjoy, what they bring to the sport, the coverage, helping clip the event while it's live, really help elevate our game here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
So recapping your top 5 as we're coming to put lap number 8 on the board. Christian Blevins is your leader. Then we've been following this battle of Brooke Shambo, who's in second, and Matthias Pratis in third. Then we have Colin Atkin in fourth and Oz Cheek running in 5th place. Once again, this is the pre-final. How they finish here, it determines their starting spot in the 12-lap final for later this afternoon.
They're not going to win gold during the pre-final, so they just need a race for position and get ready to go. I just got confirmation. CEO Jeremy Porter, he's going to be going in shifter kart today. So we got to see Lucas Arnett 2 weeks ago down at Barnesville. Now we're going to see the big man upstairs coming out for some shifter kart racing.
When's our turn?
Yeah.
When's our turn? Of course, it'll be more like driving Miss Daisy out there.
I don't know. I don't know if I can handle the G-forces in some of those karts. I might have to just hang out in my Corolla and do some laps.
The white flag is in the air. One more lap left. I did have a chance to talk with Lucas Arnett, who is working as our race director today, 2 weeks ago at Lamar County Speedway. He said it was physically demanding. The bumps on the track, the seat that you're squished down into a seat so you're not sloshing back and forth, but it is physically demanding, and once that happens, your heart rate gets up. It challenges you mentally and emotionally. So all of that coming together out there on the track, and this track is a more extreme challenge than Lamar County had, just because the track it tracks longer here, so they're in the seat for the race, just probably 2.5 times more elapsed time.
And so right now, checker flag is out. Christian Blevins Jr. is going to be your race winner. Brooke Shambo hot on his tail. And that will be your first, second. Matthew Pratis will take in third. Colin Atkins getting the last lap pass to secure 4th place. Luke Kondrasky is in 5th. Oz Cheek in 6th. Branson Gaudet in 5th, and those will be your drivers that finished the race. So they're going to go ahead and run across the scales to verify. They'll actually go across the scales and then through tech. Everything's good, then that will be your running order for the final race.
Do you want to give a mention to Smokehouse Q? You can see the truck sitting there. They provided lunch today, as well as they're selling to some of the the drivers, the teams, and the fans that are here on the property. Go get you nice little
And they are the official barbecue vendor of Atlanta Motorsports Park, or food vendor, but they sell barbecue, so you'll see them out on our race days. Always a pleasure working with those guys.
So here's where you see, Will, a lot of these karts, they come off the track and make, after the scales, an immediate U-turn, so we don't have as many karts sitting in the tech area as our next group already getting staged up in what is our new staging area. So we had our tag senior. These will be our tag masters. Same basic kart. In this case, the difference is the drivers. They're a little more seasoned, shall we say. I believe 40 years is the cut.
They have a little more allowance on weight, and they have a lot more allowance on knowledge and experience.
So they'll get staged up and come on for 10 laps of action. Once again, it's tags, so you see the radiator off to the left side of the driver. Some of the drivers even have tape.
And that's
or maybe
for this
a
cool
shade
weather
on
right
them.
now.
That's right. It starts cool now, but maybe once they get to the 9th or 10th lap, they may open up that radiator to get a little more cooling into the engine.
And that was something we saw at Barnesville 2 weeks ago, because it was cooler temperatures that day. And you saw those drivers ripping over, and during the race they would pull the tape off. And it looks like we've got Bean Akawala down there with our race winner, Christian Blevins Jr. Bean, take it away.
Yeah, here with Christian, your winner of the last race. Christian, coming in with a 5-second gap, how does it feel? How do you prepare for something like this?
Just what I do to prepare is like I just stay chill. I just relax and like don't overthink it. Just staying relaxed is a lot. It definitely helps.
Staying relaxed, keeping a clean head. Brought you in 5 seconds ahead, man. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, Bean. Will, that's something that Christian mentioned there, just about keeping a cool, calm head. If you get rattled, you're not making good, sharp decisions, or then your emotions get into it and you start overthinking or over pushing or being too conservative. Boy, you can really affect the stopwatch once all of that comes into play.
And that is something we see a lot out of the Masters. That's what makes watching the Masters and the Legends divisions more fun, because these guys are seasoned racers, and they get that. They know to stay calm. They know when to push. They know when to make the move. And it's really more about that gentleman racing out there, and that's what makes these guys fun to watch.
So once again, according to our rules, it's 30 and above is the Master division, and these are some of the heaviest carts that will.
Unless Lucas is racing.
Well, that's not where I was going with this comment, but these are some of the heaviest carts that we will have on the track. 406 pounds is the minimum weight. But once you figure they have a radiator, which means they have to have some amount of water with them, it's an older driver that the weight just climbs up as the years go by. So let's see if we will get a clean start.
We have got William Raines and Jose Garcia on the pole, and they take the green flag.
As they sweep right past your vantage point in turn number 1, and off camber, left-hand turn down into that signature U-turn here at Amp and back up the hill.
Ooh, and it looks like your second-place driver almost got hung out to dry there on the hill, although it looks like Jose is hanging on right now. We're going to have to see as they cross the stripe who is in the lead. I see some action shaking up right now. Look, another pass for second place right now. Side-by-side action, head down the back straightaway. And he is going to easily make that pass. Looked like Eugene Panenko in that purple suit getting past Jose Garcia. We're going to have to see. That was either Brant Estes or Jose Garcia that he got around. We're going to have to see as the scoring tower updates as they make their next time by. But that is definitely Eugene in that purple race suit. I recognize that thing anywhere.
It really, I have to give props to when you hear the other kart announcers at tracks. I caught some action from Orlando Karting Center, and how they know every single driver out there. And here, for me at least, you can't see the numbers, so you're trying to go off the kit and then or what they're wearing. And a lot of them end up in a similar colored kart with a black suit on. So when, like we say, Panenko has the purple on, it makes them easily identifiable. Alyssa Vasquez, when she has on the pink kart, and it just makes it easy to see as we see
there
battles.
Goes a pass on the back straightaway. Todd Shambo trying to get around Brant Estes, not able to make it happen.
Although Panenko's now in the lead, so he was able to
get
while
we're watching
Jose
that,
Garcia.
Yeah, Panenko gets by Jose. Jose, a driver we call a lot up at the main track. He was racing with us last weekend in Spec Miata. He had a front seat view for that track record getting broken.
Jose makes a late charge,
pushing it wide.
And I think the winner of that, Brant Estes, is going to come by and take the lead.
And Eugene is way out of position there. He is going to go from first to third. You know he's not going to be happy about that. Jose just stuck his nose in there and said.
A late charge into turn 16.
He said, get out of my way.
Brant Estes able to go from third to first. Will, you were saying that Jose is a mainstay over at the main track. To my knowledge, Jose Garcia might live here. I can factually say I've never seen him off of the Amp property, but I've seen him here plenty of times.
I think if you were to tally up how many races one person has been at, I would say either be him or Raiden Nickel.
Okay.
Because they both race a lot at both tracks. Although Raiden hasn't been back at kart track in a couple seasons, so the edge might go to Jose right now.
So our top three, Brant Estes, Jose Garcia, and then Eugene Panenko. So a reversal.
And you know Eugene's got to be frustrated with that action on lap one. I expect to see him push his way back up front.
Todd Shambo running in fourth place. Sean Akins in fifth place as they work their way up the hill. For a moment there, Shambo took a peek to the inside of Panenko and has fallen back in line.
I think Eugene made it easy because he used all that runoff coming out of turn two. He opened the door wide for him to see in front of him, but then quickly came back in and shut the door. It's very vital when you're coming through turn two to get as much speed as you can around that turn, especially in these two-stroke karts, because if you go down in RPMs, you were gonna get absolutely eaten going up the hill.
High RPMs is life. That's where the peak of the torque in the power band is. The four strokes have a little more low-end grunt in them. These two strokes are really meant to be wide open, more like when you run a weed whacker or a chainsaw.
Yes.
You want to be at the high end of your RPM range.
Another great shot from drone pilot Daryl Cannon, Killboy.com, getting them coming through turn 1. I love that he can get that drone so low. He can get that perspective of them coming through that off-camber turn 1.
Which really, we don't talk about turn number 1 a lot. You pretty much have to be single file there as well, and as they make that turn, it's uphill, but you
can go too wide and there's runoff, but the runoff runs out real quick.
It's a rumble strip at some point there, but the way that the terrain is uphill, but it fades away to the right. So,
yes.
So it's
almost like the opposite of coming through 14 right here. Whereas this is cresting going back down a hill, that's cresting going up the hill.
Up, but it's off camber as the track. There's no banking there. When we were at Lamar County Speedway 2 weeks ago, their final sweeper, as the drivers take the cross flags.
Oh, that got me thinking.
That final sweeper had banking to hold them in. Turn 1 here is, you could really say, is negatively banked. The cart, you're turning left. That cart's wanting to go to the right. It's almost falling downhill.
Could you imagine if turn 2 here had the same banking as the final turn at Barnesville?
Oh, that would be wild.
That would be insane.
But I'd say put the banking in 16 and 17.
Then that would turn the B layout into a super stadium truck layout, because I would just create a ramp when you go through the cutout there.
Well, we can add that to the
super stadium carts.
We can add that to the wish list here at AMP. A lot of improvements have been done here, as we've talked about the new scale house. As the drivers come around, we'll also see for the arrive and drive, the new cutoff that they use has added some concrete so that the drivers have a little bit more wiggle room. It's through turn 1. It's just over the crest of that hill.
The engineering
right
team appreciated that addition, because they were taking out the grass pretty hard in that turn. And you can see all the skid marks there.
So Brant Estes, your leader. Boy, once he went from third to first early in the race on that one
He's got
corner.
some clean track ahead of him, so if he can keep these laps, he's slowly pulling away right now. Jose Garcia doing everything he can to fend off Eugene Panenko right now. And as Eugene comes to the inside, just as soon as we start talking about it, John.
So Panenko back up to second for the moment, and then it is Jose Garcia and Todd Shambo. Sean Akins has fallen back by a couple of seconds, so really it's a 3-kart battle for second, and Estes a comfortable lead for the moment here, as they'll come around to put lap number 7 into the record book.
I know Brant's happy to be running up front, and definitely happy that Eugene and Jose are fighting it out, because that's what's giving him some of that breathing room right now. But I was actually talking to Cameron Estes, Brant's son, yesterday as we were setting up, so both of them are out racing here today. Not in the same class, so that'd be fun to see some father-son action going on. But right now, Brant Estes getting it done.
Battle for third place back there as Jose Garcia is under pressure from Shambo.
Ooh,
Shambo gets it done, and there's no crossover opportunity there.
2 laps in a row. He's lost 2 positions coming into turn 9.
And now, Will, this is maybe the point in the race where the drivers are ripping some tape off the radiator or pulling up the shade if they have it.
Yes.
One of the few numbers that I know of that drivers have on their heads-up display in front of them is the water temperature. As you see 2 laps to go, you want the engine to be at an ideal temperature. It can't be too cold. It can't be too hot. It's a Goldilocks-like thing out there, where if you're too cold, you won't get performance.
Well, and if
you're too hot, you're below the engine.
And if you don't have that shade, all you have is tape, and all they can do is rip it off once, so there's no putting it back.
Well, typically, though, they get hotter as the race goes on. The tape is for those that don't have the budget for the shade over there. Not that it's like a nice set of plantation shutters over there. It's really just a simple shade to cover up some of the airflow over the engine. You can see Panenko has some pink-looking duct tape over his radiator. Makes it easy to see and to find.
And right now, your leaders making their way through the final 2 turns down the front straightaway. They are going to get the white flag this time by.
So 1 lap to go. Brant Estes leads Eugene Panenko. Todd Shambo in third. Jose Garcia in fourth, with Sean Akins in fifth. Do want to give a mention. We've mentioned Lucas Arnett's name. He's the race director this afternoon. Will, those first couple races is where the race director and the staff are having to scour the rule books and go through tape and hear stories. So he's probably enjoying this race where it's been mostly drama-free in this Tag Master.
Well, I'm sure if you ask Jose afterwards, it might have a different story. Maybe we get him up here in the booth.
They were clean out there, though. There's been some passing, but they were clean. So they'd work.
Yeah, definitely not like the juniors earlier.
They work up the hill one more time. Brant Estes has what should be clear track between himself and the finish line. He'll be full on the throttle.
And I bet you if Eugene had about 3 more laps, he'd have caught up to him.
So Brant Estes, your Tag Master winner in the pre-final this afternoon. Eugene Pinenko second. Todd Shambo third, with Jose Garcia fading to fourth. Sean Akins rounds out the top 5.
And Brant Estes actually running the fastest lap of the race on lap 9 that last time by, so he wasn't letting off. He ran a 51.227 out there.
And normally we don't see drivers run their best lap that close to the end. He wasn't the only one that had his best time late. I think it might be the cooler temperatures. The engine takes a little longer to get warmed up. The tires get to their nominal operating temperature. It just takes an extra lap or two. Normally we see them lap 3 or 4 is their quick time, and they start to fade from there.
We are looking down there at the cheeks right now. Oztech Racing. Thumbs up. You are live. Kart Chaser YouTube channel right now, guys. And there's a good shot of the building. We are up there just behind that white tent. Drone pilot Jeffrey Farver going out on the balcony right now. Going to do a little hot swap battery change. That's how we get you all the shots.
Yeah.
Got about 10 batteries back here rotating on the chargers. Keep that bird in the sky.
And drones really have revolutionized the coverage of motorsports. The way that we can bring you right in like we do in this shot. And we're going to go down to Victory Lane with our intrepid pit reporter, Bean Akawala.
Yeah, down here with our winner, Brant Estes. Brant, you made a quick race jump from third to first. Tell us about how you made that move.
Eugene and Jose kind of got to fighting with each other going into 9 over there. Both got a little bit wide. It just opened the door. I kind of turned and took it, and then just at that point tried to stay clean and not make too many mistakes.
Smooth sailing from there. Did you feel anything behind you? Were you worried at all?
Yeah, I know they're pretty fast, so I was trying to look back, and somebody down there kind of giving me how far back they were. So I knew they were back there, and I knew that I couldn't make a mistake, and sometimes that's the hardest thing you can do.
Yeah, try not to get in your own head. Well, you definitely did, and you held it out. Congratulations on your win.
Appreciate it. Appreciate you guys.
All right, guys, we'll take it back up to you.
All right, thank you, Bean. Congratulations to Brant Estes, our Tag Master pre-final winner. Will, in the interview there, you could see Brant say maybe getting some hand signals on how far ahead he was. Reminds me of in my home, dirt racing, it's nighttime, but where somebody on the pit crew will have those lit up sticks and signal sticks to tell the driver what's happening.
And I'm sure that was his son probably on the fence telling him what the gap was. It's always good to have someone with you trackside.
So we're zooming in right now. You see the karts stationary on the track. It's our kid kart division. So they do a standing start. These are 5, 6, maybe 7-year-old drivers. Will, it's tough enough for them to get lined up, stopped. So we're going to do a standing start as the green flag is out.
There we go. Green flag is out. Oh, look at that.
The only other class that will do a standing start is the shifter division, and that is so they have to exercise the clutch and first gear when they're racing. I believe Arlo Stowers is in second there. He's the one that has the very Spartan-like or Roman, I want to call it a broom on the top of his helmet, but he's got the fin up
He
on
was
top
waiting
of his
for that
helmet.
light to turn, too. He took off in a hurry. I don't even think second place had even started. He took off, went right around him.
There are 2 groups within this race. The Kid Kart division, they could be running an LO206 engine package with a slide, or they might be on the Comers. And I forget which class is faster. But
The
we're
LOs
talking
are slightly faster.
a little more power. But the LOs have to weigh 186 pounds. The Kid Karts, the Comers, 150 pounds. That's with the driver.
Well, and Stowers is in a Comer, and you wouldn't have known it the way he took off around Perez at the start of that one. And right now, it looks like we got one driver struggling to get up the hill there in turn 1.
Now, that's the other thing about the Kid Kart. They do a standing start. They also use the cutoff. So we call this course the Jelly Bean. You've seen some other classes use that cutoff when they had a false start so they don't have to loop the whole track. But for these kids at this point, they get a chance with a mostly left-handed course. They do get one right-hand turn in there, and some elevation change. But it's really, they're just looking for seat time at this age. As we said, these are 5 to 7-year-olds, so kindergarten up through maybe first grade.
These are the youngest drivers we have on grid today. So really the next generation of drivers right now.
We're going to have a battle for the lead here, I think.
And we have got a multi-class battle for the lead right now. Look at that. Arlo Stowers closing in right now.
And I think he's closing in on
That's
Harrison.
lap traffic, yeah.
Okay, Harrison Merritt, who's out there.
We'll have to see because I didn't see Harrison tick when he went by, so he might be a little further ahead because Harrison is in the LO206, whereas Stowers is in that Comer cart.
Okay. So once again, just the youngest group is Stowers has that I don't know what to call that, but it's a black helmet with the red.
So that is second place he is chasing down right now. So actually Alex Schomer is ahead of Arlo.
Okay.
Right now, so I'm curious how that worked out on the scoring screen. But that's what it says, so that's what we're calling.
Okay, and these laps do go off quick since
Yes.
they're running the Jelly Bean. They'll run about 25-second laps. Will, this is what we saw 2 weeks ago at Lamar County Speedway. Every class was running about a 25-second lap. Here, the kid karts ran a full course when they ran down there. There was no cutoff. But once again, just a great opportunity for these kids to get some experience. They'll be able to go into school on Monday morning and tell the other kids excitedly what they did this weekend.
And if you're watching from home and you want to know how to get into this, we have school for kids this young. We can start them as young as 5. We have a junior kart racing discovery program, and it is a 2.5 hour program where we put the kids in junior racing karts. We get them acclimated. We teach them the ropes, the do's, the don'ts, the basic operation. And really it's a good starting point for any family that's looking at getting into kart racing because, it lets you know, does my kid have it? Without having to spend all the money to invest in the entire setup, you got to make sure, kid doesn't have the fear before you go buy the setup because, we've seen that happen a bunch where people really dive in head first. We'll get the entire setup, the custom kart suit, custom helmet, and then, the kid spins the kart, first session out, and he doesn't want to get back in.
White flag is in the air. Will, just before we leave that topic, where can our viewers find out more information about the karting schools that we have here at AM?
Visit us online at www.ampkartracing.com. All the program information is on there. And if you're also interested in doing anything with the bigger track, you can just go to atlantamotorsportspark.com. We have similar programs for, adults that want to drive cars, teens.
As the checkered flag is out, Harrison Merritt wins the kid kart pre-final. Our starter Hunter Halsey is waving that checkered flag
Alex
in the air.
Schumer came by. He will be your winner for Comer Kid Kart, with Arlo Stowers taking second, and then Luca Valdez taking third for the Comer class. LO206 Kid Kart is Harrison Martinchink for first place, Matthew Perez in second, and then Holden Gargis is your third place driver for LO206 Kid Kart.
So once again, this is a race within a race, and we haven't been talking too much about, but this is round 2 of the series. These drivers, through the course of a 10-race series, are accumulating points. They don't get points for the pre-final. The points come in the final. Obviously, you want a good starting spot, which is the importance of the pre-final. Drivers during the course of the year get 3 drops. Last year it was 8 races, and they got 2 drops. Now they get 2 more races, and they get 1 more drop in there. So I know that our scorers, they'll be having the abacus out to figure out what the total summaries are. Right now, drivers are just looking to put up good finishes in every race that they get. So here you can see some of the activity. Usually there's a lot more hubbub in this shot because karts are up top. Now, for the most part, they weigh off the scales and drop down, and then they'll stage in the background.
Now, what I want to see here is if Bean is going to be able to get one of these drivers. That's always the fun part, is getting these kids in for the interviews, because some of them, they don't want to do it, and then the rest of them are so eager to get in their cars to get back to their pit stall, they just zoom right past them.
Well, and something else we'll see, Bean's a tall guy.
Yes.
And you're going to really see that when we talk about kid karts. I mean, they stand up out of the car, and it's a kid. It's a 6-year-old and it definitely shows when they get up out of
I have had
cart.
4 back surgeries, so interviewing the kids is one of the hardest interviews, just getting that low to the ground.
So
But you always get the best answers. You get some of the best
Yeah.
responses.
kids say the darndest thing.
Yes. So we are waiting patiently as we are getting the next group gridded up, and we're getting these kid carts through tech. So it looks like we've got KA100 Junior on deck right now. So that is going to be a fun race. That is one of the younger divisions in one of the faster carts. So one of the – oh, it looks like, yes, we've got Bean Akawala down there with Harrison, your race 1 winner. Bean, go ahead. Take it away.
Yeah, here with Harrison on the number 61. Harrison, how do you feel about that win?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. What do you do to prepare for a racing like this?
I get ready and I get in my cart and I gas it as soon as they start.
Spoken like a real racer. Just gas it and go, huh?
Yeah.
So what do you do? What do you do outside of racing?
I also main thing is kind of just to race.
Kind of just racing. You live for it. Well, congratulations on your win, buddy. Take it back up to you guys.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Bean. That was our kid cart winner, Harrison Marriage, down enjoying the spoils of victory in Victory Lane. This group of carts on track is our KA100 Junior. That is a 2-stroke engine. 100 is the number of CCs, I believe, that these have.
Yes.
100 CCs. Now, we may have gotten the green flag already.
No, this is
still the parade lap.
Yeah, this is a very exciting parade lap for
Okay.
the juniors.
You will see these carts have those bluish-white plumes of smoke
Yes.
coming out behind them. It's a 2-stroke engine, so you have to do the mix the oil in the gas like it's an old chainsaw.
And these are the start of the 2-stroke classes. So the KA100 is an air-cooled class. It's a little bit different from the Tag. Tag's got the same lower. This one is 100 cc. The Tag is 125 cc, and that's what's got the liquid cooling on it. So these guys are about 10 horsepower less than the Tag division.
And when we say 10 less, you're going from 30 to 20.
So 20,
So
about
you're
20, 22 in these guys.
Which is, you could say that the Tags have 50% more horsepower in a cart that weighs almost the same amount.
Yes.
It's quite a step up. No start here on the first attempt around in our KA Juniors, so they'll take
But
the cutoff.
if we're speaking in relatives, double LO206.
Yes.
But then you got to deal with the RPMs because you are going from 4-stroke to 2-stroke. You don't have the grunt that you get in that 4-stroke to go up the hill. And that's what kind of changes the racing dynamic. But overall speed goes up, and so the whole course changes. When you do this course, in a rental cart doing 50, 55 versus doing it in an LO at 65 versus doing it in a KA or a Tag at 80, 90, each class the course drive's completely different.
As far as where you have to brake,
Yes.
and how you roll in. The green's out, and you see those plumes of smoke come out as they get 2 and 3 wide. Now they single file down into turn number 1. We're underway for 10 laps of action.
And Oliver Najbert will lead your field through turns 1, 2, and 3 coming up the hill. They are currently single file as they make their way past our position in the booth and head down that long back straightaway, single file through the kink.
Pass looks like for 4th back there. We'll notice some of these drivers do double duty. Talon Laney right now currently scored in 4th. He was running in the LO206 junior race earlier this afternoon. So some of the drivers have multiple carts in the stable, and they just sort of hop on a fresh ride here for another class.
I guess it's nice if you get caught up in one of them in an incident and you can't finish, you get another class you can do in, but it also can hurt you too, because if you're doing good and you're getting tired from running the extra races, that can also come back to bite you in the tail.
Top 3 is broken away from the rest of the field. Oliver Nabert scored as your leader. Talon Laney in 2nd with Harry Cunningham in 3rd.
And here's some action for 2nd place right now. Cunningham looking to the inside, looking to the outside, isn't quite able to do it. He definitely got a better run through 2, and that's what let him get the charge coming up the hill there. But Talon Laney putting on a class in blocking, but look at this. Leaves the door wide open for Cunningham, who shoots it down the inside, makes the pass.
And, you could almost see him slow once he got ahead so that he wouldn't overshoot the corner. He made sure that was going to be one pass and done. There wouldn't be a repass. And now Laney trying to wear out the back bumper of Cunningham, and all of this has let Nabert extend his lead to maybe 3 kart lengths.
And I know he doesn't mind with them shaking it up behind him, but now that Cunningham has gotten around Laney, is he going to stay there battling it for second, or is he going to be able to get some clean track in front of him and maybe make the charge on Nybert?
So as Will had said earlier, these KAs are 2-stroke engines. They are air-cooled, so they're mechanically more simple than the tag engines.
The big thing from an ownership perspective is the maintenance intervals on them. You can go a lot longer on these KA100s, which from just a cost of operating and a cost of owning and really just a cost per mile of racing, these are one of the best classes, especially if you want to get into 2-stroke racing.
Yeah, there's just fewer parts to break. I mean, there's not just the radiator and the water. There's a water pump somewhere on there. There's the little band that runs off. Actually, they just run literally looks like a rubber band off the rear axle to turn the water pump to get the water flowing through the system. To try to keep it lightweight, but it's just more parts that can break.
That just seems like, an easy critical fail point.
Well, and when we see the shifters come out, those are by far the fastest, but they're also the most cantankerous, that there's just, once again, even more parts that can go wrong, where they have front and rear brakes, they have the shifter, they have the clutch, just so many other things that can give you headaches. When they're working, they are a thing of beauty there.
Yes. And right there, that last time by, I don't know if you noticed, but Talon Laney went to the inside. He took the 4-stroke route through turn 2 and lost some ground, although look at that. Gained it almost all back in the braking zone coming down the back straightaway. Because you'll notice these guys will swing a little bit wider at the bottom of the hill, especially with these KAs not having as much power as the tags. You definitely have to take a wider trek through turn 2 to keep those RPMs up and to keep power.
Right, the momentum is key, because if you've kept your speed up, the revs will be a little bit higher. And this is almost like one of those short track racing deals. If you're on the inside, you're turning lower RPMs.
Yep.
If you're on the outside, you keep that engine wound up. Kind of see that
well,
there.
If you're in the bottom end of the RPMs, it's like going uphill in an old diesel. If you're at the top end of the RPMs, it's like going uphill in in a sports car.
Yeah, it lugs on the bottom end is the easiest way to think of it. You step on the gas, and it's almost like nothing happens in response. As our top 4, for the moment, content just to see single file. I did see at one point Cunningham tap the back of his helmet a lap prior, saying, "Hey guys, let's just ride."
Yes.
And it's one of those things that they tap the helmet. The guy in front always seems to tap the helmet. The guy behind, it's questionable whether he is going to heed that call.
And these are some of the most seasoned racers out of the younger batch of kids. Almost all these guys started in Kid Kart. They've all done LO206, and they're now getting up into the 2-stroke karts as they get the halfway. That time by 5 laps down, 5 to go. So you will definitely see some better sportsmanship out of this group. These guys definitely know what they're doing and how to handle these karts.
When the level of racecraft that each of these drivers have has really increased. They've had that seat time to develop and hone their skills.
And here goes Cunningham getting a little bit of a run down the back. Whoa, to the inside. Gabriel Lopez Velarde said, "Get out of my way, Talon Laney. I want 3rd place."
Now, late send there from Velarde, so he's now on the bottom step of the podium. Let's see if he can reel in Cunningham to try to move up to the front row for the final later today.
And Cunningham is caught back up to Nybert all over his rear bumper. We are definitely going to have some exciting final laps here as lap number 6 ticks off the board.
So your leader, Nabert, from the get-go has not been challenged, but Cunningham is right there waiting for a mistake. We're 6 laps in out of a 10-lap scheduled distance.
And these guys keeping a 4-pack together in a 2-stroke racing, these guys are doing real well right now. This is real exciting.
That's a camera shot we don't see all that often. You could see how steeply the drivers dropped out of turn 5 towards the kink. That wasn't even the full extent.
No.
The drone wasn't all the way on the ground, but definitely gives you an idea. They're full on the throttle, headed downhill, so they are trucking at that point.
And one thing you will notice with the go-karts, one of the rule changes we actually made between last week and this week is you'll notice they all have GoPros on the outside of their karts now. They're not allowed to run them on their helmets anymore. That was a safety issue and a change we made for insurance. So you'll notice now nobody has GoPros on their helmets.
And these drivers love to have the GoPro to get the footage. If there's an incident,
yes,
I guess
it's mostly for race
their
control
case.
to say,
But,
see, he hit me.
But they could go back and watch the tape, pair it up with lap times, and figure out why was this lap good or why did I struggle.
Daryl's listening to us. He got it even lower.
Yeah, downhill. It almost has that feel of that turn in Monaco where they're like screaming down into the U-turn there.
Great shot of that
A
downhill.
precipitous drop down towards the kink. As you said, I think it's 43 feet of elevation difference. At that
It is
point.
like driving off the side of a building. Well, that's turn 2.
Yeah. Well, turn 2, yeah, when you look ahead and there's no road ahead of you, it just suddenly drops away.
It's like cresting the hill on a roller coaster. And look at this.
Gabriel Lopez Velarde works up the inside of Cunningham. He moves up to second with 2 laps remaining.
He almost wasn't able to secure that, but just able to get that rear bumper across the front of third place Cunningham, or second place Cunningham, pushing him into second place.
So the driver is right on the limit as they come around turn 4. You can see the back end wanting to step out on a few of those karts. Here comes Cunningham getting to the rear bumper and a late stab for second, and he makes it stick. So
I thought they were going to make contact there.
Yeah,
Wow.
you get a feeling Lopez Velarde knew he was coming and maybe didn't turn in as early, because if he had turned in, there would have been major contact.
Would have been.
So Cunningham, a late stab into turn 9 to get back to second place.
He said, I will take that spot right back from you, good sir.
Meanwhile, out front, Oliver just carving laps out there. Once again, they've gotten to within a kart length or 2, but no one has been able to get alongside of that red number 10 machine.
Well, all this action for second and third have pretty much given Nybert some clean space to run his race and not really have to make too many mistakes because he's not getting pressured.
Let's ride along with them as they head through the kink one final time. Your leader, Nabert, followed by Cunningham, Lopez Velarde, and Talon Laney.
As they head down that long back straightaway for the final time into turn 9 through the S's, making our way towards our cowboy cam out there at the cut through, up the hill through 13, that blind sweeper 14. Nobody's making the move yet. Let's see. Looks like Laney looked to the outside a little bit, but
yeah, a little block from Velarde.
and he looks to the inside.
Oh, it's not going to happen.
Ooh.
Checkered flag is out. Oliver Nabert, your winner in our our KA Junior 100 pre-final.
And that was probably the cleanest race of the day, John.
Yeah.
That was real fun to watch.
Good passing in there. Some late, almost some dive bombs, but the drivers seemed to know they were coming and held off to avoid contact. So
yeah,
a
lot of races.
Yeah,
a lot of races won and lost in turn 9.
Our top 4 separated by just a couple of seconds, so good tight grouping there of the front of our field. Well, the next group of karts that will roll onto the track, it is scheduled to be our KA Senior Division. Seniors, they'll be in the same KA type kart. The biggest difference there, we're moving from drivers that are 12 to 15 to be 15 and up. Karts get a little heavier, but really the engines aren't that much more powerful.
No.
I think they might have a slightly different slide as we see them roll onto the course through the new opening that we have there.
And they are making their way onto track. Go ahead and do this warm-up lap. Hopefully we will get an opportunity to get our post-race interview done. I know they're a little bit excited to send the grids.
When they get a longer parade lap, because normally they come in at turn 4, and now they're coming in right off of turn 17. So tires should be a little warmer, a little stickier by the time they get around. Look in the background, the beautiful North Georgia mountains that you can see, the foliage starting to bud out and leaf out here, although we still have some of the trees, Will, that they haven't had any shoots of spring come out, and I'm sure this cold weather this morning might slow them down
Probably
a little bit
didn't
more.
help, but it's only a matter of time. And give it a couple more weeks, and it'll be nice, lush, green backdrop here.
And we're going to go down to victory lane with the winner of our KA Junior, Oliver Nabert. Take it away, Bean.
Yeah, out here with Oliver. Oliver, great job winning the race. Tell us about that last couple of laps.
It was really good. I just kept my head forward and just drove.
You had a big battle behind you. Did you know about that going on?
I didn't feel anything.
Didn't feel anything. Calm and collective, huh?
Yeah.
So what do you do to prepare for something like this?
Just be fast.
Just be fast, go hard, and drive, right?
Yeah.
Congratulations on your win, buddy.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Take it back up to you.
Thank you, Bean. We are underway with our KA 100 Senior pre-final. They're getting into single file formation for the most part. Our top 2 is broken away from the kink. A couple of familiar names up at the top. Daniel Perez, Vincent Capatillo, our leaders.
And
at the
I
moment.
expect to see the two of them trading blows this race. Daniel Perez absolutely walked away with this class last year, so curious to see if Capetillo or Estes or any of these other drivers will be able to put a challenge up on him. Although we'll know pretty soon as that gap already starting to build a little bit right there. But Vincent Capetillo still on lap 1, not letting them get too far ahead, but if you're not careful, Danny Perez will walk away on you real quick.
Well, and he has that consistency as well. It's not that he just is fast. He does it seemingly every single lap. He has that.
And look at that, a little bit of 3-wide action coming through turn 2. A couple of those guys in the back trading positions.
So they're going to battle back there. That's just going to cost them more time and track position to our leaders. Will we see Perez in that signature for him, green and yellow helmet, reminiscent of Ayrton Senna and the colors of Brazil, as we see Perez sweep by Cowboy Cam with 1 lap in the books.
And you can see that gap already starting to spread out. This field already getting spread out really, really wide. That's what I was talking about last race, why it was impressive that the top 4 just stayed together for that entire race.
Yeah, and you would almost think they were drafting in the
Yes.
previous race. In this case, it's every man, every driver for themselves as they head down. A
Ooh,
late
look at
pass
that.
into turn 2
Look
there.
at that,
Little
wow.
crossover up the hill can't happen.
That was Banu Yedla right there.
Absolutely sending it down the hill there to get by Martin Simonov. These KAs, you can hear it probably on your speakers at home, a much higher pitch than we had in the LO206
And there is
classes.
another pass in front of him. That looks like Vincent Capetillo. He got hung out to dry during that opening lap. Because right now Christian Foster is your second place driver. So we must have missed something there. And look at that. He's falling back further right now.
It could have been that
It almost might be a mechanical. I don't know.
Capetillo might have just had a bad first lap there. As we said, Daniel Perez first, Christian Foster second, Theodore Simonoff runs in third, Mason Groves in fourth, with Banu Yedla scored in fifth.
And that was Banu. He gained 2 positions that last lap.
Yeah, great pack there. Maybe
That is definitely going on the highlight reel for him.
that might be about 4th through 6th or 7th right there. All the drivers trying to gain an advantage. These are the spots that really matter as we see a battle there into turn number 9, a battle for 4th. So that's Banu Yedla looking to hard charge here in this pre-final.
He must have slipped his mechanic a couple $100 extra before the race today. Said, give it the sauce because he is moving right now. Look at that.
Well, and these are the passes that really matter because they
Yes.
set you up for the final. If you're first or second, it really doesn't matter a lot because you'll be on the front row. But
Ooh,
it's
look at that.
way wide out there, flirting
He
with
just
the
gave him
colored
a
stripe.
slide job coming in there as they get around turn 16, 17, back across through turn 1. And right now we are watching the battle for 5th between Banu Yedla. Actually, it's the battle for 4th between Banu Yedla and Mason Groves right now. As that pack of karts makes their way down the back straightaway. That is your closest action right now on track. Less than a quarter of a second separating those two drivers right now.
Yeah,
Although look at that.
Another pass right into turn number 9. Out front, you're not missing anything. Daniel Perez over 2 seconds ahead of Christian Foster. And Will, just as we had talked about, Perez is fast, but he is so clean, so consistent, and all of a sudden you look and he has a huge gap over his pursuers.
Yes, he does. And that is what he's known for. Every season he keeps getting better and better. And he will definitely be a name you hear once he's out of karting.
And again, a lot of drivers use this as a springboard to a driving
Yes.
career. We've had, I'm trying to think of one of the drivers we had in here for some interviews last year where he'd come back for some races. Eric had gone over
Eric Evans.
Eric Evans had gone over to the UK, did some GT racing, started here, and then when he gets a chance, he comes back here. But drivers have used this as a launch pad to go not just national, but international in their driving careers.
And the program that Evans races with, VRD, they're based out of here, and so they are a formula development program. So, it's like having a permanent scout in your backyard, when you race here. And, they're able to scout some of the top talent from the racing series here and offer them rides, if their parents, whether they can get in through sponsors or whether they can get in through their parents, that is their route to the next level.
Cameron Estes and Mason Groves battling it out for 6th and 7th, as in the pack they're still trying to decide things. Out front, Daniel Perez now leads by just a shade over 3 seconds, and he's done that in 6 laps. So Will, on average, he's a half a second quicker per lap. Over
He ran a 51.756 was his fastest lap on lap 2. And he is still running. He ran a 52.06 that last time. And that is good for almost a half second over Christian Foster's last lap.
Yeah, just every lap piling on the pressure. We see him escape into the distance. There's our battle for 3rd right there. Theodore Simonoff has Yedla up the inside.
He is making a move. And he's going to be in position coming to turn 1.
They're still side by side.
And
Yedla gets the advantage
pass.
there. Simonoff in that red driving suit, but
Yedla's on a mission today.
Yeah,
he's driving angry out there.
He started 7th, I think, so now he's up to 3rd. So that would start him
inside
he is row 2 of the final.
Definitely getting the Hard Charger award for this race. And look at that, Yedla just getting past traffic, getting down the back straightaway. And let's see if he's able to pull away from Simonoff or not, because that might affect him later if they still keep racing, because I'm not sure if he's going to have enough time to catch back up to Christian Foster. But right now he's sitting good in 3rd position, so hopefully he can hang on to that. Whoa, looked like we have a driver into the wall there. So as soon as I said that, that might have been Christian Foster.
Foster, you're right.
Oh, no, that's not what you want to see.
Well, timing and scoring still shows Foster as being in 2nd, 3.5 seconds
that could have been a back marker, but he did cross the stripe before Yedla. That could have been a back marker that ticked further down the scoring screen, so I didn't see.
So it seemed like a nervous moment there. It might have just been.
Well, that also put a little bit of traffic in the way, because now Yedla's got a little bit more. Although as soon as I said that, Theodore just beats him right into the braking zone, right back on his bumper.
So you're watching here the battle for 3rd through about 9th place. This is our KA 100 senior pre-final. There goes Banu Yedla. Here comes Simonoff. Makes a dive into turn 16. Here comes the crossover.
For the crossover.
As the white flag flies, these two are still going at
side by side.
Pinching down to the inside. Simonoff holds off through turn number 1.
And Yedla's going to lose 2 positions with that. Oh, no, he doesn't. He's able to hang on. Man, I thought for a second Estes was able to get around him.
Although you can see Simonoff and Yedla really battling hard down that front straightaway. So the white flag had flown. They have about a half a lap here to decide the issue.
And there goes Estes looking to the inside. He's going to have position. Ooh, gets by cleanly. Not what you want to see if you're Banu Yedla. I almost wonder if he ran that kart a little too hard. I don't know if he's got much left in the tank right now.
Well, it might have just all been because of that one bad corner out front. The checkered flag is going to fly in the air as our winner is Daniel Perez. Christian Foster has come around in 2nd.
To the inside.
And at 3rd, Simonoff able to get 3rd. Yedla gets back
Yedla
into
gets
4th.
in front of Estes. Oh, man.
So Yedla, a man on a mission, as well as.
Well, that'll put him in position for the final race, too. This will be outside row number 2.
A lot of passing, giving spots back up, and then repassing people again. So recapping your top 5, Daniel Perez was 1st, Christian Foster 2nd, Theodore Simonoff was in 3rd, Banu Yedla 4th, and 5th place was Cameron Estes.
And another good race. These KAs and tags have been putting on a good show today.
Speaking of tags, the next group out will be our tag cadet division. Once again, tag stands for touch and go. You can see them staging up. At this level, they don't have the radiator, so they're not a water-cooled engine.
And these are on a different two-strokes. These don't run the Yami, the 100cc blocks. I believe these are the Micro Swifts.
Yep, 60cc Micro Swift. Get to a speed of about 50 miles an hour. But I'll say when you're 8 to 12 years old, as these drivers are, an inch above the ground, 50 miles an hour.
Yeah, I want to go interview one of these parents that lets their kid just go hop in a 60-mile-an-hour go-kart at 8.
Don't even interview the parents. Find a mom and just look at her hand. See how the fingernails are probably worn right down to the quick there.
And they're also the ones that are on the balcony cheering the loudest too. They all want to win, and I imagine it's a fun experience to see your kid out there bringing home the hardware.
Fun slash tense, we'll say out there. So the crews, you can see, just making final adjustments in staging, maybe adjusting the air pressure there. But we're going to get a word down in victory lane. Daniel Perez, a winner once again. So take it away, Bean Adewale.
Yeah, out here with Daniel Perez coming out with an early lead, making a gap. Tell me a little bit about the race. How'd you feel?
Well, we worked really hard for this, so we had a really consistent car. We were really sure about the setup. The engine's feeling good. Everything's feeling good. So we were pretty sure that this was going to be a great performance.
Yeah, during the race, our commentators were talking about how many laps you have out here and how hard you've put in. Tell me a little bit about your race history. What's it like being out here?
I mean, I'm here. I moved to America 3 years ago, and since then, every weekend I'm here. I've had a lot of laps here, a lot of hours, and pretty much every weekend I'm here training. I just love this track. I feel it's a really special and unique track to be in, so I like being here. I like practicing here.
You got some big goals to move forward outside of kart racing, jump up to the next level?
Yes, sir. Open wheels, I think, is my next step. I feel like it's time to move to open wheel.
Well, seeing you out here, I have no doubt you'll be great at that, man. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you very much.
Couple of words from Daniel Perez. Take it back up to you guys.
All right, thank you. That was Bean Adewale down in victory lane with Daniel Perez, our KA senior pre-final
And that was
winner.
cameraman John Michaels with the fist bump there at the end. It's always happy when you see some of your favorite people win. And right now, we've got those tag cadets getting that warm-up lap in.
A little spread out, though. One cart just came around as the rest of the field's
think,
coming around turn number 9.
Yeah, he was he's already running the race. And right now they are getting in position. You got to start wowing it down, though, as they're coming through 14. So we got to see when they're going to go ahead and slow this one down.
Now, carts don't have a system where the race director can talk to the drivers, do they?
Not quite like they do at short track, where they do the receivers and everybody's got the earpiece in. The race director.
Because I imagine here the race director would be yelling at them to slow down out there. These kids are amped up and ready to go, but they're going to get a false start here.
Yep, and that's pretty much what they do in the Legends and the Bandoleros on short track. The race director's up there. All right, guys, keep it calm, keep it calm.
Yeah.
Or he'll tell somebody to go to the back.
At the local dirt tracks, I still think we need to. Maybe we could do it here. Maybe we could hook up Lucas Arnett to a blood pressure monitor and have that in the bottom corner for live blood pressure monitoring.
See the heart rate jump.
As through the course of the event, it just gets higher and higher, spiking at certain critical events.
Well, it's cool when they pull that up on the F1 broadcast. You see those guys running up, 170, 180 beats per minute.
That's the drivers. I'm talking put it on a race official.
Or find a mother.
As the green flag is out here, we're underway in our tag cadet pre-final. Once again, 8 to 12-year-olds. You see those plumes of bluish-white smoke. These are two-stroke engines. 50cc engines, 60cc engines, and they should top out at about 50 miles an hour.
And that is Callan Berghofer leading the charge right now. Got a slight lead over Cayenne Air right now as they make their way down the back straightaway. This is the fastest part of the track into that hard braking zone. Ooh, you see him. I think those tires still getting a little bit of heat in them right there.
Yeah, you could see
he just
I thought
snapped.
it was going to snap around when he went in there. More of a dirt track entrance, the way you snap into a corner. We'll see if Cayenne's able to use that, and he's going to try to look to the outside of Callan, but right now Berghofer is maintaining the early lead.
And they are making their way through the final turns, and this will put lap number 1 in the books here for this 10-lap pre-final race here at Atlanta Motorsports Park back at the karting circuit.
Going to be a familiar name. It's Emma Schumann that's actually being scored in second place right now.
Okay. Yeah, so now the data updating as they go by. So Callan right now is your first-place driver. Emma Schumann in second. Evan Frey in third. Cayenne Air in fourth. Arthur Notapedian in fifth. And Roland Smith in sixth right now. Arthur, another one of those drivers we saw, got his start in Kid Kart. I believe this is his third season racing with us. It took us all of 3 seasons to get his last name down.
Yeah. Well, it's amazing to think that we're talking about a kid who's maybe 9 years old, right? And already has 3 seasons under his belt. And
you got to do it. You got to start at that age if you want any hopes of getting on to the next level. You can't just pick up driving in high school. It doesn't work that way.
Right. You can't just go to driver's ed and
No.
figure things out.
Well, it's not like those stories you hear in like professional basketball about the guy that came overseas, never played before, started in college, and now he's in the pros. It doesn't work that way in racing.
No, because in basketball it'd be about you have a guy who's 6'10" in high school and suddenly picks up a basketball and it just works, right?
Yeah.
And driving, it's not so much about your physical size and your physical statutes, although these drivers are athletes. They do things that you and I can't do.
And here goes. Ooh.
Schumann pulled back in, just showing the nose briefly to Callan Berghofer, so just maybe rattling the cage of Berghofer right there.
Just letting them know she's there.
But these drivers are athletes. The hand-eye coordination, the way that they feel what the cart is doing, it is a very athletic type response to be able to do that. It is a gift to have that and be able to have it and then to develop it.
Anyone that's even been public karting here at Atlanta Motorsports Park knows how physical karting is. I mean, an 8 to 10 minute session in a public rental cart will wear you out. Imagine doing that in a race chassis that is half the weight, double the G-forces. I mean, you are hanging on.
And from a driver's perspective, that race cart chassis it's unforgiving. It's built stiffer so you can get more speed in the corners. There's no suspension on these carts. The only suspension is the little bit of flex in the sidewall of the tire. So every bump, every seam in the pavement, Lord forbid you hit a rumble strip, all of that comes right up through the seat into the driver, and they have the seat as tight as possible so the driver's not getting slung around. But then, there's bolts coming up through the seat that can be uncomfortable. I mean, there's a lot going on
There
out there.
is a little torsion bar that's right underneath the steering wheel that they can change out. They can have metal. They can have nothing. They can basically make it stiff or light, and that actually kind of helps the chassis as it flexes a little bit. And that's it. That's about all the adjustment you can make on suspension.
But this isn't a case where there's shocks and springs. And it's not your grandfather's Lincoln that soaks up all the bumps or the rolls. I mean, you're feeling – and you want to be able to feel everything so you can know what the cart's doing to pilot it around this course. But, yeah, you go from a arrive and drive cart chassis to a race chassis. It's because I'll honestly say I love the Sodi carts, but even those are kind of like vultures out there, where these are sleek hawks out here on the track.
Well, it's kind of like going from driving a tractor to driving a Ferrari.
Yeah. I still say try the arrive and drive karting.
Yes, no, they are fast tractors. Don't get me wrong. They are boats compared to the race carts.
Especially where, most of us drive in a car where the windows are up all the time. It's a very quiet, isolated experience. You get into a rental cart, there's no windows around you, and the air's rushing over you, and as we said, you're a couple inches off the ground, and the sensation changes when you're that low to the pavement.
And right now we are watching that battle for third place between Cayenne Air and Evan Frey right now as they make their way through turns 3 and 4 past our position in the booth down the back straightaway.
Frey in the 133 cart is in third at the moment. Cayenne Air trying to get by in the number 1 cart. You're not missing anything out front. Callan Berghofer's opened up about 10 cart lengths over Emma Schumann.
Well, that battle has kind of fizzled out. The battle for third, though, is still hot and being contested right now as they're making their way up through turns 14 onto the last little bit before the final turns here past the bus stop. Man, we need to get that thing up and running again too, John.
That would
throw the bus stop in there.
That would be insane. Now, Will, earlier you mentioned that the drivers have to have the GoPros mounted on the cart, and when third place Evan Frey goes by, you can really see almost sticking up off one of the side pods. Right off there, you can see that GoPro attached there.
And that gives the best possible angle, too, so if someone's making contact with you from the rear, you have a better chance of catching that on film, rather than wanting to put that camera up on the nose cone.
You can't even say film anymore. They're not. It's just digital now.
To the card.
To the hard card out there. So just one of the technology things that, 10, 15 years ago you didn't have.
One of the things I would love to get out here, maybe Jeremy's hearing me in the paddock, but we could get some Wi-Fi out on track. They could actually stream from these GoPros live, and we could throw it into the feed.
That would be wild.
That would be fun. But that is something that does take a lot of bandwidth and a lot of network capabilities. We have experimented with some in-car cameras before, but we're mostly stuck with using point-to-point transmission systems. So that's how we actually get our camera shots here almost everything we have is a wireless camera, and it sends a signal through 5G back to the tower, and that's how we're able to see it up here and get it to you guys at home. And when we race at smaller tracks like Barnesville and Lanier, it is close enough to us that we can slap one of those transmitters on a cart and get pretty fluid transmission on board during a race.
But you're right, the distance, it gets into physics and transmission,
Yes.
but that distance typically means you can't get the signal quality.
Yeah, and we're on about 1,000-foot leash from the broadcast booth, so that's, all our cameras are strategically positioned. The drones get a little bit more of an advantage because they have about a 7-kilometer line of sight range. And, with the drones, they're in the air, so they're always line of sight.
2 lap to go signal given by our starter, Hunter Halsey. As you can see, Callan Berghofer has opened up a comfortable advantage. He's about 3 seconds ahead of Emma Schumann. In the early lap, seemed like Schumann was thinking about pressuring, but boy, Callan has just laid down some consistent laps. They're putting in lap times in the mid 56-second range, and Callan's the only driver in sight there as he once again has pulled out to a 3.2.
And he just ran his fastest lap, that last lap, 56.483. So lap 8, he is still finding time.
It's just getting started at this point here on lap number 8. So Berghofer would appear to be out for a Sunday stroll, even though it's a Saturday. If you want to see some Sunday racing, don't forget, race fans, coming up next weekend, it is the Cup Karts North America National event that will be here at AMP. It's a 2-day event, Saturday and Sunday. Will, I'm not 100% sure what the format of the event will be, but I know come Sunday is when the features will be on track.
And this will be the biggest kart race we have ever had in the history of AMP next weekend. So it is going to be exciting, 2 full days of racing. And, we've been happy that they are coming because that's helped push the attendance up these first 2 races of this season. We broke our record attendance twice already this year. We're going to break it again next week. So, the program is growing and excited to have them help. And look at this little bit of action here coming through turns 14.
They're going to be seeing the checkered flag
And
in
that
here
was
the next time around.
That was Berghofer getting around one of the back markers right now.
There's that prize checkered flag. Callan Berghofer, your tag cadet pre-final winner.
Oh, that was Roland Smith. Almost made it the race without going a lap down.
Emma Schumann comes around in second place. Evan Fry third with Cayenne Air coming home in fourth. And there goes Arthur Nahapadian coming by to round out the top 5.
Always exciting to see Callan Berghofer get another win. His parents like to come hang out with us a bunch too. We were at Petite Le Mans last year. They were out. They were all having a good time. So good family, fun people to be around, and happy to see Callan getting another win.
Now, Will, we had said this is round number 2 of the AMP Championship Series as we're just getting a look down at our track marshals and our next crew getting ready to roll on track. The next rounds of the AMP Championship Series will be May 4th and 5th. It's a doubleheader weekend, 2 complete shows, though. There's no carryover. There's no points for that weekend. Saturday's a race. Sunday is a separate race. But come on out. May the 4th and then Cinco de Mayo on track.
It'll be like 2 of these.
Yes.
So what you're seeing now, just times 2.
And then after that, the next race, June 1st. It's a Saturday, round number 5. And that will be aligned with the Georgia Karting Championship Series round number 2.
Yes.
That is a 4-race series, 2 races down at Lamar County Speedway outside of Barnesville, 2 races up here at AMP. Should be exciting to see. Will we get the vintage karts coming up? For
they
that
will.
race?
They come back for those. Those guys are always fun to see. And it looks like we have got our race winner, Callan Berghofer, down there with Bean Akawala. Bean, go ahead, take it away.
Yeah, out here with Callan coming out with a strong lead. Tell me how you feel.
Feel pretty good. I got the new track record in Mini by 4/10, so that's exciting.
Yeah, you pulled out your best lap right there at the end. Were you worried something was going on behind you?
I saw Emma in the corner of my eye going through the straight, so I just stayed calm and hit my marks, and it paid off.
So it seems like that's a trend for today, keeping calm, looking forward, staying on the gas. Congratulations on your win, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, guys, take it back up to you.
Thank you, Bean. That was once again Callan Berghofer, our Tag Cadet pre-final winner.
And we were talking about upcoming events. Another big one we got coming up is round 2 of the main track series. We got that coming up on April 20th, and then on April 21st on Sunday, we have got the big return of the AXS Autocross series, and we are moving that from the paddock to the main track. So we're going to be setting up quite a fun autocross challenge. You're going to get some real high-speed slalom elements. You're going to get over 100 feet of elevation change. I don't know how many autocross tracks you get to do that on.
My goodness. Those guys have fun,
yes.
It seems like, when they get after it. So tag rookies on track. They're going to try to get lined up. So these are pretty much the same karts that you saw in the tag cadet race. These drivers even a little bit younger, ages 7 to 10. This would be the next logical step from the kid kart division up here to tag rookie. They're a little bit lighter.
Whoa!
As a couple of karts make contact through the
he
cutoff.
definitely did not enter the racing track properly. Looked like we had a late entry, just came through there and caught the field as they were going through the cut through. That is, I'm curious if they're going to let him stay on track or not. That was definitely not called for and not what you want to see right there. So they're definitely going to false start this. And these are the rookies. So, again, this is another young class, drivers that are still learning. And these are I believe these are the youngest of the two-stroke drivers right now.
Again, this would be the gateway to move up from the
And it looks like a
kid
couple
kart
of the
class.
guys didn't take the cut through, so I'm not sure if they're going off track or if this is going to get mucked again here. Because it looked like 2 of those drivers didn't take the cut through. It looks like 1 caught back up, might have busted a U-turn.
We're going to get a red flag out on the track just so we can get the field resettled, and then we'll be able to get lined up for a proper start here in
Yes.
our pre-final. Well, Will, this would be a good time once again to mention some of the sponsors that have helped make this broadcast possible for you, and those include among them Body Symmetry, Cartoons, Carol Daniel, Civil Logistics, Discovery Parts, DT Racing, Epic, Ferrari of Atlanta, Folgers Gas, Georgia's Own Credit Union, John Miguel, Motor Cars of Atlanta, North Cobb Electrical, On-Site Shine, Primal Racing, the Carlin Group, VinWiki, and VRD. Will, we mentioned Primal Racing. I can't say there was a school going on earlier today, but I saw some of those radicals
Yes.
on the main track in the early morning hours, and looked like, I'd say they were hammering it, but boy, it looked like a lot of fun over there.
If you pay careful attention, they are out there running today. So when we do some of those wide shots, you can't see some of those radicals out there. But they're definitely doing a racing school, so they're not out there just doing tons of open lapping sections. They are practicing things like race starts, gridding properly, how to handle the cars, basically all the race etiquette, along with just driving the cars. It's not a matter of just hopping in and getting track time.
But as far as hopping in, when we talk about those cars, they're only like 1,300 pounds. So they're like an obscenely lightweight vehicle out
absurdly light, and they run a 180 horsepower Suzuki Hayabusa engine and about a 1,300 to 1,400 pound vehicle. So they definitely get up and they definitely go. Although, compared to other race cars, they are fairly tame. But for a good experience into getting into this type of racing for road racing, the Radical SR1s are one of the best cars you can get. They're very I would say they're forgiving because they will definitely let you, put it where you want to go. But they are more so easier to handle than some of the more hardcore cars.
Well, and something as far as you can get after it with those cars, though, with the elevation change on main track, even at that light weight, drivers can wear the brakes out on
Yes.
those cars that you need that much brake on the main track, whether it's you haul down the front straightaway and then you're practically locking it up into turn 1. After you go through the carousel, you're back on the brakes to get to turn 6, and then you need it at other spots at the end of the back straightaway, and again, a little bit up the hill from 12 to 13. To think that a car that light that you're wearing out the brakes means drivers are really just getting after it because there's over 90 feet of elevation changes.
And I am just getting a note passed to me from the race director. We actually have a new overall track record at the kart track set during qualifying. Billy Musgrave with a 47.109.
That had to be in shifter.
Yes, and that was in shifter kart. And, man, we are on the cusp of getting into 46s. I mean, we just broke into the 47s last year when Marion Krimmers came out, and now that record has been broken again now. A 47.109. Billy Musgrave getting it done out here in qualifying, and he's coming up here soon in the shifter kart race. We only got a couple more until they get up here for the pre-final.
Yeah, a phenomenal performance during qualifying. And, Will, with shifters here next week, we may very well see a 46-second lap here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
It is going to be wild.
The weather forecast is for a dry weekend, as we're seeing one of the karts having to head off. Don't know if there's a mechanical or some other issues.
He might have been the one that entered the track late. I don't know. Or it could be a mechanical. I don't see any smoke coming out the back.
So our marshals just working to get this field set to go. This is our tag rookie class. Coming up after this, we'll have our LO206 Masters and Legends running together. Legends is a new class category added this year for drivers age 55 and older. And then after that, we'll have our LO206 Senior.
That's the one I'm looking forward to, John.
Green flag is out for a semi-standing start for this group. But, Will, you're right. That LO206 Senior, I've been looking forward to that since 3 weeks ago.
42 karts registered for that battle.
That's
Whoa!
Triple spins down into the U-turn.
3 karts around. That looked like George Cruz, Matthias Guzman, and Ryan Dahoney. Although we're going to have to see as they get past the stripe.
Oh, we got one
another
spinning
one
in turn 4, so maybe cold tires out there after that long stop. Synchronized spinning all around this course here at the AMP Karting Complex.
And that's the 35 of Matthias Guzman. And
he will not make it up the hill. As we see, watch. It seems like second, third, and fourth just go spin.
He just locked it up.
Second spins, third spins, fifth.
Chain reaction.
Synchronized spinnings. And
the guy that caused it kept going. He just did a 360 and kept on moving. Look at this.
Danny Sullivan moved to do the pirouette and go.
Oh, he didn't even spin out. He just got a little sideways, and that caused the guys behind them to be hard on the binders.
And as we've said, there's only a rear brake in these. And if you lock that up, which is easy to do down that hill, your kart's coming around if you have any turn in the car. Now, we'll see. That Guzman in that red 35, he will probably not make it up the hill.
No.
He needs to get help. These, as we said, these two-stroke engines, when they don't have a lot of RPMs, they have almost no power in them. And that's a steep hill that sometimes the course takes that portion of the hill out.
And they've got those barricades right there in the cut-through. What will happen sometimes if they spin out down there and those barricades aren't there, they'll actually run up into the cut-through, bust a U-ey just to get a run to come back up the hill.
Out front, Ryder Thompson, familiar name from a race earlier this afternoon. He is scored as your leader. Bo Stowers in second, Grayson Wyatt third, and George Cruz currently scored in fourth. So, Will, we thought our early LO206 junior race had the action going. This one has spinning all over the course, and I have to think it was cold tires after they sat there on the grid for a couple minutes.
Yeah, and Ryder Thompson already has a Danny Perez-sized lead right now on this pack.
Well, he's the only one that didn't have an issue on the first lap because the car in second did end up spinning up in turn number 4. So sometimes you just have to keep the car on the rails. Thompson out to a 16-second lead, a Secretariat-like lead so far in our
right now. It
division.
looks like the closest battle on track, which is what we are watching right now, is the battle for third between Grayson Wyatt and George Cruz. So we are going to focus on them right now as George Cruz looking to the inside right now. And he is trying to make his way around. Let's see. And it looks like we got
we have another member who's
friend in the booth with us.
Yeah, walked up into the broadcast booth. It is Al Edwards, the, I'll say, owner of the Wilbite Racing Stable. So, Al, a beautiful day for racing. We have seen some zany things already in our pre-final round.
Yeah, it's absolutely a gorgeous day. We were surprised because it was been so cold for the past 2 days, and we've really struggled with with setups. And so what I always tell people is just, don't try and set up for yesterday and the day before. You got to set up for the next day. And today has been interesting. We've seen some really good lap times out today too.
Now, what's causing that lap times? Is it that when you get cold, dry air, you end up getting more power out of the engine?
Well, it's not even out of the engines per se. That has a part. Oh, almost a spin there in tag rookie. Wow, that was way over.
I think that was Grayson Wyatt who was running in fourth. George Cruz swept by. If I got the number right there, as he got loose coming off turn
sure
number
did.
1.
Wow, that's a tough one to get loose and recover. So good for him that he recovered that one. But as I was saying, the bottom line here is that this weather is easy to tune the chassis for because you're not dealing with so many extremes in heat and track temperature and things like that. So you have a really wide window to tune against. Whereas when it's super hot and the track temps are 130, all of a sudden you're doing anything you possibly can to free the kart up and trying to get the thing not to stick to the ground. So this time is when we always set the lap records. Is when ambient temperatures in the high 60s. Till it's 70 degrees and it's dry and there's a little bit of a breeze and it's kind of a little bit of sun, a little bit of shade. And that's really what we've had today. So I haven't paid too close of attention to it because I've been fixing other people's karts that have had incidents like Mr. Lincoln Massey. And we got a whole team ready to go. So I'll be here with you for, I guess, all the LO206 stuff.
Okay.
And let's see what happens.
62 degrees the current temperature, so you are saying it is a nice, cool, crisp day. It feels like fall outside more than a spring day as the drivers got the crossed flags there, so 5 more laps remaining.
5 more laps to go.
So we did have a record in the shifter class. Callan Berghofer was saying he set a record in his race, so we'll try to get confirmation of that. But it's a good day, I guess you're saying, for speed out there.
It really is. It's going to be interesting to see Senior. If Senior can keep it clean, with I guess they have 40 karts, it's tough. There's going to be some mayhem most likely. But if they can, this is where we see the likes of Nick Laferdo and folks like that setting the track record, either overall or for the season. Speak of the devil, here's Lincoln Massey here. Has joined us in the booth. One of our esteemed drivers.
Wait, we're gonna have to have a Days of Thunder reference. He can't talk well. He's eating ice cream.
He's eating ice cream. Yes.
As we got a pass on track, can't tell if that was a lap car with Thompson going around. So Lincoln, you had a wild adventure during the LO206 Junior pre-final. From your vantage point, what happened out there on the track?
Well, what had happened was coming in through the S's. I don't know if I gave Talon Laney enough room or not, but he hopped up on my back tire and took out my carburetor and a couple other things. But other than that, I'm not super mad at him. He's a great driver. Just everybody makes mistakes. So.
All right, we were speculating that maybe the chain came off, but you're saying the carburetor got knocked off during that incident.
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, and I've got to hand it out to the AMP staff. They brought the cart back, and they actually had the part that I needed to replace in hand, ready to go. So I didn't have to make a run of the part. So a show of hands for the AMP recovery crew. That they really did me a solid by doing that. So thanks so much, guys.
Yeah.
Well, race viewers, we're following along once again with Ryder Thompson. About 3 more laps remaining in this race. Do want to give a shout out to the production crew, as once again we have the graphics on screen so we can do timing and scoring, or as we see, we're just following Ryder here in our race leader. So another advancement to enhance your viewing of our race today. Hope you are enjoying it on Kart Chasing this afternoon. So, Lincoln, were you able to get the cart? It's all fixed. You're all ready to go?
Oh, yeah. It's all fixed. Everything's fixed on it, and it's ready to go racing again.
Where will you start in the final?
Right now, on Race Hero, it is saying I'm starting 11th because a couple people, I don't guess, made it for the pre-final, and a couple people also didn't finish. So I'm going to be, what it says is I'm starting 11th.
And will you change the setup of the cart knowing that you have to charge up through the field, or will you just do what you're going to do?
I'm just going to do what I'm going to do. We're not going to change any of the setup. The setup that we're running, I had a new personal best on this new cart, so I'm pretty happy about it. So I think that
we're just going to stick with it.
Well, we did give him a set of match perfect and staggered special tires, so he's definitely going to run fast through the crowd there.
And since we did mention a Days of Thunder reference, what kind of ice cream are you eating here?
A Twix ice cream bar.
Yeah,
Very
see,
good.
There you go. I mean, that is straight out of Days of Thunder.
That's right.
So once again, I'm John Matthews. Will Rigdon has stepped out for a moment. We have Al Edwards, the, I guess, proprietor of the Will Bite Racing Stable, and Lincoln Massey, one of the members of the Will Bite team. Lincoln, we'll see you in the LO206 Junior Final coming up in a little bit. What else besides eating the ice cream will you do between now and race time to prepare yourself?
Probably just stay out of just trying to do any activities that are going to require a lot of energy. Just try to save my energy and relax.
So we've got Ryder Thompson as the final lap. The white flag came out, and that with Bo Stowers chasing him in second place. And it looked like Ryder has a commanding lead.
Yeah, Bo is 18 seconds
18
back.
seconds behind. So
on the first lap, literally everyone except Ryder Thompson spun
yeah.
somewhere. And I think that was just cold tires after sitting on the grid.
It happens.
And that in zealous young drivers.
Well, you know, and I got to tell you, when you do standing starts, here's the problem with standing starts is that puts you really slow into 1 and 2, which they're not used to. They're used to doing these flying starts. They're usually going twice as fast.
Okay.
And so there's more load on the tires, so you actually get more grip. It's when you start slow, they get really, really slippery. So just a principle of physics there. Now the checkered flag is out. Ryder Thompson.
And in the air.
Yeah, hand in the air. Love it.
And Bo Stowers will have a bit of a time to go by, so Ryder might be unzipping his driver's suit and drinking a Coke before we see anyone else come around.
Yeah, and that was lap traffic that Ryder was right behind Ryder. So
there, I believe, is Bo Stowers coming around to finish in
yes,
second.
that's the Falcon Kart.
So, Lincoln, you said you're just trying to relax. Do you find that energy-wise that you might be worn out by the time the finals come around?
Nah.
I gotta tell our viewers, before he answered, his head just gave that old man, what are you talking about shake there.
Oh, what a race.
Now, Lincoln, will you be back with us next week for the Cup Karts North America event?
Yes, I will.
You betcha.
Okay.
Will Bite's going to be at CK&A in Storm. You know, we're going to have a good presence there. Some folks that can't make it. But generally, the whole team shows up for these type of events. You really have to when it's in your backyard.
Now, 3 weeks ago when you were here, Lincoln, I know you said you had a social studies test during the course of the week. Have you had spring break since our last race?
Yeah, right now I'm actually still on spring break. After this weekend, I'm going to be off of spring break coming this Monday. But I've been on spring break since last weekend.
Okay. So you said you go back to school on Monday?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, those are the hard ones, Al. Go back after a week off. My daughter had spring break off as well, so I get it. Monday is going to be a little bit of rust to knock off going into the office.
Well, Lincoln, tell us about your Easter egg hunt. You guys did Easter egg hunt in four-wheelers, didn't you?
Yeah, so my mom decided that this year's Easter egg hunt would be, since we got four-wheelers this Christmas, she went out and she hid the eggs around, and we went out on our four-wheelers, and we were able to find water guns, which we could distract my sister or me with. But it was a race to see who could find both their golden eggs and then all of their regular eggs.
That's awesome. That's a fun time. That's a really unique way of doing it instead of just running around the yard trying to find candy.
All right, well, we do have to pause this conversation for a moment. We're going to go down to Victory Lane with our intrepid pit reporter, Bean Akawala, who has our tag rookie winner. Take it away, Bean.
Yeah, our tag rookie winner, Ryder Thompson, coming in with a commanding lead. Tell me about that last race.
That was crazy.
It was crazy. Were you worried about the first start, having to stand out there so long?
Yes, I was.
What was going through your head sitting out there?
I don't know. I'm going to win.
That you're going to win. Got to have your eye on the prize, right? I saw you throw a little fist bump right there at the end. Pretty excited. What do you do outside of work or outside of school to prepare for something like this?
Practice.
Practice makes perfect. Congratulations on your win, buddy. Take it back up to you, John.
All right, thank you, Bean. That was Ryder Thompson, our tag rookie winner. Definitely not subscribing to the Allen Iverson School of Theory on practice.
Certainly not.
All right, well, here we go. Our two biggest fields of the day will be up next in the rotation. Tag Masters and Legends. Legends, a new group that has been separated from the Masters division. Legends is for drivers 55 and older, and we'll see that aligns with the Cup Karts North America field, and the Master division is for drivers 30 and up. Looks like a healthy field of karts there, Al.
Yeah.
I have to wonder, is the quintet at the back, are those the Masters? We might do like a separate staggered start?
No, the Legends are actually in the back.
Oh, all the way at the back of the shot.
Yeah. Okay. Well, not in the back of the shot there. That second group.
That's right. I
One,
saw five
two,
of
three,
them.
four, five.
Okay.
That's the Legends group.
So race fans, we might see a staggered start. Well, they'll start maybe 10 or 15 seconds behind the Masters.
Yeah.
As there's going to be a horde of karts out there on the track, and you could see forming up behind them, race fans, the LO206 seniors, 40 or 42 karts are signed in for battle. When they get out there, it's going to be like a NASCAR Daytona 500 start coming down the front straightaway.
Sure is, absolutely. So one thing about the Masters and Legends, the Legends are 20 pounds lighter. I'm sorry, 25 pounds lighter. So they're 375. I'm doing my math wrong. They're 15 pounds lighter, 375 versus 390. And they do run a little bit slower. They have the same exact engines and everything like that. But Frank Baldozier, I believe, qualified, finished first in the final or a pre-final. And Frank's an old pro, man. Let me tell you, he's been around the racing gig for a very long time. He's a great asset to the track, and he'll make sure that there's a decent gap in between these guys so that they can get their own race.
I know you see something similar now where when they do a marathon, the women may start ahead of the men, the elite men, so that the elite women get sort of their own race.
Yeah.
They're not just jumbled up in a crowd.
Yeah.
Really makes it more special for them.
It does.
To be able to compete.
It does. Me personally, I hope the Legends class grows and gets to a point where we can have their own schedule, their own slot in the schedule.
Well, and Lincoln stepping out, he's polished out. He's not stepping out. He's polished off his ice cream.
Yeah, he even has it on his nose, if you noticed.
Now, obviously, just like in Days of Thunder, he can't have that during the race. I think track officials would look down on someone
they sure would.
eating an ice cream while out there on the track.
Man,
I miss Charles right now because Charles and I always had a Days of Thunder reference during a broadcast.
Absolutely. Well, miss Charles anyway for lots of reasons.
Yeah.
But I'm actually going to co-host with him on the 18th.
Well, good luck because last week it was Tammy Holden, and as far as I know, page views are way up. I think I might have been the first co-host with him, and I can say I set the bar, and everyone's been above it since then. So.
Well, if I could come after Tammy, that's the problem. Is she was a lot better to look at. Originally, it was supposed to be me on that slot, and he decided to move it after CKNA because I wanted to talk about CKNA.
Gotcha.
So I said, well, at least you got someone better looking than me on the air.
That's a great show. If you are in the Atlanta area, especially North Atlanta, you can check out the Champ Racing Show Thursdays from 7 to 9 p.m. They're on 99.3 FM WCON out of Cornelia. And if you can't reach that, you can look for Charles. Charles Head Yellow Hat on Facebook. He'll stream live, and sometimes the Facebook stream's better than just what's on the radio because you get all the behind-the-scenes cuts when they go to commercial or when they play music on the regular radio station.
It's the stories that they tell that are so much fun. I mean, Charles has, 50 years of stories to tell, and he remembers it all so well. It's such details. It's great. He's got a real sharp mind.
Well, and most of his stories start with, well, I was announcing at such and such a track.
Correct.
It's every track. Well, that was down at this track. I announced a race there once.
So take a look at this. It looks like Frank Baldozier's crew, they were way behind, and I think that's going to be on purpose. So we're going to see if we're going to get a green here.
We have 17 of our Masters lined up there.
Here we go. We're accelerating, and we go green.
So this is our our Masters coming by. That's 30 and up. And trying to get 3 wide off into the rumble strip.
Wow, 3 wide down into turn 2. Look at this. Turn 2, really a hard challenger. Are they going to get together? No, someone's going to have to back off there.
Meanwhile, picture in picture, these will be our Masters coming around. You were right, Al. They were laying very far back as they haven't come down. They will get a green flag. So our Masters 5 carts, they're going to battle for local prize in that division as our Masters mostly get strung out down to the back straightaway in turn number 9.
So it looks like Danny May is taking over. Danny May and Matt Lassiter are first and second place. I recognize that blue card of Matt Lassiter, even though he's got a lot of war wounds on that thing, but it still shows pretty well. Danny May in the signature orange, and I'm not sure who is third place there. It's either Grant Lockwood or Adam Phillips, I believe. It might be Adam Phillips there.
We'll get an update when they come around the scoring loop. Lincoln, what can you learn by watching this race? Is there any tips you can pick up for what might happen for your final?
Well, whenever I try to look at classes above me and classes that are on a full-size chassis, so then I can look and see how they are taking the line, especially up the hill, because that's where I have a lot of my problems, trying to come up the hill and try to keep that momentum, because with that big cart, it's like trying to pull a beluga whale up the hill.
A beluga whale. That's actually what Alyssa said. Same exact thing. She really struggles with turn 2.
All right. By the way, top 5 on the already have 1 lap in the books. Danny May is the leader. Matt Lassiter second. Adam Phillips third. Ian Drennan fourth. And Richard Pearson in 5th. I got a good look at Danny's cart beforehand. He happened to be sitting just outside of Tech. Boy, these LO206s really stripped down. You see just the rear brake on them, that Briggs & Stratton engine, a gas tank, and really not a lot else. So it's pretty Spartan as far as what's on one of these racing cars.
That's exactly right. So their 1, 2, 3 are just starting to pull away a little bit just for a second. But right now it looks like about a 6-cart front pack. They're going to pull away eventually. I believe it's going to be the top 3 with Adam Phillips there in 3rd place. It's really good to see him possibly going to take a podium today, but we got a long way till the end here. But here they go. They're going on that flying back straightaway into turn 9, and they're going to do some deep braking, and Matt Lassiter is just on Danny's tail.
Meanwhile, further back in the field in our Legends division, Frank Baldozier leads Chuck Teasley and Chris Kellett. So they're having their own race within a race. They are about 20 seconds behind the last master. So there's a huge gap. They should be able to settle it amongst themselves.
Absolutely, and I believe that's them coming down the hill there. So the drone's doing a good job of trying to pick them up here.
Now, speaking of Danny May, if you come back and watch this, Danny, you are the mystery driver down. If you go to the lobby, see a mystery driver, and I did guess you.
Oh, it looks like Danny May ran wide and Matt Lassiter got underneath. Now we have Adam Phillips going for the lead here. That's a risky maneuver. You get freight train right here being on the outside, and sure enough, it's going to happen.
Oh, good.
Adam Phillips.
Oh, no.
Too wide through.
Too wide through the kink. They bump. Oh, wow. They bumped a little bit. It's Adam Phillips and Danny May drag race down in the turn 9, and Adam Phillips is going to late break him, but try and do a crossover here. Let's see what happens. Adam Phillips actually manages to stay in 3rd position.
Danny May, you could see right over the rumble strips in the middle of the kink. So for the second time today, we've had drivers tempting fate going side by side in the kink.
Yep.
Lincoln, we saw it in your race where I know one of the drivers ended up wrapped right around the nose of the other cart, ended up pirouetting into the wall. This time, it was you're right, it was Axel Robards. It went hard into the wall. This time, maybe the more experienced driver is able to muscle their way through that kink, but now, smartly, they're in single file formation.
That's correct. Now, let me tell you, that going through the kink there and going over that inside, that inside curb used to be a lot taller. It was a ramp. I mean, you literally would launch in the air. You still kind of do. In a smaller car with a smaller driver, if it catches that front left wheel, it is going to give you steering input. You're going to go flying off the track. So,
and you're making it sound like in Formula One or Formula 3000 when they had those sausage curbs out there.
Yeah.
There's a video of one literally hit the sausage curb and went flying up into the air.
Sure do.
And it doesn't take a lot in these carts. A 2-inch bump is big.
For something that's a half-inch off the ground, that's 3 times the size of the ground clearance on the thing. So it's going to hurt when you hit it. Wow, we got some action there back in 4th and 5th place there. Oh, a spinner. It looks like someone gets spun right there going into turn 16.
That's a dangerous spot there, so he'll have trouble.
Back and forth. It wasn't Grant Lockwood, right? Lockwood almost got caught up in that, and now they've really separated the pack. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. 4th and 5th are probably 5 seconds behind.
That was a dangerous spot. We talk about turn 14 being blind. Drivers will have a difficult time seeing him up front. Matt Lassiter leads Danny May and Adam Phillips. That would be your podium. This is just the pre-final, viewers, so they're going to go 12 laps later today. It only gets better.
That's right, and this is going to be pretty amazing. We're going to see what happens here. Let's look further back in the field here. It's Danny May, and they're running away from Adam right now, but he's going to late break him. See, Adam's really good at that. Look at him suck right back up after they had like a 5-cart lead on him, and Adam Phillips will make that up a little bit. But if he loses the draft, he's in big trouble, so he's got to really do some driving to make that up and just relax and stay on his lines.
So 2 lead 1, and then it's a big gap back to our next pair on track. Matt Lassiter leads Danny May. And it is Adam Phillips, Richard Pearson, and Grant Lockwood just getting into the screenshot before sliding out again. So they have come around to put lap number 6 on the board.
So that's also in 6th place, Austin Gargis. He's a Wilbite Racing team member, and he just came back. He's been off for a number of months, and so he has had no practice. He's got a brand new cart. We've been dialing it in all morning, and so he's making quite a showing here for his first time back in about 5 months.
So Will, you had stepped away and missed some great action early on. We had some carts trying to go side by side through the kink. Danny May and Adam Phillips somehow kept the wheels stuck to the ground and made it work, but there were nervous moments for sure.
Yeah, you don't go too wide in the kink, although I guess they did.
They sure did. Hey, it looked like that drone was about to bump draft Danny May there.
You know, I was talking to Bean earlier. We were getting him set up, ready to go with the trackside interviews, and Danny walked by, and of course he knows Bean, and he was like, "I'm going to talk to you later today."
And we may see it soon as Danny May
Ooh.
took a look to the inside of Matt Lassiter, thought better of it, and it will just fall back in behind.
Not happening.
So now, Al, if it was lap 9, would Danny May maybe have forced that issue?
He would have. He absolutely would have forced that issue. But, again, it's the pre-final. You don't want to bend your cart up. Now, here's another thing that's at stake. We're only a week away from CKNA, which actually starts on Friday. And people are going to be getting their trailers set on Thursday. So do you really want to risk bending your cart up and getting all that stuff done before the CKNA race? Probably not, because this is our first national race coming to Atlanta Motorsports Park. It's a really big show for all the locals here. And so I'm hoping that everybody can keep their cars together, because it'll keep my shop kind of quiet this week.
All right, so drivers, you heard it here first. Al wants a quiet week to prepare for the CKNA event.
Yeah, I might have jinxed myself on that one. But look, we're coming up on some lap traffic here with Danny May and Matt Lassiter. Adam Phillips still holding in 3rd. I think that avoidance maneuver that he had to do has set him out there, but he is not gaining or losing time, it seems like, looking at it by my calibrated eye. And so Grant Lockwood is going to try and bump draft with Ian Drennan there to get up to Adam Phillips, and maybe they can make a run at it. We'll see what happens. It's 6 laps in so far, and we are going to be looking at carts maybe tightening up a little bit, getting into some lap traffic.
I'd say this is going to shake things up at the front with this lap traffic coming up on our leaders.
And is Danny May going to go for it? And, if Danny May's smart, he's going to start racing on the last 2 laps. Just sit behind Matt Lassiter and watch where Matt Lassiter's maybe weak spots are. Matt Lassiter coming up on lap traffic here. He's going to go to the inside here. This guy's going to hopefully let him through and back out of it a little bit. There they go. Yep, he did. He hits the curb, and our lap traffic is by. Danny May might be trying to make a run on Matt Lassiter on the inside. He does an over-under. Matt Lassiter has some power there. He's going to squeeze on him a little bit there in the turn 16, and Matt Lassiter remains in 1st place. Good job, Danny May, but great job, Matt Lassiter. Wilbite Racing, way to go.
And we have got 1 lap to go.
And that's what I mean. He sat there. He started the race there, 2 to go, and now it's 1 to go. We'll see what does Danny May have for Matt Lassiter here on the last lap. Here's Adam Phillips. Danny May going way to the outside. He's going to try a crossover. He doesn't have the draft, and he doesn't have the speed. So the only place he's going to be able to do it here is either turn 16 or he's going to do it in turn 9. So let's see if he tries a slingshot here. They get into a late braking drag race into turn 9.
Looks like he might have caught a little bit of that curb in the kink.
I think he did.
And that might have scrubbed the speed he had for the run.
But Matt Lassiter's got about a cart length in between them, but here comes Danny May. He's going inside, outside. He's trying to get the momentum built up. He's going to try for the crossover. He's to the outside. He's going to try for the crossover. Is Matt going to be defensive? Yes, he is. Now all Danny May can do is try and do a late break and maybe a drag race to the finish here. Let's see if Danny May has anything with that kinetic engine, with the Atlanta Light engine up front. Will Bite Racing's goes for it, and Matt Lassiter wins.
That was close.
Just by about a cart length. Matt Lassiter, your winner. Danny May in second.
Adam Phillips third.
Came around in third. Richard Pearson and Grant Lockwood round out the top 5. Now looking back towards
There's some more side-by-side action at the line.
Our Legends division last time around, Baldozier.
Here they are right here. We got, looks like a battle for first here between Chuck Teasley and Frank Baldozier.
And they're side-by-side for third, right down to the inside. Oh, more contact. So the winner of that, actually, no, that was Ian Drennan. That was 15th, 16th.
So Frank Baldozier did get it at the line.
Okay. Baldozier beat Teasley by 0.132 seconds.
That was them bumping and rubbing there coming through the final turn.
Yes, it was. Now, I got to tell you, Frank's a good driver. He'll race you to the edge, that's for sure. And here we are with LO206 Senior. Look at this field.
Monster class.
And if you look, the carts seem to go back into infinity there. We believe we had 42 drivers sign in for action. I could see Alyssa Vasquez in her familiar pink cart. A host of others will be joining her on the track. They're going to do a 10-lap pre-final. Race fans, if you're enjoying what you're seeing, we're going to do another round right after this for our finals, and we're going to do it all again on a bigger scale next week with the Cup Karts North America National event. But before we can do that, we're going to send it down to Bean Akawala in Victory Lane with our LO206 Master winner. Take it away, Bean.
Yeah, here with Matt. Matt, exciting race. Tell me how you feel.
Oh, feeling great after that, especially after the final last race. Got the cart put back together. She's running good today, feeling good.
Yeah, when you guys were running, coming over here through 5, it looked like Danny was hooked to your back bumper. Did you feel the pressure?
Oh, yeah, I knew Danny was set up to push. I knew if I got in front, we were just going to take off. So
you made for an exciting race, man. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, a couple of words from Matt, the winner of this last race. We'll take it back up to you, John.
Okay, thank you, Bean. And we'll be back with Bean for after the LO206 Senior pre-final. Guys, this is really the highlight race. I know the sprinters are the fastest class on track. We've had a track record, but this is the main event. It has to be.
This might be one of our largest grids we've ever had in a race here at AMP.
I think if we put every SODI card out there, I don't think we could get 42.
I mean, Al, imagine if we were still doing Masters and Seniors together. We'd have about 65 of them out there.
That's right.
Or probably about 70 with the Masters.
Yeah, that would be untenable. That's for sure. We'd have a lot of red flags if we did that.
We have to go put them out on main track. We run out of space back here.
We might need that new cart through or the new course through the center of Dawsonville.
Yes.
Oh, that was the best April Fool's joke. Let me tell you, that was great. A lot of people fell for it.
Yeah.
My phone started ringing off the hook. Have you heard anything about this? And I was like, you got to be kidding me. There's no way.
My only comment was, are they going to run it with cars out there?
That would add a level of harken back to the old days.
Yes. Degree of difficulty out there. Now, earlier we had mentioned that the courthouse around which that faux course was built, the courthouse is on the National Register of Historic Places. Another building in Dawsonville that is the old police station, and that is located right by the square on State Road 53. You can drive by it. It's a law office now, but when you go by, you see the first floor and you realize that there's bars on the windows.
Yes.
And Dawsonville's not that kind of city where you'd have bars on the windows nowadays. But and you look at it and it's like, okay, it has the placard on the front. That was the old police station. So I guess if they, back in the late 1800s, they brought someone down to the police station, the next day they'd literally walk them across the street to the courthouse. Now, I don't know where the police station is. The courthouse is a building.
It's just behind it. It's that big courthouse.
I thought, well, that's the courthouse. Yeah. I don't know where the police station is.
It's behind it.
It's right behind that as well. The courthouse the new courthouse is enormous, but the old historic courthouse is definitely one of those. It's emblematic of Georgia to have a courthouse at the center of the county with a rotary built around it. All right, enough about National Historic Places. The history is now for our LO206 Senior Division, upwards of 40 karts trying to get their way onto the track, get their tires warmed up, and
this is going to be the race.
we're going to see if they make it through turn number 1.
Yes, I'm expecting some 4, 5, maybe 6 wide action here on this race start. I expect them to be coast to coast, inside to outside. This is going to be a fun race to watch.
In the words of the late Ken Squire, we may very well see an Oklahoma land rush down into
so
turn
I'll tell
number
you
1.
what's going to happen here is we're not going to get a start on the first one because we've got karts just going down into turn 2, and now we have people coming out of turn 9. So they're gridding up, but I don't know if we're going to be able to get a start.
They're going to have to definitely woe it down if we're going to get all 40 of these karts together.
Well, you know all about whoa, whoa, whoa there, buddy.
One of the best calls I have made up here in the booth was watching you go right into that wall at about 50 miles an hour.
Yeah.
41 racers have taken to the track. We've gotten the official word. You can still see the field trying to get all caught
Look
up.
at that. This is just going to be a preview of what we're going to have next week.
Every class will be
in
like
every
this
class.
next
That's
week.
right. So in Charlotte, the CKNA, they did a lot of really neat stuff. They really did. They did a lot of really neat stuff. We had 50 in every single class except for one, and they had to do basically an elimination round because there were over 130 entries for senior light and things like that. We had 530 overall at Charlotte.
You know, I think down at Lamar County Speedway this weekend they're having the Vintage Nationals down there, and we'll see if they get a start here. This is reminiscent of those pictures on the wall at Lamar County Speedway. Green flag is out. Let's give it a go.
Underway. Look at that. The entire front straightaway filled with karts.
Yeah.
Forget snaking. It's a python down the front
Oh,
straightaway.
there's some contact there. Knocked someone off.
He just showed him the way to heaven.
Yeah, he did. Sure did. Or the universal sign of peace. But let's take a look at the first 4 there. This is really opened up. Look at these cars.
Never ending.
Oh, a spinner. Number 4 there.
Only one at the back. They single file through the kink and then immediately get 2
They
wide
are
again.
still 2x2 going down the back straightaway. Look at this. 3 wide into 9.
That can't work.
Something's got to give.
Oh,
Look
it
at
sure
all
does.
these karts on track.
This is amazing.
So a stampede, a thundering herd on track here at AMP, and we got about 9.5 more laps to go here in this pre-final.
And that pack making their way through 14 into the final 2 turns. We're going to put lap number 1 in the books here. Our largest race ever at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Check it out.
Owen Lloyd, your lap 1 leader. I believe he picked up the win a few weeks ago. Kenner Brown second, Nick Laferdo third, Ryan Curtin fourth, and Christopher McKeithen running in 5th. They're going to head up the hill. It's going to be hard to get single file everywhere. We're seeing 2 wide action at least somewhere in this pack as the leaders have gotten strung out by our vantage point.
They sure have. I mean, it's literally coming out of turn 2. The rest of the front 2 are going through the kink. That is a huge field, folks.
And one of the karts we can easily make out from up here, that pink kart of Alyssa Vasquez. Don't forget about her. She is back currently in 7th position at the head of that first mid-pack right there.
One guy cuts right through. Now, is there a penalty?
That is, yeah, you can't take Rainbow Road that way.
Okay. Well, how will they deal with that? Does he have to give up his position?
He has to, yeah, he has to yield anything he gained. Or race control will do it for him.
They'll probably be a lot more stern with their call. So lap number 2 on the board. Owen Lloyd still leads Kenner Brown, Nick Laferdo, Ryan Curtin, and then William Lessig moving up into 5th. Will, you had mentioned Alyssa Vasquez. She's currently scored in 7th. She ran down at Lamar County Speedway last week, and I was asking her where it seemed like she was fiddling with the carburetor. She thought she had throttle issues. Turned out it was a toe issue, so the handling was something wasn't straight, was causing her a lot of problems. So these drivers can make limited adjustments under speed, but they don't have a lot of time, especially when you're with 40 of your friends out there right now, or frenemies maybe now.
Frenemies, right. That's exactly right. Well, really the frenemies show up on the second to the last lap when you really should start racing in 206. Right now it's co-opetition. You're really trying just to break away. And right now is 6 karts that are just nose to tail. Now let's talk about these 6 karts for a minute. We got a lot of side-by-side here, people running a little bit wide and guys diving up underneath. This is where you can just get freight trained. But one of these guys came off the outside there. You see all that momentum that he picked up. Now they're still side-by-side through turn 1. They're going to go down.
He fended off the charge.
Sure did.
So Kenna Brown holds on for now.
Oh, he's
Now
still side-by-side.
These guys are nationally ranked, the first 2 here. Owen Lloyd, they were up in Charlotte, did incredibly well. They are CKNA regulars. They actually came out here just to practice. So it's going to be really interesting to see how these guys run. They're just top-level drivers through and through.
And look at there, you get a good vantage point of how far down the hill those drivers dive when they come past our vantage point down to the kink. So once again, Owen Lloyd in the lead. And Al, as you had said, drivers using this final week to get a little more seat time before our CKNA event. I'm John Matthews, joined by Will Rigdon. We do have Al Edwards in the booth for a little while with Bean Akawala reporting from Pit Road. You're enjoying the LO206 Senior pre-final here at AMP.
Right now, your field is making their way past the start-finish line. 4 laps down, 6 to go. We were almost at halfway. They will get the halfway next time by as the field goes barreling down turn 2 and right back up the hill. A little bit of shuffling going on back there for the 5th and 6th position.
Now,
they're still side-by-side.
Al, last year Alyssa ran in the juniors.
Yes.
This year she stepped up to seniors, which is already it just gets more intense when you go from junior to senior. How awesome is it to see her
here she goes on the inside right now. Look at that, making a move.
Yes, she is.
She's going to get 2 for 1. And
she's going to stick it. Way to go, Alyssa. Now, repeat that question again.
How difficult is it to make that jump from junior to senior and to see her in there sort of on an even footing with the rest of the field?
Well, she's side-by-side with Danny May right now. Is a hard charger. She's just got freight trained 3 positions. Now, and again, this is exactly it. There's not only her step up. It's a very difficult transition, as she said, because of the weight. She's used to riding a kart that's significantly lighter. But also, she's running a completely new kart coming out of Robert's Kart Shop in Lovejoy, Georgia. They've built a European specification type chassis, and I believe she's on the prototype, and she is trying to figure out a new chassis too. Bruce says her dad says that they got a lot of it figured out in the past couple of weeks, and so it seems to be running quite well.
She had dropped 2 spots in all that action. Looked like she went up to 6th and fell back to 9th, all in the span of 1 lap. Up front, Owen Lloyd continues to lead as our top 3 starting to form some daylight there.
Yeah, and Ryan Curtin, our hometown local here from Atlanta, Georgia, he lives right near Georgia Tech, and he is in 3rd position. And he actually could put a challenge here. He's got something for these guys.
So it's our top 3, then a gap back to 4th and 5th, and then another gap back to 6th on through about 12th. They put 6 laps into the books. They'll have 4 more this time. They're going to get 12 laps when they come out for the final later in the afternoon. Coming up after this, the shifter karts, the apex predators of the karting world will be on track, but this is this thundering herd as they sweep by our vantage point once more. Maybe thought Laferdo was thinking about a move past Lloyd, but for right now he's going to ride in the tire tracks in 2nd place.
This is where Nick Laferdo lives and eats, is behind another driver waiting for his weak points to come to pass. Nick is going to make a move, but I think what Nick's going to do right now is just lay back and wait till the 2nd to the last lap to start racing Owen Lloyd, because there's Ryan Curtin right there behind him. And if they start really racing hard, well, then Ryan Curtin's going to take advantage of any kind of bumping or any kind of mishaps that might happen there. So, but they're starting to pull away. They're working together, and they're starting to pull away from Ryan Curtin a little bit.
These drivers are putting in just about 60-second lap times. We haven't had anyone down into the 59-second range. Quickest overall in this race, William Lessig on lap 2 had a lap of 60.58 seconds. Will, that's a wonderful sound as they rumble past us. I wish we could have put all 40 into the building and started them. We don't start them in the building now with the new staging
they wouldn't
lanes.
fit. That's the problem. They literally wouldn't fit. I mean, I think we can get 36 into the building itself.
Here you get a view of our leaders. The top 2 have broken away. So Curtin has kind of come unhitched from the lead duo, and
He
now
sure
he's
has.
getting pressured by Christopher McKeithen.
Yeah, there's only 1/100th of a second between first and second, and almost 7/10 of a second between
Whoa.
first and third. Look at that.
Going way out beyond the curbing there. That's your rider who is in 4th place. So Curtin lost a spot there, going way wide off of 16.
Yeah, he's going to have to do the best he can just to hang on, make sure he can at least stay on that second row for the start of the final race.
Yes.
For the size of this field so far, this has been a very clean race out there. Don't want to jinx it, but the LO206 juniors had lots of intrigue. This is just lots of good racing, and you're seeing the best battle here. Owen Lloyd out front, followed by Nick Laferdo, who is in 2nd.
And we should see some moves starting to be made because there is less than 2 laps to go. They will get the white flag this next time by, as we are watching your leaders going through turns 13 into 14.
Laferdo with that solid black helmet just seems like Darth Vader bearing down on our leader, Owen Lloyd.
He's gonna. I'd say he's gonna make it this lap. He's gonna look to make the move. He has to.
He sure does. Okay, the white flag is out. We're on the final lap for LO206 senior. Nick Laferdo hot on the heels of Owen Lloyd.
Oh,
and
is
goes
he
to
gonna
the
do it
inside.
in
He's
two?
going to make a pass.
Oh!
And that's Nick Laferdo. He is so good at
Is
that.
he gonna
but Owen
have the
Lloyd,
momentum though?
Nope.
He's in position.
He
Can he
might.
do it? He needs to keep that fender.
No, not going to happen. And see,
Crossover.
that's the problem. He lost too much as he overshot, and he did overshoot. And Owen Lloyd was able to just drive smooth through there. You see, look how much it cost him, but he's going to come back up in the draft here. And let's see if he has anything for Owen Lloyd, either in David's Bend or turn 16. Let's see what happens. That was a good try, Nick.
So Laferdo led for about 1 corner here at Amp. Owen Lloyd swept back by on the outside of turn 3. Let's see what they have the final
And here
few
comes
turns.
he
Nick
looks to the
Laferdo to the inside of Owen. He's going for it. He's going to make it.
And he's gonna push him wide.
And
Can he?
Owen Lloyd is going to just give him a little tap there from this end. And Nick Laferdo just overbrakes a little bit. You saw him go sideways, and he's second place. But, hey, that's respectable against Owen Lloyd. Two nationally ranked drivers there going at it, so way to go.
I think he got a little too excited when he got around him.
Yeah, He
And he was trying to close the door. I think he was too busy looking at that rear quarter trying to close it and just missed his break.
So that is your pre-final.
And Ryan
for
Curtin got third
LO206.
back. Way
Look
to
at
go.
them still battling in the field.
Oh,
coming
absolutely.
Down 3 wide
You're going
to
to be
the
battling
finish.
for the next 15 minutes.
Your top 5, Owen Lloyd was your winner. Nick Laferdo came home in 2nd. Ryan Curtin, Christopher McKeithen, and Kenner Brown rounded out your top 5, 6 through 10.
Look at this replay here. He literally physically touches him right there. Bang, bang. And just, you see,
is sideways. He
sideways
was
there.
He was dirt tracking on the entry.
Yeah,
turn
good
16.
save there, Nick. That was great.
Here's a little higher up view. You can see the contact, maybe a little touch of blocking. And Laferdo, wow, about 30 degrees stepping out on the rear.
Sure
of
did.
that
Wow,
car.
that was a good save there, Nick, and not to have the other guys kind of run by you. That's really great.
6th through 10th in that race, William Lessig, Ronnie Cleese, Richard Pearson, Michael Gay, and Max Trammell. So once again, that sets up the
This is what I was
grid.
curious is how they were going to handle that whole grid coming onto the scales.
Yeah, as you said, normally when you have 10 carts, they can all fit, but now there's a conga line of sorts.
It's like trying to check your bag at the airport.
Yeah, well, Atlanta Airport is the world's busiest, or at least the nation's busiest commercial airport. But you're right, sitting on the hill, they might stall out and have problems. This will delay the shifter cart race just a little bit.
Yep.
Now, the one driver we'll be watching for and following and cheering for in shifter, our own CEO, Jeremy.
Jeremy Porter.
Yes, we actually have our membership director and our CEO racing in this one. So Sean Hayes and Jeremy Porter.
But see, it was 2 weeks ago that Lucas jumped into an LO206. Jeremy's going basically right into the F1 of the car.
Well, he's raced before.
He has.
He has,
And
okay.
so here's the thing about that is I'm not at all surprised because when Billy Musgrave, who's one of the best in the country in shifter, comes out to race at our track for the second time for the second race, you got to race with him, at least so you can say you did it.
Yeah.
So, big welcome from Billy Musgrave all the way from California out here with the factory cart. He owns factory cart. He's a great guy. He's
and
working
now with the
Oz
track
Sheik.
record, too. The
And
overall track
he has
record.
the overall track record. That was held by Angus Hunt, and we are going down to the interview with Owen Lloyd, first place LO206 senior. Take it away.
That's right, Owen Lloyd coming in with an exciting race. Tell us about the last couple of laps.
It was a very clean race, just excited to get there in the front, and Nick drove me very clean. It was just overall good race.
Yeah, Laferdo made a couple of coast passes on you. Tell me how you handled it.
I didn't block, so I tried to give him the inside, and he raced me clean. I raced him clean, so.
Good clean race and a good clean win, man. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, John, take it back up to you.
All right, thank you, Bean. Well, now we see our shifter carts getting staged up. As we've said, these are the apex predators, the Formula One of the karting world.
And you're looking right there at Jeremy Porter and Sean Hayes sitting there.
Jeremy is in the blue driving suit, and Sean would be in the 414 cart. So these shifter carts they are, I imagine, 125 cc. They have that radiator, so they're a water-cooled engine, roughly 30 horsepower, but they're mated with a sequential shifter, and I believe it's a 6-speed transmission. Like a motorcycle, the clutch is operated with the left hand. The right hand operates the shifter. If they pull the lever towards them, that goes up to a higher gear. If they push it away from them, that is how they downshift into a lower gear to help slow down for the corners. They have ludicrous acceleration.
Yes.
They'll start and be 0 to 50 in just a couple of seconds. And the uphill, where we have seen classes lugging up that uphill, these guys will just downshift a couple times and throttle up and just zoom right up that hill as if it is flat ground. So as you said, Will, we've had a record in qualifying down in the 47-second range. We'll see what happens in this pre-final. These machines, remember, was it last week we had a guy in the shifter carts where he went off David's Bend 3 weeks ago. I don't know if he missed the corner or something broke on the cart. Things happen exceedingly quick in the shifters. And now you can see a lot of those drivers, I'm going to say the tires look white. Maybe they've picked up some paint.
Yeah, they probably picked some up that chalk line that they laid down for the for the two sides of the grid.
And they'll want to scrub that off when they get onto the track so that they have maximum grip. These shifters use the softest tires out there. I believe the color is called red. It's the red color that's out there. They need that grip in every corner because when they downshift in the corners and stomp on the gas, they have so much more torque coming to the rear tires than the other classes will. They need a soft tire that really sticks to the pavement. So, Will, I'm not going to say your appraisal at the annual review is on the line, but who are you pulling for in this race between Jeremy and Sean back there?
I mean, I got to pull a little bit for Jeremy. It's, Sean raced a couple weeks ago, so I would say I don't want to call either one of them an underdog because they probably have similar experience in these karts. But I know it's been a while for Jeremy Porter since he has been racing. I know he drives his kart every now and then. I know he was back out earlier this week getting ready, getting some laps in, but it has definitely been some time since he has been out racing in this kart. So going to be interesting to see because especially if, when you race your boss, I'd be curious to see what Sean does.
The staff meeting Monday morning might be a little interesting.
I think his only option is to just nail that race start, get in front of him, and don't let him around. Because you don't want to be racing the boss trying to get around him.
Yeah, that is true. So 10 laps is the distance. You can see those plumes of smoke coming up. These are two-stroke engines. Shifters, much like the kid kart, will use a standing start. That's the only time where they'll use the clutch. They'll pull it in, make sure they're in first gear, and when that green light or the green flag goes up in the air, they'll drop the clutch and off they will go. You can really see some drivers
and
get
they'll
pole
definitely
shots.
take advantage of that F1 starting light up there. So it'll go red, wait, and then it'll go green. So that'll be how they start them. And they'll probably still do a full warm-up lap like they normally do. I don't think they're just going to roll out and go right on the grid with full tires.
That would be that'd be
interesting to watch for race one, for the lap one.
Be like seeing Atlanta drivers in the snow. That might be out there. But no, they'll get a full lap to get the tires cleaned off, get them warmed up a little bit, and they will be off and running. 10 laps goes mighty quick for these shifter carts once they do get up to. Well, just another great day here for racing. Low 60s, the current temperature. You see a few high, thin clouds filtering in and a little bit of a breeze. But other than that, a It's warmed up about
Yes.
30 degrees from this morning.
It is a lot warmer than it was when I rolled up this morning. But I know the drivers are enjoying us. Probably how Billy was able to get that track record during qualifying, those cool temps, probably ideal circumstances. Cold enough to get that good power out of the engine, but not warm enough where it's too greasy.
All right, we've just been informed that the senior leadership here at the track's talking some trash about how Jeremy's doing out there on track.
Lucas, 4th place. I mean, the gentleman himself gave away a podium spot in his first ever race in the kart, so that is the bar, 4th place. We're going to have to see if Jeremy or Sean can make it up there and have a better finish than Lucas. And so right now they are letting those shifter carts on track. Going to get some warm up.
I think we have about 10 that are registered today, although one's having a little problem. And you see that?
Trying to find the right gear.
Yeah, it must have been, or it popped into neutral. Because you saw that plume of smoke, you knew that the engine was working there. Neutral is slotted between first and second gear, again, much like a motorcycle engine. They can run these cars, if you can get it in neutral, you can let the clutch out and it'll just kind of, freewheel. The wheels won't be turning. Otherwise, you're trying to get into first, or then from there you're going to slam it up into second. One question I don't know, Will, they'll use 6th gear down the back straightaway briefly. I don't know if they use 1st gear. That's just for the start.
I would think just getting off the line.
They're coming to a stop here, so they're just going to get one lap. As we said before, a little bit longer of a lap, Will, where in the past they've come out, turn 5.
Yeah,
down
they're
through
already
the kink.
only getting about a 3/4 of a lap, whereas now they get the full lap.
Then they'll head into staging, so they will do a standing start, much like you see in
And
Formula One.
There is CEO Jeremy Porter.
No pressure.
No pressure.
You see that flashing red light ahead, so this will be like Formula One. The marshal just going and getting each cart lined up into the correct stall. Sometimes the drivers can do it themselves, just put it in neutral and wheel the tire back. And then once that happens, you'll see those 5 flashing red lights will at some point go off and then turn green.
And they want this space because without it, if somebody misses the shift in front of you, you need room to go around them.
Right, or if they stall it on the initial start.
And they're getting the ready to go, and looks like they're about to hit it.
The marshal get off the course. Hunter Halsey steps out of the
lights
way. The lights
are
are
out.
off. And the plumes of smoke come up. You see the red lights building. Green is out, and look at him zipping
underway. And look at that, Jeremy Porter getting the whole shot on Sean Hayes. We are already off to a good race here in the back. And there it goes. Looks like 4th place getting the move on 3rd right now. And man, these guys are already off to a blistering pace.
Yeah, you hear them scream past our vantage point.
And that is Billy Musgraves up front. Set the record in qualifying.
Zach Frank, another driver to look for. He's won some races in shifter with us in the past as the drivers work their way already through the S's, and they're headed back our way up towards turn 14.
And we're going to have to get this running order as they make their way past the stripe. But I believe that is Billy Musgraves all the way up front and Zach Frank just behind him. So we're going to have to see as they cross the stripe.
It was
Jake Fetter.
Jake Fetter was running in 2nd. Jacob Hughes 3rd, Oz Cheek 4th, and Mitchell Lowry running in
Oh, it looks
5th.
like Frank never made it to grid. He must have had some trouble.
And the battle we'll be watching, Sean Hayes running in 7th. Jeremy Porter scored in 8th. Just a 1/4 of a second between them. You can see them on the bottom of the screen. So there's a race out front, and there's a match race between the employees further in the field.
And right now we are following the 2 closest battles on track. And it looks like the battle for 4th and 5th, or the battle for 3rd and 4th, 5th and 6th.
So that's Jacob Hughes and Oz Cheek, that lead pairing. So Hughes has that off pink color on the front of his nose cone. Cheek in a more red cart behind him. And then a good battle for 5th and 6th. Little touch and go for a moment, but it looks like Eric Hoy just fell in behind Mitchell Lowry.
And it looks like that gap between Jeremy Porter and Sean Hayes is already opening up a little bit right now. About a 1.5 seconds between the 2 of them. As right now we're watching the battle for 3rd and 4th and 5th and 6th right now on your screen as they make their way through the kink and down the back straightaway. And that looked like Eric Hugh looking briefly to the outside, trying to get around Lowry, but thought better of it and tucked it back in.
The windows close so quick here in the shifter cart because it's right before they hit the brakes towards turn 9. That's where they're hitting top speed, upwards of 90 miles an hour. Out front, Billy Musgrave is a 1.6 second gap over Jake Fetter, and he has the quick time 48.060 seconds.
He is already honing in.
In race trim, there we see a battle for third. Oz Cheek dive bombs to the inside of Jacob Hughes. He secures third place as he was applying some pressure to Hughes for a couple laps. Now he's able to move by Oz Cheek, one of the names we've called in several times, and we saw the drone was zooming in on them earlier in our broadcast.
And he is your current third-place driver right now, leading that mid-pack through turn 9 into the S's as they make their way towards our cameraman out there, Cowboy Cam. Around 13 up the hill into that big blind sweeper 14.
How to get the name Cowboy Cam?
I don't know. We just called it Cowboy Cam because Ethan's a cowboy. He's always out there wielding it.
I don't know if it's because they're out on a wagon out there or something.
I think it's just because we abandoned them out there in the in the untamed West.
Desperado Cam out there. Third through sixth on your screen right there. Just for one moment, you could see Billy Musgrave already sweeping down through the kink. So he's got a big advantage over this battle, and already they get stretched out on the straightaway. Watch, there you see Musgrave's already through the S's and headed back towards turn 13.
And really the battle behind them for 5th and 6th is the one that's getting real hot right now. Hugh, last 2 times he's looked coming into 9, hasn't committed yet, but it's only a matter of time. He is trying to reel in Mitchell Lowry right now.
Billy Musgrave's been getting faster every lap. His 5th lap is new quick, 47.723 seconds. And Will, this is in race trim as we're already halfway.
Yeah, he is shaving those seconds on. Maybe as the fuel's evaporating through the, going out of the tank, he's just getting less and less weight each time. And that's just helping him tick off a 1/10 of a second.
Could happen. The tires get up to an ideal operating temperature for more grip in the corners. Something that you may see as you watch closely, the way these drivers carve the corner. And there we go. CEO of AMP, Jeremy Porter, out on track. I can't talk too much trash because I couldn't do any better. I'll just say that, Will. I'll leave the trash talking to you. But
whoa. Sending it wide.
Usually you see these shifter carts almost loose on corner entry. They want to corner early so they can square up to the next straightaway and get the back on the gas, get all that torque from the engine before they have to upshift again. So you'll see them, it doesn't look smooth, but it is fast. So by turning early, you're loose into the corner, but then you're quicker onto the gas. Well, we appreciate those of you that are joining us on Kart Chaser this afternoon. We'll be back next weekend with a big doubleheader, Cup Karts North America. We'll be broadcasting on Saturday and Sunday. Don't know who we'll have in the booth on Saturday. I know I will be here on Sunday. We'll see how the rest of the weekend shakes out. But it's a great view in the background there of the main track as we're seeing like Mitchell Lowry coming around in 6th. So some gaps starting to form between 3rd and 6th place.
And that is easy to happen here in these shifter carts. There is so much you have to do every single turn between the shifting, keeping the cart positioned right. These carts have the front brakes on them, so the handling characteristics are even different versus all the other carts. And so there's so much room for error that if you don't hit all your marks just right, you're losing spots. You're losing position.
Well, not just that they have front and rear brakes, they can actually adjust the percentage that goes to the front and back. There's not a dial, but they can just kind of reach down and turn a knob if they decide they want more front brake or more rear brake as the cart.
And that definitely helps pitch and rotate these carts as they're trying to make their way through the turns.
I still can't get by that to shift, they'll take their right hand off the steering wheel to briefly operate the shifter. And I'm thinking I'd want 2 hands glued to the steering wheel. So to take a perfectly good hand off the steering wheel and to reach down and do something else is mind-boggling.
We are already 2 laps to go. This race just going by so quickly. These are the fastest. This is the fastest division we run here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Yeah, they're about a about 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds quicker than what we saw in our tag senior division.
And just the way these things accelerate, visually they are much quicker.
I can only imagine the physicality it requires from the drivers. I know one of our drivers 3 weeks ago said he just felt exhausted late in the race because the G-forces, not just laterally when you corner, but now you add forward and back G-forces. Your body is just getting assaulted from every angle at every corner as the white flag flies in the air.
And Billy Musgrave and Jake Fetter have already taken the white flag. Right now we're watching the battle between Oz Cheek and Jacob Hughes for third, fourth, and then Eric Huey in fifth.
Eric made a late stab there into turn number 2, was not able to close, but there he is right close to the rear bumper. Will, you said these cars handle so differently. I imagine that also means you have to pass differently or time your passes as far as where you might pass differently. Right there, a late dive into 9, but he holds back. So Eric gives way to Jacob Hughes.
Thought about it, but not able to capitalize or make anything out of it, and I think that's probably going to put the cap on this one, as that's Jake Fetter just took the checkered flag.
Billy Musgrave already in the clubhouse. So
he's probably already set up for the post-race interview. He's
Oz
so far ahead.
Oz Cheek in third, Jacob Hughes fourth, and Eric Hugh rounds out your top 5. Musgrave won by 7.7 seconds.
Now the most important stat here, we got to see what the gap is between Sean Hayes and Jeremy Porter as they make their way around.
I believe the next car come around should be Hayes. There goes Hayes flashing on the right side of your screen. And about 6 seconds in arrears is where Porter should be. There comes Porter sweeping off 17 for the final time. So early bragging rights at the next AMP staff meeting go to Sean Hayes, finishing 7th in that race. Jeremy Porter came home in 8th. Already we see our next group of karts staging up. That is our LO 206 Junior Division. We're getting ready for finals, and this time instead of 10 laps, we'll get 12 laps. So you at home will get to savor 20% more distance in these races. And if the LO 206 Junior race final can top the pre-final, they are going to be putting on a show out there.
And that almost feels like a year ago.
It does.
That was so long ago we ran them, man. We had such a long program today, and we're just now hitting halfway, folks.
Yeah, and we had Lincoln up here earlier. He was in Days of Thunder-like fashion eating ice cream up here, preparing for his final.
And we are waiting for them to get the shifters through tech right now. I think we'll be able to go down to our post-race interview. Yep, and it looks like we've got Bean Akawala down there with your Race 1 winner, Billy Musgraves. Bean, take it away.
Yeah, here with Billy with a commanding almost 8-second lead. How do you feel?
I feel great. I'm just happy to be here. Got a little tease last month, so pulled the trigger and came back out this month to put some more laps in and just honestly just have some fun.
Yeah, well, you're definitely having a lot of fun. How do you feel about getting the track record here in shifter, 47.1?
It's a little bittersweet because, you know, in my old age, I tend to leave a little bit out on the track, little mistakes here and there. So it's a shame I left a little bit on the table. I think we could do probably a 46.7 or 8, to be honest, if we nailed everything. But it's still awesome. I mean, the whole track record for another American-made go-kart, another one on the checklist is pretty awesome. So I think we'll keep trying a couple more times this year to see if we can beat it even more.
Yeah, a couple more times. Hopefully we'll see you in the 46s, man. Congratulations on your win.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
A couple of words from our leading man, Billy. We'll take it back up to you, John.
All right. Thank you, Bean. Once again, that was Billy Musgrave, the winner of our shifter pre-final.
He's the winner and the overall lap record holder here at AMP Kart Racing.
And you know what? Winning must be a wonderful elixir because he seemed so refreshed standing there in victory lane. How about him thinking that we could see a 46.7 or a 46.8? We need the board above the TV in here that says ludicrous speed on it.
That would be awesome.
He might be going to Plaid next week. There you see some of the drivers just chatting about their race experience, waiting for tech in our shifter kart division. You can see the radiator on the left side of those karts, all the bells and whistles, as these are the most mechanically complex karts. They're the most mechanically complex karts in the sport. Quite a step up from the Sodi karts that are right behind them. We love our new rental karts. Race fans, if you're in the Atlanta area and would love a chance to drive on this kart track, you can do that with our Arrive and Drive karting. Those Sodis go upwards of 55 miles an hour. You can get out there and get a segment. Will, what would they need to do to book a time and make their way here?
All you got to do to get in one of these public rental karts is just make your way over to ampkartracing.com, sign up for a slot. You can buy them in 1, 3, 5, or 10 packs. Come out, get your racing fix. Although 10 sessions, that's a lot for one day. That's leave that one to the teenagers.
Well, if you're doing 10, you might want to look into the kart classes that we have here, which usually I think are Monday mornings. We have the adult karting classes, and earlier you had mentioned the junior karting experience as well. So I know you've teased me a couple times. They're like, we got to get you out for one of our kart classes, but really shows that if you want to be fast, it's more than just getting on the track and practicing, which is important, but you have to do some of that classroom work to develop the racecraft.
Yes, and you can get that start here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We've got schools for pretty much ages 5 and up. Get started in race and come out here. Whether you want to get started out at the go-kart track or just go right, head first into the big track. We got a little bit of everything. And heck, if racing isn't even your forte and you just want to be a better driver, we've got teen driving programs. We've got adult driving programs. You can just go take your mom's minivan out there on the skid pad, and you can learn a thing or two out there.
Yeah, they have the skid pad as well as the teen driving, defensive driving, or if you just really want to drive in a mean way, we occasionally have the Bobby Orr Stunt School over there as well. I haven't seen where those cars are on the property, but they seem to have a fleet of Ford Focuses over there, and that would be the way if you want to get into stunt driving, if you want to be a professional driver on a closed course or maybe be in the movies, the Bobby Orr Stunt Driving
Well, and that really gained popularity when the film industry moved up here and opened up the opportunity for him to start doing a lot more schools. When they were doing the casting for the last Bad Boys movie, they actually did their stunt driver casting up here. They had about 300 people come up here and audition to be stunt drivers for that film.
A lot of movies filmed in the Georgia area. I'm trying to think, going back to the early 2010 time frame, the remake of the movie Footloose. The Walking Dead, one of those filmed down on the south side of the city. Cobra Kai, a Netflix TV show, was filmed in this area. Ozark had scenes filmed down at Dixie Speedway. That's where I'll be a little later tonight. Champion was another movie filmed there, as well as scenes from several other movies. So it's pretty common that you'll hear about filming of different
Smokey and the Bandit?
Down
there at Lakewood Fairgrounds?
Going back to the 70s. Although they filmed a section of a scene or several scenes in Smokey and the Bandit on 400 before the highway ever opened. It was a closed highway. So enough jibber-jabber about movies. We have our own live-action movie here, our LO 206 Junior Final. They're going to race 12 laps. I believe Luke Corman was the winner earlier, so he gets to start on that coveted pole position. You see him on the number 8 kart down on the inside, and they're stacked up 2 by 2 behind him. Let's see if we'll get a clean start on the first attempt.
And they have got those karts woed down as they're making their way onto the front straightaway. And we get the green.
Green flag is out. We're underway with finals racing action here in round 2 of the AMP Championship Series. Kart's already out beyond the curbs there.
3 wide coming out of turn 1. Look at that. One karter getting a little sideways. Wow.
Mowing the lawn down there up the hill from turn 2. One driver to watch, Lincoln Massey, starting at the back as well. If he's out there, Axel Robards.
Yeah, he's already up to 9th position.
Axel Robards took that wild spin through the kink earlier. I think that's Lincoln right there on screen, just moving, making one pass.
He is cutting through the field right now. So definitely watch him. Hard charger coming up from the back.
So the cream is already rising to the top here. Let's see, will he have enough time?
He had to ride the trolley off track during the pre-final. Hopefully he can ride the kart itself into victory lane here as we're watching him work his way up the field.
What a story that would be. We're going to get an update on timing and scoring when they complete their first lap here. I believe that is Luke Corman out front. No, it's Meyer Lewis.
Yeah, Lewis actually got the jump on him on the race start.
Okay. Javier Soto's in second, Talon Laney third, Luke Corman fourth, and Oliver Nabert running in fifth. Nabert in that red suit you can see as they're side by side for third and fourth working up the hill. Looks like one cart had a problem.
Whoa!
One going off.
2 off into the.
I think that's Talon Laney that went off turn 4. You're right. There's a second cart. So action aplenty here in turn 4, and there's one cart stuck at the bottom of turn 2. Will, they're trying it. They're trying to outdo the drama from their pre-final.
And that'll be 2 spots that Lincoln Massey gets back right there. So we're going to need to see as they come around.
Here's the replay. Seemed pretty clean up the hill, although one cart spun on the left side, and that sent a couple others spinning. So that was just the beginning of the action. And then here, 2 carts, one's already backwards. Ooh, making heavy contact with the tire barrier. You can see his head snap backwards. Out front, Meyer Lewis leads Javier Soto distance about 1 cart length as Soto pushes Lewis down into turn number 2.
They are definitely getting the lead over third place Oliver Nagbert right now, so they definitely need to work together, try and extend that lead a little bit more before they start duking it out, because if they're not careful, Nybert and Massey both will probably come up behind them.
Well, at this point, they're just looking to run away and hide. We'll see if the entente holds or if they'll start battling too much. For right now, Soto just stays behind Lewis. 2 laps into this race. It's 2.2 seconds from Soto back to third place Neighbor. But now you can see 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. And then this is somewhat of a numbers thing. 4 carts should be faster than 2 carts.
And we'll have to see with these LO206s. They can definitely get together and get drafting. So we'll need to see if they're going to be able to make anything happen here. These races are 2 laps longer than in the pre-final, so a little bit more distance to make things happen. As right now we are 3 laps in, so still plenty of racing left to go.
And for right now, 3rd through 6th, content to just ride. Although just as I say that, we see Cohen Walsh move up the inside of Lincoln Massey. That group of 4 would be quicker if they just stayed nose to tail, but if they start battling, that will let our leaders get even further ahead. And right now we see Neighbor almost starting to drift away from 4th, 5th, and 6th.
I don't expect that to last too long, because he definitely has Lincoln Massey hot on his tail right now.
Well, last time around it was 2.2 seconds from 2nd to 3rd. Now it's 2.6, so that would say our lead duo is pulling away. They pull away enough, they'll be able to fight it out over the last couple laps. That's not what this quartet wants. So they've even broken up into a couple of pairs.
And we'll see if that holds or not as they make their way through the final turn onto the front straightaway, as we are watching that battle for 3rd and 4th position right now.
The gap from 2nd to 3rd is now 2.8 seconds, so it's going the wrong way for this group here on track.
And I know Lincoln probably wants everything to get around Soto so he can start making some ground, or around Nybert so he can start making ground on Soto. But I don't think Nybert's going to let him get around, at least not easily.
Well, we're seeing a battle there for 5th as Scotty Arnold looks down to the inside of Cohen Walsh. He's able to make the pass. Will there be a crossover? A late stab there from Walsh.
He's going to be out of position.
He had to make it. So you could see that Arnold got to the outside and had to give way again. But now look at the gap that's open. Just a couple of corners in passing. And suddenly what was a 4-car group is now a 2-car group. Lincoln Massey urging Neighbor forward.
And that's what happens when you start battling in these LO206 cars. They're all about momentum. So you know, when you battle, you're inevitably going to make more mistakes. And look at this.
They're still swapping in positions back there in 5th and 6th, coming to the line. That time around, Cohen Walsh still holding off Scotty Arnold. Meanwhile, up front, Meyer Lewis maybe just opening a little bit of daylight over Javier Soto. They're going to head back down through the kink. And that time around, 2.7 seconds the distance back to 3rd. So, it's stabilized. Maybe they've closed in a little bit, but at this rate, they need about a 30-lap race to reel in our lead.
And I don't think they're going to have enough time to do that. But right now, we are watching that battle for the lead right now. They make their way through turns 13 up the hill, cresting their way. That big blind turn 14.
So Lewis in that white number 410 card is your leader. Javier Soto in the predominantly red card is riding in 2nd. A little bit of a gap opens there as they see the cross flag, 6 down, 6 to go. This time around, let's get the gap back to third, 2.7 seconds. So things have settled out. We might see 3 pairs on track battling sort of for first and second, third and fourth, and fifth and sixth. Back in fifth, Scotty Arnold was able to move by Cohen, so Scotty Arnold is your new fifth place competitor. But just that battle they had, Will, even that gap from fourth to fifth is now a 3-second gap.
Oh, wow.
Once you keep battling, boy, it happens really quick.
Yeah, because you've got almost 3 seconds between both groups. 3 seconds to third and fourth, 3 seconds to fifth and sixth.
And that was really Scotty and Cohen really just battling for about a half a lap, really going at it, swapping positions a couple times.
I'm honestly surprised Lewis and Soto haven't started trading blows yet. I mean, they'd just be happy to be on each other's tails right now and not really trying to shake things up, although as these laps start to go away, I mean, we're just past halfway point. You know, at some point, Soto's got to start getting itchy, start wanting to make a move.
Yeah, the patience is going to run out at some point. But for now, like you said, Soto is just rolling in the tire tracks of Meyer Lewis. Trying to think if Soto's won over the last year and a half, and I don't think of an occasion, so he might be more the underdog in this case, maybe just doing everything he can to hold on to the rear bumper, but maybe, I thought he was going to make his move there, but maybe just gave a bump draft to Lewis down the back straightaway.
He's probably sizing him up, probably trying to figure out where he can make the move, but right now, not really acting out on much of it, so just doing his research, although I expect to see him to be ready to play here in the next couple laps.
Now research at 60 miles an hour, Soto right to the rear bumper of that white 410 of Lewis, as they're going to come around to put lap 8 into the book, so that will leave 4 laps remaining. You can see third and fourth in the distance. The last time around was 2.7 seconds. This time around, 2.8 seconds. So, Will, it would seem like Soto would know he's safe, but they don't have radios down there. They don't have communication, pit boards down there. So he may think if he battles, third and fourth will be on him very quickly.
Some of them are fortunate enough to have a spouse, a kid, or a crewman out there to, give them some visual aids.
They got a spouse at 12. We got to talk here, Will. Yeah, but I know what you're saying. They have a mom or dad out there cheering them on, letting them know what's behind them. No mirrors,
I keep forgetting these are the juniors.
Yeah. Great shot there as you saw leaders come through the S's, while third and fourth were just sweeping through turn 9 and 10. Right now, Soto pressing that rear bumper in of Meyer Lewis. But can he make a pass? Once again, just seems content to ride. Maybe Soto's...
If he's not careful, this race will run out of time. I mean, we're going to be 3 laps to go this time by.
Maybe Soto's best spot is down that back straightaway. It seems like he loses, as I said, he thought he was going to lose some ground. Let's see how he does up the hill of turn 2. Seems like right there is where he loses a little bit. And then he's having to gain the rest of that gap back over half of a lap. Right about there, Lewis has about a 2 kart length lead. They sweep our vantage point down through the kink. Full throttle to the fastest point of the speed.
They are at full speed. Look at this. Soto looking to the outside. Dips back in. Thought about it for a second, but pulled it back in. As Lewis is happy to lead him through the S's, coming towards Cowboy Cam through turns 13. Up the hill.
I think Soto's going to have to make his move into turn 9. It seems like that's where he gains. Meanwhile, looks like Lincoln Massey's getting some more pressure from Oliver Nabert, although Nabert not able to make it stick. So third and fourth starting to battle.
And look at that. They are kind of closing in a little bit, although I don't think they're going to have the time.
Yeah, but the stopwatch is still saying 2.5 seconds, so they gained a little bit that time around. But you're right, at this rate, they will not get there in time.
Well, I mean, all it would take is a little bit of contact between the leaders trying to battle for position, and then we're right back at a 4-kart battle.
So less than 2 laps remain here in our LO 206 Junior Final. They're side by side for third. They get single file down through the kink.
Nybert thought about it.
Yeah, coming up after this, our LO 206 Cadet Final on track. Soto took a look down the inside of 9, pulled back. So I think that's his best turn. He'll have one more shot remaining. Let's see what Soto does as they head up to the upper part of the track here. As third and fourth, still nose to tail. Then it's a big gap back of about 6 seconds to 5th place.
They went real wide there going through 14, using every square inch of asphalt as they make their way through that turn.
At this point, the tire's getting hot, starting to wear out. Soto 0.12 seconds back, 1.8 seconds the gap back to 3rd and 4th. So it's now or never for Soto. He lost. Look at the gap, though, open up turn 2. So Soto seems to struggle through that U-turn. Let's see what he can do as they sweep off turn 4, head towards the kink. That's the biggest lead that Meyer Lewis has had all feature. It looks like about 5 kart lengths right now. So Soto doesn't seem like he has any options. Back in 3rd place. Neighbor looks to the inside, and he's going to send it. Here comes the crossover. Oh, Lincoln Massey pulled back. He almost was going to send it there.
Hey, he beat him to the brakes there.
This 3rd and 4th closing in on our lead duo, but they're not going to have enough time. Soto might have one final shot through turn 16. Meyer Lewis takes a smooth entry to that corner as Soto goes way wide over the curbs. So he gave his last best and final at 16. It was not enough. Meyer Lewis, your LO 206 junior winner.
Look at that. Lincoln Massey almost came back and grabbed that 3rd position, but was a little too late, and he is just barely going to miss out on the podium, although hard charger award, though, coming from dead last up to 4th.
Yeah, so recapping your top 5. Meyer Lewis was your winner. Javier Soto came home in 2nd. Oliver Nabert 3rd. Lincoln Massey 4th. And Scotty Arnold in 5th. Will, you were right. Soto gave it everything he had through turn 16, and you could see that kart just wash out wide and had – we call it 4 in the fluff in dirt racing. He had 4 wheels to the outside of that painted curb stripe up there.
And all that is standing between them and finalizing this result is making sure they make weight and are legal coming past the tech line.
That looks like Soto just having some trouble getting off the scales.
Yeah, this is a new procedure for everybody because last time we were here, we did not have the scales right there as we were exiting the track. You can see how fresh that concrete is over there.
Yep. And you can see Soto almost go straight off of that. He's going to tech. Most of the other drivers are going to make a right turn and head back down towards the paddock in the pit area.
Yeah, they'll take the top 4 or 5, throw them into the corral, just so that if 1st, 2nd, or 3rd get DQ'd, they'll have next guy will bump up.
Well, we see the people in victory lane, and I believe we're going to see a smiling Meyer Lewis with our pit reporter, Bean Akawala.
Yeah, here with Meyer Lewis taking the win in the final. 2nd place in pre-final, taking the win now. How do you feel?
I feel really good. This is my first time actually winning a race here at AMP. And I just feel, because I knew the 4-stroke was like kind of where I was good. And I knew since I was in 2nd, I think I could have passed the guy in 1st, and I think I did good.
You did great, man. What'd you do in between the races to change it up and get to the 1st place here?
Kind of just think like you gotta stay calm. You can't overthink it, and you just gotta drive because you know how to do it. Just do it.
Just do it to it, right? Staying calm. Another common thread for tonight. Hey, man, congratulations on the win. Go enjoy, buddy. Take it back up to you, John.
Hey, thank you, Bean. A happy Meyer Lewis down in victory lane. Our LO 206 junior final winner, our first final winner of the afternoon. Will 11 more races to go with that LO 206 senior race sort of shimmering in the distance.
Yes, it was, John, and well, I think that's going to be it for you up here today. I know you've got another track to go head out to.
Yeah, I'm heading over to Dixie Speedway. It's their first race since 2021. I'm excited to be there. If you want to follow more about me, look for Georgia Racing Podcast on the socials. I'll be making my drive over there. Sort of a special night to see the Swims family get that track back in operation. But I'm kind of jealous of the people watching on Kart Chaser right now. You're going to see some great racing action.
Yes.
I know Will's going to take you home. And I think Mikey Lane, I've been keeping the seat warm for you for a few hours, Mikey. So I think he's going to step away from behind the director board, and we'll slot Michaela Denny in there. And then Mikey Lane's going to take over in a bit. But we'll take him home, man. You got to let me know who's going to win that big
we'll
shifter
do.
kart battle.
And you got to send me some pictures from Dixie. I want to see that place lit up again. It's been a minute.
I'll be acting like Bean. I'll be the pit reporter down there, or the hype man. So that'll be a lot of fun.
Well, definitely appreciate having you up in the booth with us today, John. Safe travels for you. And while our producer takes a quick bathroom break, he's going to check in with us here shortly and come back. So it'll be myself and Mikey Lemon Drop Lane up in the booth here. Maybe we'll get him to tell that story later. But right now, we are waiting for that LO-206 cadet field to get that go-ahead to head out on track. Beautiful drone shot there from drone pilot Jeffrey Farver in the Illumicube Engineering Skycam. And while we are waiting, we've got some sponsors we'd like to go ahead and recognize real quick. In no particular order, we've got Body Symmetry, Cartoons, Carol Daniels, Civil Logistics, Discovery Parts, DT Racing, Epic, Ferrari of Atlanta, Folger Gas, Georgia's Own, John Meagle Ford and Chevrolet, Motor Cars of Atlanta, North Cobb Electrical, On-Site Shine, Primal Racing, the Carlin Group, Vin Wiki, and the Velocity Racing Development Team. These guys are all supporters of us here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We appreciate each and every one of our sponsors. They are the ones that help keep the lights on here for the broadcast and some of the niceties that we enjoy here in the booth and on track at Atlanta Motorsports Park. So big shout out to them. And right now I hear some chatter on the radio. I think they are getting ready to send these guys out. So you can see the crews down there ripping those cords, getting those engines fired up. This should be another exciting race. So they're going to go ahead and get on track and take that first pace lap, get those tires up to temperature, and hopefully all things good, we will see them back around. And we'll get this first try. But making his way to the booth. I would say it's been a while, but you were up here 2 weeks ago with us.
All right. Let's get this started.
I know. It's been about. When's the last time me and you were in the booth together, Mikey? It's been a minute.
You got to look back a couple years.
I almost want to tell Jeffrey to land the drone, have him hop in here too, so we can really get this.
But then we wouldn't get beautiful shots like this.
Oh, no, we wouldn't.
LO-206 cadet. Is that correct? I had to step away to go use the restroom, so I'm a little behind.
Yes, we are on the LO-206 cadet in the Race Hero scoring app.
Of course.
And right now we've got these LO-206 cadets getting it woed down, getting this field gridded up. Looks like they are going to get in position. You got one driver was a little ahead of everybody else. He's letting them all get around.
These long, like the pace laps, the extended pace lap has fooled me all day. Been in the director's seat, and every time I see them whip around, I'm like, we're already started? But the new gridding location, I guess that's anticipation for the big karting.
Yes, yeah, that's getting ready. I'm sure this will be this isn't just for that. This will probably be the new normal.
It does seem to run a little better. Green flag is out, and the LO-206 cadet final race.
First try underway. Got it done. Saw a little bit of action there crossing the tram lines. I don't think it was too much of an issue for race director to want to muck that start. So we get these guys underway and fairly clean through turns 1, 2, and 3 now as they make their way up the hill around 3 and 4 across our position here at the booth. And they are making their way down the back side of the track right now. This is the fastest spot on track. These drivers getting up to speeds of about 50, 55 miles an hour right now.
Pass for the lead here. I want to say
that looked like Evan Frey and Emma Schumann, so it's probably Emma getting around.
I know Emma's in the purple fire suit and helmet.
So then that must have been Evan Frey.
Get a confirmation when they come across the line here. Usually takes about one lap for the scoring to update.
And we're following on the Race Hero app. We've got the Kart Chaser score tower up here on the stream for y'all. Look at this.
Ryan Perez.
And Ryan Perez, player 3, has entered the
player
fight.
3. We didn't even expect him.
And look at that. Yeah, because there's that orange cart from the first race. So that's definitely, Emma Schumann and Ryder Thompson for second and third. And, yes, Ryan Perez in front right now, your race leader.
That's kind of how it goes on, road courses like this. We have the one scoring loop. It's not like a NASCAR oval where there's like 45 individual. We kind of wait for them to come across the line, and then, like you said, player 3 is introduced. Ryan Perez. But, leading this race, Emma Schumann second. Looking on the inside, outside.
We've got a 3-cart battle for the lead right now. Schumann's putting all the pressure on Perez right now as they make their way through turns 14. And I think Thompson's just sitting back waiting for one of them to make a mistake, and then he'll probably act. But while this is all happening, look at that. Behind them, Bo Stores, Evan Frey, and Jackson Brewster are starting to suck it back in and turn this into a 6-cart battle.
Emma Schumann had a run on the front stretch and was taking Ryder Thompson along with her, and Ryder Thompson had to kind of dodge from running into the back of Emma.
He looked to the outside, then looked to the inside, but decided not to make the move then. Let's see as they go down the back straightaway.
Emma Schumann kind of looking on the inside, a little defensive driving from Ryan.
And there she goes. I thought she might have gone for it. She didn't suck back in when he moved. Mid-pass, yeah. Our mid-turn made the pass.
I want to say it was a little bit of a contact. It seemed like a little bit of a bump.
And that could have been some mild contact. Although let's see what happens if Perez going to return the favor.
Into the final turn here. Not really close enough to –
but look at Thompson. But he thought better of it. It's hard to make that call because sometimes you see the gap open, you see everybody staying wide, and you're like, I could just rake it to the inside and I can get a position. But with these LO206 carts, you just bleed all your speed doing that.
What did Ayrton Senna say? When you no longer go for the gap. I'm not going to try to do an impression. That was as close as I get. As the laps wind down here, lap 3, LO206
I think DJ Khaled said it best. All I do is win.
Oh, okay. Are we getting into a quote battle?
And here we are. Speaking of battles, side by side, Perez and Schumann. Perez to the inside, not able to make it happen. Schumann fends him off.
Schumann back to the point.
She left the door open shortly, but then shut it right back in Perez's face.
That's the thing about these LOs. They can't ever really escape the pack, though.
No. And these guys have been fighting all race, so they are not pulling away right now. So we literally have a 6-cart battle. And look at this, Thompson to the inside.
Side by side, down the front stretch. Thinks better of it. He's going to duck behind.
And every time they do that, they get a little bit of a run on the exit, but then they lose that speed coming out.
And what happens is they get side by side, and it lets everyone behind them just creep up a little bit more, and it keeps this pack super tight.
And end up getting that freight train. And here goes Thompson again. Are we going to see too wide in the kink? No.
We've seen it a couple times today where
I know
made passes there.
I need to just go ahead and put a ramp out there, make the Joker lap.
You want to talk about Mario Kart? That is Rainbow Road.
And here we go again. Perez to the inside of Schumann. He's going to shove her to the outside, and he gets around, and he's able to close the deal. Look at that. Oh! She took the safari route through turn 9.
A little bit of landscaping. Emma Schumann falls to third.
Ooh. She's getting ready for the dirt race John's headed to.
We'll get a replay here. We'll see what happens. She was in first, kind of got shoveled back to second.
And she just wasn't able to get that cart rotated.
Ran wide. I mean, she really didn't gain any positions there, so I doubt she'll have too much problem from race control. Seemed like it was a...
Well, she wasn't. She didn't even...
She lost a position from it.
Yeah. So that's not going to – that shouldn't be a penalty. She lost several positions. I think she went back to
Wasn't quite
fourth.
an Earnhardt passing the grass moment.
No, she lost 2 positions, so she went from first back to third.
Well, she had lost first going into that turn, and then became worse for her. But still in it, still sitting around third place.
There is still a chance, and right now with these guys duking it out, there is no reason she can't just get right back up in front. But right now, things are kind of shaking out a little bit. What was a 6-cart battle is now 2 2-cart battles. You've got the battle for the lead between Ryan Perez and Ryder Thompson, and then right now we are just behind the battle for third place between Emma Schumann and Jackson Brewster. And look at this. They're starting to suck back in.
Here goes Thompson.
And Thompson goes to the inside. He's going to have position, but does Perez see him? Oh, and he dips back in.
Thompson has taken people too wide like 3 or 4 times in this race, but just hasn't had enough to get around. And I wonder if he's just...
I wonder if he's timid because he's not quite getting in front in that driver's field of vision, and he's just anticipating he's going to get pinched at the next turn.
It's possible, or maybe he's just kind of showing himself, trying to,
Yeah, it could just be
psych
trying
the
to rattle
driver,
his cage a little bit. Hey, I'm here. Don't rest.
I mean, I guess if you can pull next to the driver repeatedly and you're not losing positions because of it, you might as well.
Yeah. Just get him off kilter a little bit. Make him think he's got to drive it harder, force him into a mistake.
This could be the classic announcers overanalyzing everything. He could just be like, I want to go fast, and that guy's in the way.
Yeah, we'll see, because he is itching to get around him. But look at this. Schumann's right back up. Maybe she's going to make a move. See for a 2-for-1 special here. And look at that, just as quickly as they spread out. And now we are side by side again.
2 by 2.
Brewster trying to make the move on Schumann, but he dips back behind. And look at that. Whoa. Thompson contact.
3 wide.
Ooh.
Oh.
And he's lucky he didn't lose any more than that, as he is able to maintain position and stay in third. Well, loses the 1 spot.
Well, similar to Schumann, who was in first and then fell to third because of a kind of incident. Thompson the same. And now Schumann back up to second.
And
so
we are 7 laps in, so we still got 5 more laps of racing to go. I don't expect to see this to be the final running order.
I feel like we've had enough action for like 30 laps of this race.
Yeah, just go throw the checkered. We're done.
I think
we're good. But no, we are excited to see the rest of this one. We got 5 more to go right now.
It feels like anyone can win.
Yes.
It feels like
that's gonna be one of those ones the leaders dust up, and 6th place ends up taking it. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
And we've seen that. Whoa! Look at that.
A little bit of a bump. That's
that
not
Schumann,
the place you want to make contact.
Well, it looked like Perez didn't realize Schumann had a fender up on her and about drove the rear end of that cart into her.
That turn is so fast, and the carts are so uneasy. Like any sort of bump through there, that's not the place you want to be. Emma Schumann right on the back of Ryan Perez, heading up to turn 4, right in front of our vantage point in the tower.
Right in front of us on the TV. As they make their way down the back straightaway. And now your leader's starting to pull out a little bit, although that hasn't really mattered much because these guys suck it up the second they start competing with each other.
Yeah, it's one of those, the last person to make up the pass is going to win the race.
And look at that train coming towards our cameraman out there at the cut-through, making their way up over the hill through that blind turn 14.
See the shadows kind of creeping onto the track there right before that final turn.
And that might potentially affect things with track temperatures because that is a pretty heavy braking zone. A lot of people make moves. Ooh, Schumann thought about it again, looking to the inside, but nothing there as your front pack of 6 goes diving into turn 2, back up the hill.
Oh, right to the back bumper is Emma Schumann. Ryan Perez, you see him looking left and right. Trying to, they don't have
I'm surprised he doesn't look at the Jumbotron as he's coming through there just to see where they're at behind him.
I had a thought. Why don't they put mirrors on carts? Is it a rules thing? It might be.
You could get a like a Joey Logano type glove with a mirror on it. To hold up and.
I mean, maybe. But while we've sat here discussing mirrors, Emma Schumann
gets
back
the
to
pass.
The point. And she hold it though. 9 laps down, so we'll be coming to 2 to go here.
I think Perez has got something in store. Let's see.
I mean, I can't count any of these drivers out at this point.
No. But who knows? Schumann hasn't had clean track in front of her all day. She's been racing for position. So now that she doesn't have anybody in front of her, whoa, look at that.
As they'll make their way down into
Perez just sucked up so fast on there. It's almost like he gained a second gear.
Here comes Thompson.
Oh, he's going up to the outside.
He showed, but decided not to.
Doesn't quite have the momentum. We are less than 2 laps to go. Ooh, he's thinking about it again. And look at this. They've got the run coming down the back straightaway. Perez is going to stick a nose up beside Schumann, and he's got the spot. But let's see if he can hang on to it into the braking zone. Oh,
well done.
And
it looked the car wide there. Didn't allow any room for Emma to
and
get
it looked
around.
like Schumann hit the curb a little bit there, and that led some speed off.
As they're going to come around to the white flag here. They'll make their way through those shadows into the final turn. It's anyone's race.
It could be
so
anyone.
hard
And
to
we've
call.
got one lap to go, too. This isn't even the final lap.
And the way they're passing, it feels like every turn they can make a pass.
Yes.
You don't always see that.
And we still have 6 karts battling for the lead right now. So really, if anything happens, someone in the back could get a podium spot.
Ryan Perez looking back to Emma Schumann, seeing the gap. There is no gap. Emma Schumann is there. They're going to make their way down through the kink.
Emma Schumann is the gap.
Emma Schumann is the gap.
As they go barreling down that back straightaway
Gotta
there.
run.
She's looking to the inside. Oh.
Thinks better of it. So now, got to get back in line, defend from Ryder Thompson. Oh, looks on the outside.
She's only going to have 1 or 2 more opportunities, whether she goes for it in 14 or goes for it in the last turn. Let's see. She's not in position here to do it in 14, so let's see if she tries to set him up for a late pass here. You're going to race him into the braking zone. Let's see. Oh, she sends it to the inside. They're going to be side by side. Oh, and it looks like, and they get together.
On the outside. I don't even know.
Ryder Thompson
I can't believe
gets it on the outside. Wow.
I can't wait for this replay. Look at this on the left side of your screen. Drivers left. They're bumping and banging, and Ryder Thompson gets out.
That was all that. And she raised her. I mean.
Oh, my goodness.
And I don't think either of those drivers, or one of those drivers, is not going to be on the podium because there will be a penalty on that. So I don't want to be race director there. But look at that. And that let Brewster get around as well. So Thompson, Schumann, and Brewster will be your winners. Well, if depending on how the penalties shake out after that.
I mean, for sure, Ryder Thompson.
But it's going to be whether Emma stays in the podium or not, because she was part of that fray with Ryan Perez. Ryan Perez, unfortunately, on the receiving end of that, went from first to fourth. Man, how about Ryder Thompson? All race, he was constantly messing with people, sticking his nose, just letting them know he was there. Never really made the move, and then
I mean, that's got to be the greatest feeling when you come around that front turn and the leaders are bumping and banging, and you start
see
gaining
that
on
smoke?
them.
Yeah.
Like, oh boy, do I have a chance? Ryder Thompson. See the next group of karts gridding up.
that is, pull up my pocket schedule here. That looks like tag junior, tag senior. I don't think there was any juniors today, so it's just tag senior getting ready to go. And race director is up here reviewing that final incident as they release.
We need to have like a little review booth, like
the tags, like they do in the NFL. You know,
the refs over.
So right now we got that next group on track. Wonder if we got Ryder Thompson down in victory lane yet, if he's managed to make his way.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear that.
Yeah, we got Ryder back with us. Don't worry, Ryder, I'm not going to ask you what you do for work this time. But you got second place in the pre-final and first place now. How do you feel?
I feel pretty good. It was unexpected what happened.
Yeah, can you tell us about crossing the finish line with that little bit of a mess ahead of you?
I couldn't believe I did it, though.
Couldn't believe it. What'd you do in between the two races to make this win happen?
Passing and just being brave.
Just being brave, and it worked out for you, man. Congratulations on your win. Take it back up to you, John.
Thank you, Bean. And right now we are about to start this race. As the race director up here commandeering the broadcast, we missed the first half of that, but now we are back underway, folks. Sorry for that. As your leaders coming through turn 9, we're going to have to see And we are back up here in the booth. Sorry, some technical difficulties there.
You know, broadcasting ain't easy.
Yeah.
All right.
I guess I know where you need to stay, Mikey.
Well,
right next to me in the booth here today as we are calling these races. With Christian Blevins Jr. is currently your leader as they make their way down the back straightaway. Brooke Shambo, Colton Aiken, and Matthias Pratis behind them as they make their way down the back straightaway.
what were you guys calling Blevins Jr. or just Junior?
It was entered as Junior Blevins.
Junior
and
Blevins. I like Junior Blevins.
Yeah,
that's a good racer name.
But I'm sure his mom watching from home is probably like, no, it's Christian. And happens to share a same name with our Cowboy Cam today, Christian Kozlowski out there. He has been an absolute trooper today, getting us all those shots there. There's another shot from him in the cut through, catching that great angle of them coming up
Tons
the
of great
hill.
shots today from everyone. Shout out to all the crew here, both the broadcast crew and the corner marshals. Everyone working together to bring this race to you.
Yes, even the CEO here making things happen today, out there shaking it up.
I mean, I'm all for it. I think we need more AMP staff, more, AMP personalities. We need them on track.
Yes.
Love to see it.
That's what we need to do is just have the every week we just have the employee race. Just put all the staff out there after the last. You really see some people shake it up.
Oh yeah, I guess it would have to be after. I don't know who's
Well,
going to
the most heated racing we get here is the staff racing in the rental carts after hours.
I mean,
that's when the real fun is. We did that with Chase Elliott about 5 years ago. That was wild.
Did he just destroy everyone?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I had to use the cut through twice just to catch back up, just so he could pass me 3 times.
He's like, man, this guy keeps catching back up.
He must be good, yeah.
He must be good.
Pretty quick for a 280-pound marketing guy. And right now we are watching your leader, Christian Blevins Jr., just turn the fastest lap of the race with a 50.663. These guys are turning some really fast laps right now.
I mean, a pretty fast lap, but only 1/10 off on the fastest lap is Brooke Shambo.
And right now you are seeing those 3 carts come past your screen. That is first, second, and third. They go diving into turn 2 and back up the hill.
I mean, not quite the pack of, what the LOs will witness, but.
And you can hear those tires chirping as they make their way around turn 4. It's hard to see from the camera, but there is actually elevation change as they're coming through that turn. So the carts do unload a little bit and will lose grip, and that's why you see those guys kind of skipping around that turn.
I think it's a very underrated turn. I think it sneakily is kind of the hardest turn.
No, it is. And when you see the guys in the shifter cart, they straight skip that turn. They will rotate midair coming through that turn.
I mean, yeah, we talk a lot about turn 2, this final turn right here, all the complex turns here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, but yeah, turn 4, every time I've done it in the rental carts, it feels like a workout trying to hold the cart steady to go left.
Well, those rental carts are so heavy, just raking that steering wheel to get it through the turn.
That's true.
You almost got to use that runoff there, but that's when we added those new rumble strips out there. That makes that a little more punishing when you go wide.
Jostle a couple loose teeth.
Yeah, make sure your fillings are secured. But right now, as your leaders are making their way through the S's, coming up through the hill, back up front through 14. Look at that, just sliding through 14 right there. And the leaders are starting to spread out a little bit right now.
Looks like, pretty much everyone has maintained their spots. According to the scoring, Oz Cheeks gained a spot, Branson Goddard has gained a spot, but pretty much everyone else kind of staying where they started. Just working on hitting their marks, winding laps down. I mean, Christian Blevins Jr., he's led this race pretty comfortably, but at the same time, he's not driving away from second place Shambo.
No, he's not. And lets me think, something could happen. There's still half a race to be run right now.
I mean, the problem is it seems like Christian Blevins Jr. is hitting like a fastest lap every lap.
Yeah, it's been purple every single time. And that gap is growing each time by.
Yeah, I don't think.
He just put another 2/10 on it that time.
Shambo would have to put together a crazy drive to, make up that time. But staying close, I mean, like we saw those incidents, it takes
Yeah.
You hit a rumble strip here, go off the track here.
Take Rumble or Rainbow Road.
Rainbow Road. And then next thing you know, second place will creep up. That being said, though, Christian Blevins has a sizable gap. He's going into that turn while the other drivers are making their way down the backstretch through the S's now. As we have a decent battle back here in the S's.
And this is your battle for fourth right now between Matthias Paredes, Branson Gaudet, Oz Cheek, and Luke Kondrowski right now. Only about 0.4 of a second separating those 4 karts. So that is the battle we are following right now. We will have to see the exact order as they hit the line. So, yeah, that is Paredes, Gaudet, Cheek, and Kondrowski.
It's, like you said, battle for fourth, so it's not a podium spot, but the second and third place drivers are battling.
Yeah,
so
they're fighting for pride right now. Look at that.
Oh, on the outside.
Oz Cheek going
Make
2
a step.
for 1.
Oh, he is.
2 for 1. Look at that up the hill.
The Wizard of Oz.
I'll say his dad's not out there, so we can't go cheek to cheek.
Yeah, I was gonna, yeah.
Sorry, did I steal your?
I was going there, Will. You stole my thunder. That's all right. But yeah, whoever's leading this pack, if anything happens to the the top 3 drivers, they're going to inherit the podium spot. So it is worth battling here.
If one of them fails tech, has the pink diesel in there,
hey,
no telling.
Anything can happen. Not to mention, I mean, season points. You want to rack up as many high finishes as you can.
We got someone pulling off track.
I mean, it might be the commentator's curse.
Yeah, there's your podium spot.
All of a sudden,
just
the battle
pulled
for
off
fourth
the track.
became the battle for third.
And I don't think they know that yet, although I think Oz Cheek is already checking out right now.
Oh, another.
Ooh, might have another mechanical. He is way off pace. We are dropping parts, stopping hearts right now. Or maybe it's the other way around.
Whatever it is, not good for those drivers.
No.
Mechanical problems.
And so we're going to have to see who that driver was.
Come across the line right now. Was that Christian?
That might have been. Yeah, that was Blevins. He's fallen off. That was your race leader.
Oh, boy.
So now Colin Aiken is your new race leader. Brooke Shambo is now your second place driver. Looks like we got another driver. And the attrition has already started. So now Oz Cheek up to third, Matthias Paredes in fourth, Luke Kondrowski in fifth. And there was still a decent battle for fourth right now, only 0.2 of a second separating those 2 drivers. Although Oz Cheek is pulling away. Look at that. We've got 3 drivers now.
All of a sudden.
In 1 lap.
Who let the gremlins in the garage?
Yeah, I was going to say, somebody released some, the tax on track or whatever. You know, the old spy movies when you hit the glove box and the nails fall out the back. Man.
What were the Vegas odds? Who made the call? That's crazy. Yeah, Colin was not even top 3.
No, and now he is your new race leader, Brooke Shambo in second. I don't know. Oz Cheek is he's closing the gap, but
I mean, if anyone can do it, it's Oz Cheek.
But it's also the last lap, so I don't know. We'll see.
Well, you got to build suspense. As they're working their way down the last lap here.
This race gone by a lot quicker than that previous LO race because these.
Oh yeah, these tag carts a lot faster.
About 20 seconds a lap faster.
Here they come across the line
with panache. Colin Aiken takes the win.
Oz Cheek, I mean, worked his way up to a podium. Oz Cheek plus 4 spots that race.
And the real hard charger from that one, although you imagine he's got to be tired after the shifter cart race and then getting 2 races off and going right back into this.
He's going to sleep good tonight.
Yes.
Yeah, Colin Aitken from third to first because mechanical problems. I have
Just
how many drivers
racked
here?
the field.
It was like 2 or 3 drivers.
Yeah,
that
Blevins and Gaudette both mechanicaled out. And then that last driver was the mystery driver. I'm not sure who he was.
they wouldn't happen to be on the same race team, would they? I don't know.
I don't know.
Maybe, yeah.
Already starting with the conspiracy theories.
Well, you gotta start somewhere.
Speaking of conspiracies, we need to get Jeff over here in the booth. Drone pilot. Actually, no. Stay in your seat, Grandpa.
Yeah.
Sorry, once Jeff gets on the mic, it's like,
Yeah. Pack it up.
Well, not before he tells us what trades to make. And we are looking at your next grid, getting ready to take to the track. That was the Tag Seniors. So up next is going to be Tag Master, followed by Kid Kart.
Tag Master. I got 11 drivers here on my
And-
scoring chart.
And hopefully Colin Aiken making his way over to victory lane here. I know there's going to be a few recoveries, so we should be able to get through this interview pretty well. And here is, I guess that was a replay from the previous race.
See if we can get an interview here soon. Looking ahead on Tag Master, it looks like we got Todd Shambo is racing in that. So, assuming that's the father of Brooke Shambo.
We could assume, yeah.
Or just another end. But here we are with our race winner, Colin Aitken.
Yeah, here with Colin Aiken. 4th place finish, back in pre-final. 1st place now. How do you feel, man?
I feel great. I mean, this is my first time at Atlanta. I just came down for the CKNA next week. I mean, I started last from the pre-final because I didn't get a time in qualifying because I was late. So I started last there, got up to 4th, and then from there, 4th into the final, 4th to 1st. It feels really good.
Feels good. The last lap over there, last couple of laps there, you were able to pull ahead. Tell me how that worked out for you.
I mean, it worked out great. Once I passed the girl, I got up to, I think I was catching the Sodi a little bit, and then I don't know what happened to me. I think his chain came off, and from there I just kept my head down and just kept pushing and got it done. So.
Got it done. Any changes you made during the break? Anything you did special that helped you out with this win?
Not really. I just kind of got faster, adapted the track a little bit more, found a little things from my mechanic and coach, and that's really all that did it today.
Yeah, a little coaching will go a long way, man, and it worked out for you. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
All right, Will, we'll take it back up to you.
All right, thank you, Bean. That was your winner from Tag Senior, Colin Aiken. We'll be calling his name on the podium later today, and right now we are getting ready to go with Tag Master. That was an exciting first race for Tag Master, although we're going to have to see. I remember Brant Estes, Jose Garcia. They were all shaking it up there. I think it's going to be a good one. It is going to be a good one. Let's see if Brant's going to be able to hang on there, because that was that battle between Brant, Eugene, and Jose. And if we get a repeat of race 1, this is going to be a good one.
I'd say I'm a personal fan. Anytime I get to watch Jose race, it seems like every race he's in, it's entertaining. Whether he's like starting on the back and charging up, holding off a lead, taking a lead, battling podium spots, like he does.
Yes,
and he does it all.
And I would think if there's any competitor to, because my two favorite drivers, I love Jose, I love Benu Yedla, in terms of who gets the bad breaks. It's always a mechanical, getting a shunt, getting something, and anytime they were able to string it together and get a podium, I am more than ecstatic when I get to holler, their name out on the podium. And
not gonna lie, I was in the director's seat, so you didn't hear my yelling, but when Benu was having his drive earlier,
he told me he's going to put it on the podium today, so I'm excited for that one.
For it.
And he needs to come up here and talk with us too when he gets that done.
We got a special guest here in the booth.
Looks like we got Mr. Lincoln Massey with us. We need to get your mic turned on real quick.
Little technical difficulties. We'll get Lincoln's mic turned on here in a second. All right.
Yep,
Lincoln, there you are. Welcome to the broadcast.
Sorry, I had to give it a good quiet on setup here in the booth. Starting to turn into a circus up here.
Popular spot up here. We got the nice TV.
Universal Circus live. Anyways, how's it going, Lincoln? That was a tough wrap during race 1, man. You came up here face covered in grease and grit and everything, man. Race 2, though, went a little bit better.
Oh, yeah. Started almost at just one position from dead last, and from almost the first turn, I was already either 6th or 5th, and I came out and I called up to Oliver Nybert, and me and him just drafted, and sadly, Talon Laney and Luke Corman got wrecked out, so we just went on by them and got the position, and I tried.
Gave him the old toodaloo?
Yep,
as you drove
the old
on by?
toodaloo.
So I got a question for you. Do you meet with drivers and stuff to kind of like build the partnership with drafting, or is it like when you're on track you just kind of have that like synergy where you know you're gonna draft with someone?
Well, me and Oliver, we've been friends for, I don't know, 4 years since I've started racing. So me and him, we're like best friends. So it's like no problem. Like me and him are always drafting.
Okay, so he can sometimes just kind of give you a look on track, and you're like, I know.
Yeah.
I gotta
Would
get up to him.
you give him the shove to victory, or would you stick your nose out and take it for yourself?
I tried this second race to get that 3rd place, but he just had a little bit more.
So are you the Ricky Bobby, or are you the Cal Norton Jr.?
I'm the Cal Norton Jr.
Give him the shove, the old shake and bake.
Yeah.
I don't know who said it last. There's no friends on the racetrack, you know. Be friends until the last lap, and then all of a sudden, I don't know that guy.
Yeah.
And we are underway right now. Tag Master getting off to a clean start right now. A little side-by-side action up front. Already Eugene Paneco getting off to an early lead there. And I believe that is Jose Garcia. It's either Jose or Brandt right behind him. We're going to have to see the names as they come past the stripe.
Might be able to get a good shot here when they come by. Jose always with that 00, so.
We need to just issue like very fluorescent
It
colored
looks
driver
like
suits
Brandt.
so we can just see him from up here and call it out.
Yeah, it looks like Brand. I know him. Oh, it looks like he took that turn a little bit wide.
Yes, and that is a great shot from the bottom of turn 2 as the field makes their way around turn 17. Ooh, little action shaking up right now.
Top 4, really top 6 in a line here as they make their way through turn 2. Back up the hill, no problem with these carts. They'll make their way in front of the building.
And that is Brandt Estes, followed by Jose Garcia. So we were right, just wrong with the order.
Was that
Both
not
following
Eugene?
behind Eugene.
Okay, I see. Scoring a little out of date. We'll get a.
And Eugene did run the fastest lap that last time by with a 53.179.
I think you're right. I think we need to start, issuing like brightly colored helmets.
Like, yellow, orange, like all your safety fluorescent colors.
Get confirmation here, and we'll see the lap times as they come in. Yeah, that's Eugene first.
Yep, Eugene. Well, you know that's Eugene. He's got that purple race suit as they make their way through turn 2. Yeah, I don't trust the scoring tower. Although it looks like it's fairly accurate right now.
I think I caught up.
Yeah, it's caught up.
Yeah, it runs through the program, so it doesn't parse the info as quickly as it does to our phones before it updates on the tower on the screen.
I think the scoring tower is trying to deceive us on purpose.
It's just adding to the drama.
Adds to the drama. Speaking of drama, Eugene trying to hold off Brandt Estes and Jose Garcia. His top 4 carts kind of separated. It was kind of top 6 carts, but there's a little bit of a gap now.
Yeah, we're watching Jose Garcia. I'm curious if he's going to try and make any moves at all, or if he's just going to sit back and be patient right now. He's got Todd Shambo hot on his tail right now, although neither of them look like they are trying to get too feisty because this is a 12-lap race, and we're only 3 laps into it right now.
I think moves are going to be made. It's just a matter of when.
And these are the gentlemen. This is the Masters division.
Yeah, they always put on a good show, and they're very respectful. That's something Brandt
But when
Estes-
men fight, they go to war.
Well,
And right now, we are watching that battle for the lead right now. Eugene Panenko, cool, calm, and collected as he leads that gaggle of carts right now. Although, look at that. Looks like Shambo fell back a little bit.
Oh, looking on the inside.
Ooh. Brant sends it to the inside. Is he going to shut the door? Yes.
Oh, here comes Eugene.
Look.
Oh, but Eugene's going to hit him with the crossover. No. Woo. And he lost, I think, a little too much speed trying to get that inside line.
Jose to kind of slow down, and then Todd.
And now Todd's back into it.
You gotta wonder, is Eugene going to stay behind Brant and try to bump draft with him, or is he going to try to pass him?
Ooh, and here goes Shambo looking to the inside of Jose. Doesn't quite have enough to make.
Didn't get there.
Doesn't have it to make that pass. But, yeah, look at Eugene. He's going to get the run back up to Brant. And that might leave Jose some breathing room.
I don't know. There's not much breathing room.
No.
It's about a court length between most of them.
Yeah, I don't know how the drivers remember to breathe. I feel like sometimes I hold my breath watching. Like, I couldn't imagine driving. I feel like I'd pass out 5 laps in because I'd forget to breathe.
You just don't even think about it.
Oh, okay. Well, that's easy for you to say, Lincoln. As they make their way down the backstretch.
You know, if I'm in a cart going through that last turn, I'm thinking, is my health insurance up to date?
I also don't have to worry about that.
Not until you're 26.
Yep.
Speaking of which, how old are you, Mikey?
I just turned 26.
Ooh.
Oh.
Well, I'm not going to be kart racing.
Oh, well, yeah.
Should be fine.
Well, you also got Arthur Blank paying for your health insurance now.
Yeah, that's true. Although I don't think he. Well, we're getting off topic. Brand Estes is your leader here in Tag Master.
Too many inside jokes. A lot of people might not know this, but me and Michael are roommates.
I mean, that's a kind way to put roommates.
Yeah, we're roommates.
I think of you more as my landlord.
I didn't want to call you my tenant.
That's very nice of you. I'll remember that. And speaking of memory, I don't know where I was going to go with it. Brand Estes.
And speaking of collecting rent, here goes Brand Estes.
There you go. Thank you.
It looks like, who is that? Eugene and Jose are in a draft right now, and they're going to start catching up to Brant.
You are very right. That Eugene purple suit. You got to come up with a name.
It's like that royal purple.
It is, yeah. Royal purple, yeah.
Royal man.
They kind of, it seems like the actions kind of died down here as they made their way to the middle part of this race.
Well, Brant's got some clean track right now, and unless Eugene really sticks his laps, and, you know, he's trying to, A, catch, but also defend, and I think that's also throwing him off a little bit because right now, you know, Eugene was turning the fastest laps every lap. Now Brant's turning the fastest lap every lap because he's got the clean space.
Yeah, and Brant Estes is one of those guys, he does it just about as good as anyone.
Yes.
If he gets clean track, he could totally drive away.
And he's been out here racing for years, so he knows this track just as well as the rest of them. And he definitely has more seat time than Eugene out here in terms of how many races he has ran. Although I see Eugene up here just about every day of the week. He practically lives up here. And he is not a threat to take lightly.
I'll say shout out to Brand Estes, though, because when we did the COVID
the E-Series, I was talking to them about that yesterday.
He was one of those just like great drivers that was super just funny to, you know, talk to, hang out on the mic, and
oh, look at this.
Part of that.
Ooh.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Out of nowhere,
Jose Garcia.
What's up?
And look at that. Brand Estes goes wide in turn 9. Leaves there. Well, that shoved Eugene wide, although Eugene was able to gain the spot. And that left the door wide open for Jose Garcia, your new race winner. And if he can hang on through turn 17, it will be official at the stripe. And look at this, Shambo going to get around Estes. No, he thought about it. He said, hey, guys, we're all making passes. Why can't I join?
I mean, dare I say, no way, Jose. All right.
I'll see myself.
I'll see myself.
Brand Estes is probably going to be a little bit mad after that.
I don't know about mad, but I think he's definitely going to focus in on Jose now. He's like, all right.
And we've only got 3 laps
Here
of
we
race,
go.
and look at this to the inside. Oh,
Jose,
3 wide.
back
Oh,
More.
inside to outside,
wow.
back, inside.
Oh, that's gonna mess
wow.
up.
Look at this.
And that's really going to shake them up. How did he – that's like cutting traffic on 285. How did he do that?
What a defense.
Well, he got past and then found a seam and went right back through there.
I mean, 3-wide sandwich, he was the meat there for a
Yeah.
second. And it came out on top.
Wow, and now he's better for it because now he's got a bigger gap than when they started that.
Although, I don't know, he's in no man's land. If they can draft up, he could get caught.
We have got just over 1.5 laps to go. And look at this, Brant Estes on the charge. He's like, that is my position. Give it
Should
back.
be safe. Nice defensive line there.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
that might be a
Jose.
defensive line, but it is going to shoot him wide, so that is a
Yeah,
good
I don't know if it
opportunity.
was worth him taking the defensive line. It didn't seem like he was
He
under,
had enough gap, but
yeah.
he probably
Yeah.
doesn't know
You
what
don't
the
know
gap
that.
was.
Oh, he's got to
Right.
He's
look
been
back.
rubbing elbows all race with these guys.
Probably
Yeah.
assuming that guy's on his back wheel. But here they come.
I'm
to
going to
the
be
white
ecstatic
flag.
if Jose
Oh,
can
yeah.
hold on to this
Last
one.
lap.
White flag is out. I mean, the gap's gone.
This
Brand
is going to be
Estes
some
and Jose.
flat-out racing right now, folks. If you're not excited, then you're not a kart racing fan.
It looks like Eugene and Todd are trying to catch back up with that bump draft, but I do not think they're going to be able to.
I mean, I've seen crazier things happen, but it
Oh, yeah.
seems like it's Jose and Brant.
Oh,
They've
look
got
at this.
half a lap to decide it. Brant to the inside.
Oh,
Oh!
no.
And he shoves him all the way out. No! And he goes first to fourth. And Shambo finally gets around. Shambo's in third. Your new leader, Eugene Panenko.
He was in the catbird seat, and it pays off. One more turn. He's
Oh,
going to hold
man.
on.
Wow.
Checkered flag is out. Eugene.
Oh, man. That's that was some Goodfellas stuff right there. He got assassinated on that one. Man.
Ah,
Oh.
tough scenes for the Jose Brant crowd.
Oh. You hate to see it.
You hate to see it, exactly.
First to
Unless
fourth.
you're Eugene, then you love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, but we're calling his name all the time. I wanted to see Jose up there. And congratulations. I'm not saying I'm disappointed, but congratulations to Eugene Panenko. Man, he definitely had a race himself, too, dealing with adversity. Started on the lead, got pushed back, and
I'll
man.
say this. For the 3 finals we've had a third-place driver win, a fourth-place driver win, and now another third-place driver. All on the last
lap.
lap or two, yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
So we're seeing these crazy bottom of the podium or even outside the podium leaps to the front to take these wins. Crazy
And who
stuff
says
here.
you can't have exciting racing at a regional racing series? And we have a quick announcement to make. If you guys can hear us in the paddock area, we are going to make a slight schedule change today. So all shifter kart drivers, you're going to be running one race sooner. So we're going to flop shifter kart and LO seniors. So all LO 206 senior drivers, you are now going to be the final race of the day. And we are going to split LO masters and LO senior by putting shifter kart in the middle. So if you can hear me and you are in shifter kart, you are now running one race sooner than you did in the pre-final. And it sounds like we are ready to go with Eugene down in victory lane. So Bean, take it away.
Yeah, here with Eugene Panenko. Second place in the pre-final, taking the win this time. Tell me how you feel.
Repeat the question, sorry.
How do you feel with the win?
I'm happy. Happy? Yeah, I'm happy. It was a good race, very tight. All drivers around me deserve to win, but it's always like only one winner. Some little luck on my side on the last lap.
Yeah, in the last lap, you were able to squeeze on through, going around the curve. Tell me what's going through your mind when you saw that.
Brent wanted to win. He go at the end of the straight inside, and they slide all both he and Garcia slide outside, and I just dive inside. The same was during the race from my mistake when me and Brent go outside and Garcia win the first position. And now it was reverse.
Yeah, and this time it worked out for you. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
Take it back up to you, Will.
Thank you, Bean. And we are getting ready to go here with our kid kart race. And
now you'll have to remind me. Do you know who won the pre-final?
I believe.
But there's 2 classes in this.
Yeah, there was 2 classes. I believe Martin Schenk won the LO206, and I believe it was Schomer won the Comer. Or no, Stowers won the Comer. So Stowers is back there with the Mohawk.
I gotcha.
And look at that, getting a jump again. He was starting towards the back because they put those 3 Comer carts at the start of the back, even though he finished 2nd overall, so he just gets the jump on everybody.
They'll take that left-hand turn through the little cutout. The jelly bean course.
Yeah. And this actually used to be the course they ran when the track very first opened. They ran this for a little bit until they actually opened up the full track.
You know, I always thought like it'd be kind of interesting if they ran like some of the faster carts on this short track.
Yeah, they call it the Tater Digger Derby out there.
That'd be, yeah, I'm all for that.
We're always joking about that here, getting some fast carts, doing some oval racing.
You can even put the bus stop in.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Yeah. Little short track, short laps.
I think the main issue with the bus stop is it's not actually wide enough to do a legitimate race in. I think for just driving purposes you could do it, but the lane's a little bit too narrow compared to the rest of the track.
So what you're saying is maybe make it a little better.
Yeah, good. We've been adding a lot of new paddock space and asphalt here in recent years.
You got the concrete truck out, maybe.
Hey, you got a few extra yards? Just come over here.
Dump it over here.
And speaking of a few yards,
diving on the inside.
Ooh, side-by-side action gets the pass.
That was
Schomer getting around Valdez, so that is the battle for 2nd place right now in Comer Kid Kart.
It's always so funny seeing the kids out here. I don't know. I get such a kick.
I love seeing them get out of their go-karts. And it's just all head because the helmet's about 75% of the mass.
Well, and the thing is, when you watch from like the drones or in the cameras, they're kind of farther away. It just looks like normal carts. But then, the second they get out like victory lane, and you have to like bend down and get down on knees to talk to them. You're like, oh,
these are kids.
These are kids. The name doesn't lie.
But this is the entry point. You want to get into road racing, this is where you start. You get your kid in a kid kart and you come out here to Atlanta Motorsports Park.
So, Will, you've been a father for now, what, a year and a half?
About 19 months.
Okay. How many more years till we can see little Bradley out here?
I mean, I'm counting down. We've got about 3 years and 3 months to go until he's 5, and then, we'll be hopping in a kid kart.
So where do you envision?
Or maybe I'll just put him up here in the booth. We can just be full circle because, my dad comes up here and we announce every now and then the Bill and Will show. Yeah.
The world cannot handle that. And by that, I can't handle that.
And some action heating up right now on track.
Yeah, decent little conga line here down the front stretch.
And we are already 7 laps into this 12-lap contest. Looks like, it's Arlo Stowers coming up on some lap traffic there. Although he is currently in 2nd place. Looks like Schomer was able to get around Stowers. So we actually have a little bit of a battle going on right now.
Yeah, Schomer has just run the fastest lap, 24 seconds.
And that's Schomer in the white helmet right there, being followed by Stowers with the Mohawk, with that black helmet and red Mohawk as they get around lap traffic. Like a typical pass on 285.
And that's a battle for the lead in Comer Kid Kart.
Yes, it is right now.
This is more civil than 285.
Ooh, look at that to the inside. That is Schomer. Ooh, he tried.
He doesn't have the straightaway speed, but his corner speed.
And I believe
is much
that's
faster.
Perez that's in front of him right now. So Perez is still running a race, too. He's in second, trying to catch up to Martin Schink.
They get the 2 to go. Double flags. Think about these kid carts at the short track. You blink and you miss it.
Yes, and look at that. Schomer again trying to go to the inside to get around Perez.
Around for the white flag. Yeah, it seems like he really just can't catch him in the straights, but he catches him every turn. So it's just really awkward.
And look at this. There's going to be some side-by-side action coming into turn 1 with lap traffic.
Got here. There he is. White helmet.
Oh, and
Alex
he got
Schomer.
Yeah, he fell back a good bit with that lap traffic coming through that last time.
But that should be enough to pick him up the win here. So checker flag is out.
And Schomer will take it home for Comer Kid Kart. Harrison Martin Schink was your winner for LO206 Kid Kart. Matthew Perez was second place for LO206 Kid Kart. And Holden Gargis will be your third place driver for LO206 Kid Kart. Your final running order for Comer Kid Kart was Alex Schomer, Luca Valdez, and unfortunately Arlo Stower's fallen back to third place. So he must have been having some kind of issues with that kart because he jumped out to an early lead and then just gradually fell back.
Yeah, it seemed like it lost of speed there a little bit. Alex Schomer had the opposite problem. He was able to keep pedal to the metal. We have another special guest here in the booth.
We've got Mr. Big Al Edwards back in the booth. Hey, Al, what was status report on your karts after that wild LO206 Master and Senior races?
Oh, well, it was interesting for sure. So in Legends, Frank Baldozier got penalized for breaking the tram line. And so he's actually going to start last, was Chuck Teasley finished first. So Chuck Teasley, Wheelbite Racing, is going to start first. And so that should be interesting. The Masters, certainly are going to mix it up. We got Matt Laster starting on the pole. And it's going to be a race. He and Danny May were really well matched. I know Danny May has gone back and looked at the setups in his kart and everything, and he's really working hard to make this win. So Danny likes to win, so does Matt, so we'll see what happens there. But,
Well, I'll be rooting for. Well, I'm rooting for Danny. I'm rooting for. But actually, I'm the announcer. I'm not rooting for anybody. I'm rooting for a good, clean race.
Yeah.
Of course.
But if I wasn't the announcer,
It's an O.J. Simpson type.
If
I didn't do it, but if I did, this is how I would kind of deal.
If it doesn't fit,
yes, you must have quit.
But no, I'm gonna be so excited if Banu can grab himself a podium finish today.
Now, what's Banu running in?
I believe he was in LO
Senior. Okay.
He was a hard charger. He was pulling through the crowd. I think he got up to fourth.
Nice.
So he is going to be in contention for a podium if he runs a good race.
I don't know, the way all these LO races have gone, it seems like everyone's in contention for a podium.
You really are at some point, especially if you're running anywhere in the top 10, you really do have a chance. But once the top drivers pull away even the slightest little bit, it's all over.
Yeah, we see it a lot where there'll be maybe 3 or 4 groups. And that first group is tight.
Yep.
But they've escaped the rest of the field.
That's exactly right. Oh, so it looks like we're gathering for LO206 Masters. No interviews for Kid Kart because, well, maybe they're shy.
Sometimes it happens with the little kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, you really got to chase them down just to get the interview, and then they just start bawling up into tears because they could be the winner and they just don't want to give the interview.
That's exactly right. I think one of the funniest ones we had was what was his name? Riggins Barnacle. Remember that one where it was, how do you feel? Good.
Oh, you love the good one-line answers.
Or one-word answers. Forget about one line. I mean, it was absolutely hilarious. So who do we have here going out? This is K100 Junior going out on track.
This is the juniors KA100.
Got 9 drivers?
Yes. And this was that wild battle we had between Cunningham, Nybert, and Lewis last time. Talon Laney falling off, unfortunately, with contact. Glad to see him back out there. as they are getting their warm-up lap in.
Tires all warmed up.
You know, we got to get Killboy in here. Talk to him real quick about how much fun it's been flying today with the new obstacles out there on track.
Oh, namely
new
the
gates for him
light
to avoid.
towers?
Yeah.
We could turn that into an event inside the event.
Oh, yeah, we could totally
We
do some
could do drone
racing.
racing, yeah, through the
Put the gates on
pylons.
him.
Yeah.
But he's, not saying he's on autopilot, but he's been flying it long enough that, we put those up between last week and this week, or
It's an
last race.
extension of his being. He knows where the drone is at all times.
As an executive producer, I always, clutch my pearls a little bit when I see those drones getting close to those poles.
Yeah. Just a matter of time, but, you hope for the best.
Well, we actually have a running competition right now between our drone pilots on who's going to use the most amount of their DJI care package.
Right.
Every time they
Nobody
crash
wants to
it.
win that competition, though. Surprisingly.
Well,
Really?
it's a golf score.
It's a lowest score
Right.
wins.
Well, either that or the first person to 3 is out.
All right, so we had a false start there, and we're going to get lined up again here. We want to get everybody in the tram lanes, everybody nose to tail, so that there's not one person that kind of run up in the middle and get an advantage that way. So we're going to try and get this pack tight. Looks like we got one. We are going green. It looks like we had one fall back there, but that's the very last guy. So
Yeah, he was a little late to get on
oh
the gas
wow,
there.
too wide.
Already dusting it up there. Turn 1, still too wide coming through turn 2.
Make their way through turn 4, right in front of the building. Oh. Tight quarters as they navigate their way through here. Down through the kink, onto the backstretch. They've all organized themselves nice and neat, single file.
And this was that race where these top 4 literally stayed together for the entire pre-final race.
Yeah.
And I don't expect to see that, or I don't expect that to change.
Yeah, they've already kind of formed up here as they make their way through that right-hander, turn 14. The shadows are really creeping into the that final turn.
And that's got to affect the braking zone coming into 16.
I feel like it would affect the vision more than anything, right?
It does. It turns it into a little bit more of an optical illusion, and then all of a sudden that wall comes up really fast. You see a lot of guys get in there and spin. Another thing that's affecting driving today, believe it or not, is the pollen.
Oh, the track just
it's made it a little
dusty?
bit slicker. Yeah, you see that. That's actually what I think caused Nick Laferdo to get sideways. He said he dropped a wheel when I talked to him earlier, but I was like, no, you really didn't. I think he just was braking. He got into that little, almost like marbles, when you have on the NASCAR tracks, you get into the marbles, you get all loose. And that's kind of what the pollen does here, because it's been falling like snow.
Well, imagine they get into that smooth concrete on the rumble strips.
Mm-hmm.
You couple that with the pollen, there's probably no grip.
Yeah,
Well, that makes sense because we saw it in the beginning of the broadcast, like on the warm-up laps and on first laps. We'd see
You
like
see it
so many
blowing.
solo spins.
Yep. Oh yeah,
So
solo
we're
spins,
trying to figure out
absolutely.
like what it is, but
That and the cold. I mean, it was just remarkably cold. It was 36 degrees this morning, and it's turned out to be an absolutely gorgeous day. I think it's in the high 60s. There's no wind.
And I think that's what helped get that track record broken. The ambient
absolutely.
conditions were probably absolutely perfect
Yeah.
for that run.
If we didn't have as much pollen on the track, it might have been even a better track record.
Yeah, we'll definitely see some 46s if the temperatures
do you think we're
behave
hitting
next
a
week.
point where, like, are we close to the final track record? Will there ever be a final track record?
I would say no, because technology keeps on evolving,
Good
and
point.
tire technology and things like that, where these drivers can pull more Gs, especially in the shifter carts. So I would say that the sky's the limit as far as that's concerned. Biggest thing is the top speeds and tracks like this. This track is an FIA-rated track. It's incredibly safe for all the blind turns that you have. I've had some doozies here, and the only reason why I have not come away with more injuries than I ever have is because of these tire barriers and the K-rail and all the things that were designed. I mean, you literally can look it up in the FIA rule book, and they did not go through the certification process, but they did build the track to FIA standards.
I think it's a great point, especially showcase at the end of the straight with that large runoff area. Did a lot.
Yeah, I mean, when you're doing 84 miles an hour and you're going into heavy braking there, you need all that runoff there.
And we are watching the battle for the lead right now. Oliver Nybert in that number 10 cart, followed by Gabriel Lopez in that number 825. They make their way around turns 14, coming into that final braking zone, turn 16. And those top 3 have pretty much pulled away from the rest of the field, though right now I'd say it's just the top 2. You know, Talon Laney, though, look at that. He is, I wouldn't say he's out of contention, but he definitely needs to work on getting that cart closer up to those top 2, or else this race is going to run out real quick.
Yeah, it's not quite that, train of 4 we saw in the pre-final.
And there might have been some issues there because it looks like Cunningham is that driver that fell out of that lead pack.
Talon Laney, yeah.
Let me tell you, Oliver Nybert, and really the top 3 drivers here, this is talent development at its best. I mean, Oliver has been coming here, I think now this is his 3rd year. And to, see him go to where he is a lot of the times at the lead, and he's always in contention from just barely being able to turn a cart, is really interesting to watch. His dad's really just jumped in with both feet with Liqui-Moly and that team that they've developed, and so really rewarding to see some of these young guys come up so quickly.
In this class, the K100 Juniors, this is really my first adult 2-stroke class.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because, I mean, they got the micro swifts, but it's not the same as coming up to these KA100s.
No, the only thing that's different on these versus a full-on KA100 is they have a 16-millimeter restrictor in the exhaust, and that's it. So the torque band is very similar. It's just not quite as much power.
And what kind of top speeds are the juniors hitting out here with these?
I honestly don't know. I would be willing to venture into the mid-60s, because they're a step above LO206. LO206, you're seeing anywhere from 55 to 59 miles an hour at the end of the straight there in the back. So these things are the next breed here. So we have, looks like we're midway through the race here.
Yep, we are halfway to go. 6 down, 6 to go.
Oliver Nybert still your leader in that number 10. Red cart, red fire suit, red helmet.
Yeah, so that's an OTK brand called Red Speed. OTK has 3 or 4 different brands now, and he runs the Red Speed brand. They have Esprit, they have Tony Kart, EOS, and I think one other. So basically they are the Porsche of karting.
Okay.
As far as quality, fit, I mean, you ought to see their manufacturing facility. It's absolutely amazing. But they are a mass producer. They're very popular in Europe. They're out of Italy. And they are a great brand for anything from KA100 Junior Cadet Kart all the way up to LO206 and Shifter. You see them quite a bit in Shifter. And one of the kart manufacturers to talk about here is a newcomer, which is Factory Karts, and that's Oz Cheeks dealer brand. And that's what Billy Musgrave started Factory Karts. Billy Musgrave's here today racing that Shifter that set that 46, right?
Oh,
and
wow.
so you talk about the top predators, right? The A predators. Well, Billy Musgrave is the A predator there because he really is one of the top in the nation when it comes to shifter karting.
I mean, that's just like a shark in a kiddie pool. You
Yeah.
put him out here.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, nobody has run that fast. So, 48 was like, whoa.
Well, when we saw Krimmers come out and break into the 47s, we thought that was impressive. And
That's exactly right.
And Musgraves just absolutely demolished that record. I mean, he pulled over half a second off the lap record.
That's quite a chunk.
And that record held for a while, too.
It did, sure did. Yep. The person who had it before, I believe, was Angus Hunt and Brian Speck. They always kind of went back and forth. Those were a couple of local guys, and they don't really race anymore. So, again, the new breed comes in, different drivers, not even necessarily younger or older. It's just different drivers. I don't know how old Billy Musgrave is. I believe he's probably in his low 30s. But, again, he really is the top shelf there. He always is out there at SCUSA and doing really well with SCUSA. So it's always great to have him here for the second time in a row as far as racing here. It's really great.
And he'll be back out next weekend, so maybe we'll see that record get broken again.
So what's going to be doing next weekend?
The CKNA.
Oh, he's going to run 206. Okay, awesome.
Yeah, I'm so excited for that weekend.
That is a really big deal for Atlanta Motorsports Park to have that sanctioning body choose AMP. Now, here's the ironic part about it.
Well, it was because there was a track had to give up their weekend.
NCMP, yeah. And, ironically enough, that's a guy who was a member here that bought North Carolina Motorsports Park and has turned that into a very similar to AMP. It's a
the first thing they did is repaved it,
yeah,
which made it a lot better.
Yes, they did. They made some significant investment. Oh wow, we had someone fall off there.
I think that was some lap traffic.
Oh, it was lap traffic, right?
Came up on them way too fast.
Yeah, absolutely.
They made it through.
So yeah, that deal fell through, and they called us, and Lucas was able to make it work. So it's a really big deal. So we make a really good showing of it, and this really goes to all the folks that are listening in the pits and everything like that. We are welcome these guys with open arms.
Yeah.
We'll have more national events like that. We can do that here.
Oh, and all the people watching us on Kart Chaser right now, we want you guys to come out here, come race with us.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of eyes. I mean, you get all those people out here and they see the product on track. It's always a good race here.
Yeah.
They're going to want to come back.
Absolutely.
I want more LO206 seniors. I want to see 100 kart grids. I want to see eliminations, last chance qualifiers. I want to see
Why
the
stop
works.
at 100? Why not 1,000?
Yeah.
Well, we might have to open up a new property. I don't know if we can park that many here.
No, we couldn't.
They'd have to close the main
I
track.
mean, if 1,000 LOs show up, we can figure it out.
Yeah, well,
I'm sure we could.
Go.
We can do main track.
We'll switch over to main track.
You're
yeah.
right.
Or just park them on the main track, or we give Bill a call. Maybe go park them at Elliott Airfield right behind us.
They actually don't own that anymore.
Oh, really?
They deeded it over to the city about 5 years ago. I guess it was a good tax maneuver that they needed to do.
Lap 11, so
Final lap.
Final lap. Sorry, we've been gabbing about events coming up and things like that. Well, these guys are out. Oh, there's a challenge.
There it is.
Whoa, Oliver Nyberg gets challenged by Gabriel. Wow, what a maneuver.
He led 11 laps.
Oh, and he's touching him. Look at that.
Ooh.
He literally is pushing him along. Is he going to make a maneuver here? On the last turn, is he going to make a maneuver? And there he's driving very defensively. No, he's going to go down to the inside. It's going to be a drag race to the finish.
Oh.
And it's Gabriel Lopez. Wow.
Wow.
Well, they saved all that action for the last half lap.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's when the racing starts.
I'm surprised they didn't start any sooner than that.
I mean, maybe he knew we were yapping.
Yeah, he's just waiting for us to start paying attention.
He's like, "You guys done? All right."
The hard thing is it's hard to commentate on a guy that's out for a Sunday drive practically, and there's no lead changes going on. So we've got to fill it with something that's interesting, and we certainly can do that here. We've got a lot of talent. We got a lot of great people out here, so it's easy to tell stories and also easy to get distracted. And
well, also we have somebody like you in the booth with us that knows so much of the history here and knows a lot of these drivers. Always a pleasure to have you up here,
well,
Al.
Thanks,
Thank
man.
you.
I appreciate that. It's always a pleasure to be up here. And I've got to say, here are looks like L206 Masters, and I don't see the Legends, or are the Legends mixed?
I don't think that's who we're on right now because that
no,
was
this
KA
is
Junior.
K100 Senior.
KA Senior.
Sorry.
And then we got Tag Cadet, Tag Rookie, and then we'll be to LO
So
Masters.
yeah, they've mixed up the field a little bit. Did the schedule get moved around?
Yeah,
a
they
little
moved the shifter cart to.
Yeah, shifter cart will be in between LO Masters and LO Senior.
Here you go.
Oh, that's helpful actually.
So the last race of the day will be that big one. Right?
Yeah.
Fall for that.
Well, mostly for, we can get to the podiums while they're recovering everybody afterwards.
There was quite a line to get to the scales.
We have an interview coming up.
Interview at Victory Lane coming up.
Yeah, I want to know about that last lap pass.
Yeah, that was
take it
pretty
away.
exciting. That was pretty exciting. Gabriel Lopez taking the win. How do you feel about that last lap?
The last lap was really tight. I was just waiting for that last moment to have a setup on the last lap. I did not expect that I was going to be able to make the move. It was a pretty late move, but it was successful, and I'm happy about that.
Yeah, as you guys are coming across the finish line, it looked like neighbor was pretty close to you. Could you feel him back there?
Yeah, I saw his nose just like right there, and it was tight.
Yeah, tight victory. How do you plan on celebrating?
I don't really have any plans for celebrating. It's just go to the podium and go home.
Go to the podium, go home. No ice cream, nothing like that?
Come on, he's going to Disney World.
Probably not.
Probably not. Well, congratulations on your win, man. Whatever you do tonight, hope you enjoy it.
I was going to say, tendies at Wendy's, baby.
Tendies at Wendy's. Yeah. We'll send it back up to you.
Mr. Business. Said podium and then go to bed.
I tell you, that's what's going to happen to me.
Are you going to make it home? You're just gonna recline the truck back, just take a nap.
I might have to do that. It's been a pretty brutal past week.
So you said you had 20 carts out here today?
Yeah, 20 under the 10 today.
Do you dream of like carts?
You know, funny you say that. I actually do.
You ever get like frustration dreams, like you're trying to get a bolt out and you just strip it?
Yes.
And you can't,
Or I take a Sawzall to a frame, which I have actually done. I did that to that old DR torque cart that I hated. And we are green, 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 KA100. Senior, not junior. So it's Danny Perez out front there.
And we have got
what else is new?
13 carts, yes. Actually, this might have been the one Banu was running in today.
Yep, he is in third place on the scoring ticker, but we'll have to get an update. I don't think that's 100% accurate.
Well, we'll get the update when they come across first. We already have people challenging here in the top 6. And
Side
3
by
wide.
side.
Oh, and a spinner. Wow, that was the third place driver got spun out there.
Ooh.
That's
We'll have to
tough
see
luck.
who that was.
Going to continue.
And that looks like
That's
one
an
of the
eyes up
Estes.
driver. That's Cameron Estes.
Yeah, because he's got the same livery his dad does.
No, that's not. Well, no, it is Cameron.
That was Cameron.
No, it's Cameron.
Yeah, that's a
I
tough
forgot he has an
break.
Esprit cart now.
That is
So-
a tough break.
Yep, Danny Perez led that first lap. Christian Foster. Well, this says Cameron Estes, the third place driver. Oh, wait, that's right.
Yeah, no, it hasn't updated on the screen
So
yet.
another incident here at the bottom of.
Oh, they really got together.
no.
They're stuck together.
That is the 50 cart of Evan Santilio. And it looks like he might have gotten into Juan Pablo Garcia.
Early incidents here in KA100 senior.
Well, it's like a start of an LO race.
I know. It surprised me when that LO race had 40 drivers.
Oh, wow, look at
Look
that.
at
Deep, and
Ooh.
almost. Oh, my gosh. That was a good overtake.
Semenoff.
It was almost 2 for 1.
Yeah.
Well, I think it
He
might
was
have-
riding a rocket.
Oh,
ship.
Semenoff. Wow,
Oh!
hits him in the back and just.
He had too much speed coming through there, not enough real estate.
He sure did. Semenoff's out there wide.
And that's going to eat him. They're coming through, too, with that local yellow.
Yep.
There's Danny Perez in that green helmet. Down the backstretch, Christian Foster is chasing him. About 1 second back last time at the line.
And this is closer than it was last race, but we got more laps, so still might be time to get a 15-second gap like he did last time.
Exactly.
I mean, there could be a couple laps left. He gets
And right now your leader going across the line as they make their way up and over the hill down into turn 2. And it looks like they got that cart out of the rumble strip there. So I think they're just going to leave that there till the end of the race. It helps when you crash right next to the recovery vehicle. It makes their job easier.
It sure does.
Well, it still says
So-
Cameron Estes is scored in third, so I don't know.
Maybe
what
that
driver
wasn't. Now I'm seeing Semenoff off track.
Yeah, I guess it might have been Semenoff that got spun.
I think it was.
Well, Semenoff was in that red. No, it wasn't Semenoff that got spun.
Well, one way or the other, it was one of the eyes up drivers because he had the
Yeah.
eyes up livery on there, and it was an orange Esprit chassis. So it's good to see that. Well, here's another one. It's Christian Foster. It's great to see him in second place, and great to see Cameron Estes. I mean, Brant's got a podium, so can Cameron get a podium?
That'll be a fun ride back to.
To Alabama,
Yeah.
L.A., Lower Alabama.
I was talking to Cameron yesterday. He's a student over at Auburn University.
Yes.
Makes the trip out here every month to come race with us. Him and his dad both. Been doing it for a few seasons now.
Yeah, they almost 5 years now.
I know they've always been up there since we started announcing, since we started doing the show here.
Yeah, that's Cameron. That's Cameron Estes.
And that's Banu right there just coming past your screen. trying to hang on to fourth place. Got Vincent Capetillo nipping at his heels right now.
Yeah, see, there's another. Vincent Capetillo is another example of a driver that's been here for a very long time, who started off not even knowing how to turn the wheel on a go-kart, and it competes at a national level, and really goes to show how good the programs are here and how much support they've had. They've been a long-standing neighbor of mine in the garages, and so really good to see the Capetillos here today.
Yeah, I mean, we see it, a lot since we've done these broadcasts, where you'll have a driver and they'll be mid-pack or lower, and then all of a sudden they'll come back 1 year, and it's like podiums, they're winning.
Well, the funny thing is the light bulb goes off with some of these kids, and they start to really get it. So we're really happy to see this level of driver development that happens here, and tracks all over the country.
I mean, I'm sure you would agree. I think it just comes down to track time too. I mean,
it does.
They just drive.
And I'm going to tell you, the Capetillos are here a lot, and they're racing a lot.
Well, and tracks like this aren't necessarily popping up everywhere, so
no.
You kind of almost got to go to where the tracks are, and that's what we see a lot of people doing. And that's one of the great things about the community here at Atlanta Motorsports Park is it brings in people from all over. Folks will relocate just to be nearby.
Well, I mean, I don't know how many tracks there are that have this level of turns.
There are none.
Elevation change. You can practice so many things here.
Yeah, I mean, that's
both tracks, but the main track specific, or the kart track specifically, is the most extreme kart track in the world.
Yeah.
And that's not trying to brag or anything. That's probably being humble.
No, just brag. Go ahead.
Brag.
It's okay. I mean, Jeremy
it
likes
really
us to
is
brag
extreme
about the
out here when you get on this track.
Yeah.
Talk your stuff.
So a lot of people, they don't like it, and for whatever reason, it is intimidating. You don't race this track like you race, let's say, a track house or Carolina Motorsports Park or Newcastle, but again, it's broadening your repertoire of tracks that you can race at and how you race at them and how you set up for them. So,
yeah, I got to feel like if you can dominate this track, you can be confident to go almost anywhere.
Yep. Hey, we got a challenge here. It looks like for 4th and 5th. And are they going to get together? Whoa, little touch. Another little touch. Not quite. That was actually Cameron Estes, it looks like.
Is this Christian Foster?
Yeah, this is the battle for
second. Sorry about that. That's battle for second. Here comes Cameron Estes again on the inside. Is he going to get Christian Foster? Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Bam, he gets it. Christian Foster, is he going to drag race him?
No.
Nope, he's going to fall back in. Wow, that was a great maneuver by Cameron Estes.
He just shoved it in there, left him no track, forced him to yield.
And at least they made it clean.
Yes.
And, oh, wow, they're going around some lap traffic there, and they're going to do that clean.
Well, if there's anywhere to pass somebody, it's going up the hill if it's a slower driver.
I mean,
because you definitely don't want to be doing it in the kink.
Well, yeah, you don't pass anyone in the kink.
Well.
Yeah, so that's Cameron Estes moving up to second.
Looks like he's starting to pull on him a little bit there. And, yeah, he followed him for quite a long time. It looks like Cameron's really coming to his own here in second place, pulling away from Christian Foster.
I think a pair of silver medals for the Estes would make a nice
clanking
noise on the way home.
Absolutely.
Dangling from the rearview mirror.
Yeah, second place and those ever so valuable championship points.
And that's the more important part on the line right now. A lot of these guys have plenty of daily awards. They're hunting championships right now.
That's exactly right.
And these early races in the season, too, this is really when you can pad yourself because you want to go into the week 6, week 7, and still have that buffer zone. If you end up having an off race, those just end up being your drop races and you're still good.
Right.
You don't want to burn those first, second, third week of the season.
I mean, you got to think how much goes into each race day. I mean, Al, you know this. You prep the karts. So to maintain that over an entire season, it's impressive.
It's tough. It's certainly tough. That's the only way I can describe it.
Well, if it wasn't tough, then you wouldn't be in business, Al.
No.
Because you're one of the guys out there making these guys fast, and that's why a lot of folks come to you. Get them in the right setup.
Well, I've had a lot of great support out of Atlanta Motorsports Park. The management here has been very supportive of me, and I really do appreciate it. Lots of opportunities over the years to do stuff with all facets of this facility, and it's really great to see how they grow and how things change. And You know, you're in it sometimes, and then you're out of it. So but I've been here since almost the beginning, just a little over 10 years now, and so it's been a really
I think
great
you were here
growth.
before there was even curbing on track.
Yeah.
It was just dirt and gravel.
Yep. No
And
grass.
a thin strip of asphalt in the shape of a racetrack.
That someone had to land a plane on once.
That was wild, too. That happened right before I started, too. That
Yeah.
was in the news cycles when I actually took my job offer here. And you could still see back then. I'm sure you can actually still see now because they haven't repaved it over there.
The damage is still there from the fuel that leaked out. Okay, the white flag is out. Now let's see what happens here between Cameron and Christian. I think Danny Perez is, well, he's nowhere to be found. The real race here is between.
Yeah, he's loading up the trailer already. He's getting ready for his post-race interview.
That's right. But Christian Foster seems to be getting a little bit loose here, and he's losing some ground on Cameron Estes.
Look at this. Banu making a charge right
Yep.
now.
Is Banu going to get into third place?
I don't know. Is there a mechanical? Is there something off with that cart?
Yeah.
Because, look, that gap is quickly closing right now. And it looks like Cameron Estes is going to be able to drive away with this one and secure the second place, although, you know, anything could happen over these final two turns. You still got to hit your marks and
exactly right.
Make sure you don't spin out.
And here we go. Danny Perez across the line. Cameron Estes second.
Ooh, at the line.
At the line. Wow,
Wow.
what was that? That's between Banu and Vincent Capetillo.
And
Capetillo took it.
Capetillo just
Wow.
barely got it.
Sure did for fourth. Now, let me tell you, Vincent Capetillo, sorry, Banu, he's like half your age, dude.
Oh.
And sixth, Juan Pablo Garcia. That's great.
Yeah.
Juan Pablo's first season in K100 with some work with Margay, and that's really great to see.
Up 5 spots over the
Yeah.
whole race.
Yeah, we need to
job,
see.
Juan Pablo.
We need to see. We've already heard from Daniel. I don't know if you can hear me down there, Bean. We need to see if we can grab Cameron Estes for this interview. That was an impressive run up to second place today. I want to hear what he's got to say. Sorry, Danny, we already talked to you earlier today.
We talk to Danny every week. If
Yeah, I mean, we could write a book on Danny right about now.
Yeah, look at these guys. They're showing off their team slogans, team colors. They see that drone. That's one thing you got to remember is I had to coach my team on this last race in this race is that you're always on camera here during a race, and you have to remember that, especially when you're in tech, you know, because tempers can run really hot, and we had our little knockout thing going on last week.
I heard there were some fisticuffs.
Not quite,
light.
but awful close.
Well, tempers do run, and I mean, it is racing, and you know, these guys, they put a lot of their heart, passion, you know, their emotion goes into this, and sometimes,
money.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get Cameron on the interview. Think we got them lined up down there. Producers just chatting in our headset, telling us what's up.
Cadet are on the grid. 6 drivers. Small little race.
Yeah, Will, if you're ready for me, I got Cameron Estes.
All
down
right,
here.
looks like, yeah, we are down here trackside with Bean Akawala and our second race driver, Cameron Estes.
Yeah, Cameron coming in, having a little battle for second place. Tell me about it.
It was a good battle. I ended up getting a pushback bumper accidentally, so I actually did come second. But it was a good race. It was clean. I know I accidentally touched Christian down in turn 9, but I think it was overall just good racing. But
Yeah, it was good racing. It was kind of clean. It wasn't too bad of a touch. Tell me how that lined up for you.
Wait, sorry.
How did the touch line up?
How did the what?
How did the touch? You said you got a touchback on it?
Oh, yeah. So I'm going to guess it was from that contact in turn 9. But I think it was from going in, and we both – so I was on the inside on the left, and he was on the outside. And I think my front right bumper might have touched his inside pod or something, and it pushed it back. But I don't know anything else that would be from.
Okay, with that kind of a pressure, what goes through your head to make sure you pull through?
Not much, honestly. Not much is going through my head when I'm racing.
Clear heads, right? That's kind of been the theme for tonight. Seems like that's what it takes to get up on the podium. Right? Congratulations.
Thank
you. There you have it. A little bumper-to-bumper racing with Cameron. We'll take it back up to you, Will.
All right. Thank you, Bean. And it looks like we are almost underway here. Yes, green flag is out. Good timing on that interview. Tag Cadet underway. Look at that. Side-by-side action already heading into turn one. That looked like Emma Schumann and Arthur Notapedian. They are going hammer and tong at it as they come up. Turn number 2, the big hill through 3 and 4.
Make their way down the backstretch for the first time under green. I want to say that it is Callan Berghofer.
Yeah, he is off to an early lead, although he was your winner in race 1. Evan Fry just behind him right now. And I believe that was Emma Schumann because that's her race suit all the way in the back there in 5th that just got caught up in
back,
that caught up in that early traffic. And if you were to read the textbook on race starts, that is not in there.
Definitely not.
And not what you want to see, especially when you work so hard to get in position to be able to start on the outside pole of the race start and to get shuffled like that. That is a tough break, but if there's anybody that can catch back up, it would be Emma Schumann, so it'll make for some exciting racing.
Yeah.
She's run some pretty good races today, so like you said.
Well, I don't know. Look at these first two. These first two are really starting to run away with it.
Yeah, already they are putting a gap on the field. We're going to have to see what that is.
Oh, we have a challenge for Callan Berghofer and Evan Fry, but Evan drops back in. You see him get a little squirrely there under braking.
Sometimes when they make that move, I wonder if it's purely for psychological when, they're almost in the braking zone and then they go to look to pass, and it's like.
Totally is.
Yeah.
Totally is. I'm here. I'm here now. You know you're weak there. So what they're trying to do is get you to look to your left and to miss the braking point and the turn-in point. And so it works sometimes.
Give them a little razzle-dazzle.
Well, we talk
look
about
over
it
here
with
while
no
I
mirrors.
get you over here.
No mirrors in the carts. If you all of a sudden just see a cart appear on your left,
Yeah, or a bumper,
side,
right?
Or a bumper.
You look straight down and you see a bumper, and it's like, oh, wow, he's actually there.
And there goes 3rd, 4th, and 5th place around us right now.
Emma Schumann, she's trying to get around Arthur. Can't make it happen.
Yeah, she is trying her best right now, and they are pretty much putting a wall up, and that's what's letting 1st and 2nd get way off ahead.
Those guys are really racing hard, and the first two here with Callan is just starting to gap away here from Evan Fray.
Yeah, other than that attempt at the pass or the fake, whatever you want to call it, they've kind of run pretty neat here in order. It's allowed them to drive away.
And that time at the line, 3.5 seconds already. We were only 3 laps in. They are
driving away.
Yep. This might be a Sunday drive type of race.
Is a Danny Perez sized lead already. Tendies at Wendy's, baby.
I love it.
Is that trademark?
I mean, Wendy's is.
Oh, no. Hopefully they don't get on our tail on Twitter.
Yeah, Wendy's is a sponsor. Oh, now we're talking.
And we were talking about that Baconator so much when we were down at Barnesville, and we ended up going and getting Wendy's on the way home after that race.
Nice. Yeah, the Baconator.
Because John was very interested in how that course layout got its name, and the guy that made the layout, his last name was Bacon, so they just called it the Baconator.
We talk about jelly beans all the time. We never gotten jelly beans.
Easter's over.
Yeah, okay.
Still like jelly beans, though. Not like Ronald Reagan did.
I wasn't alive during that time, Al. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I don't have a comment.
You young pups.
Yeah.
Oh, you're a 90s baby?
If you want to talk about William Jefferson Clinton, I might have an opinion or two, but he was in office when I was born, or had just been elected.
God, you are young.
Did the go-kart wheels, were they made out of wood or stone?
No, the wheels actually back then, they were square.
Square.
And we were just figuring out how we could lathe them into spheres so that they would roll smoother, because it really was rough back then, back in.
And you had to read the manual by candlelight, right?
Yes, exactly. But what I will say, and it's a really interesting segue into karting technology. Karting technology has changed so much since the 70s when I got started in it. And like we used to not have any alignment adjustments. You bent the C channels to make alignment adjustments, and the tires were as hard as rocks. And you see some of these vintage guys get out there, they still have those original tires, and they look like tires from a wheelbarrow. I mean, it's just, the tire technology is unbelievable now. It's literally rivals that of Formula One back in the 70s, so there's that much of a disparity between, 50 years worth of karting. And,
Well, and the rate at which technology advances in 5 years, that'll be, a lifetime ago.
Yeah, it really will. And now we're talking about advanced metallurgy and composites and stuff like that. Now, composites have not been adopted by the karting community, and it's mostly because composites are really great at flex. They are not good at impact. And so that, if you remember the Space Shuttle Columbia, impact is what brought it down from a piece of insulation, which quite frankly is really soft, went through a piece of carbon fiber, which is the leading edge of the wing there. So, we got some battles going on here with Emma Schumann. They're really starting to mix it up.
She's been trying to get around these guys for the entire race, though.
Well, they just got the sticks, so halfway, and she's probably feeling the pressure now if she's going to make a move, because she is squarely in 5th, and she's going to get around 2 drivers just to get on the podium.
Yeah. Oh, a little bit of bump action there, going late braking there into turn number 9. And that's just, hello, I'm here.
She looks like she's tried to go left, tried to go right. She's like, I'll try the middle this time.
Yeah. It's either that or you're going to do a bulldozer maneuver. And look at the lead that Callan has. I mean, they're out for a Sunday drive at this point.
He is already 3.5 over second place. And then there's another 2.5 back to 3rd.
Yeah, so I hate it, Callan, but really the race here is for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, or 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And they are really mixing it up.
Emma getting a little frustrated there.
I mean, she knows this is the battle for the podium spot, so.
Speaking Italian out there in her go-kart with her hands.
Yes. Oh, and we got a bump draft. Look at the push on the inside. Emma Schumann, wow, takes it. Oh, but runs wide. And is she going to keep her foot in it? No, she's going to have to fall back into place there.
She tried to give him the rope to hang himself, but not able to do much with it.
And she's got a challenger now on the inside. Watch out there. Got to drive defensively. That really cost Emma Schumann, but it was a valiant effort to try and get that position.
But Cayenne Air will happily take that gift.
That's
and
right.
not put some space between him and Arthur and Emma.
I mean, it's like you want to see them try, though.
Oh, absolutely.
It would be disappointing if she just sat back and didn't try anything.
Absolutely.
I mean, I'd rather them try every lap from the start so we have something fun to watch, but you get the strategy of why they don't.
Oh, and look, that lap traffic getting in the way. Literally moves the lap traffic out of the way. And now Emma Schumann. Oh, wow, that really hurt. And Emma Schumann's going for it again. She's on the inside. She's gotten out of the draft, and she is going to late break. Is she going to make it work this time? Yes. No, she runs wide again. Oh, no.
And that's Arthur Notapedian in the 30 cart making that move right there.
Yeah, Emma's back in the purple.
Sorry about that. Yep, they look almost identical. Wow, that was a tough maneuver.
But with that, look at that. Emma's back up in it.
Emma's back up in it after getting by that lap traffic.
Not over yet.
It is definitely not over, and anything could happen. And for only having 6 carts on this grid, this has been an exciting one.
It has been.
The battle for 3rd has been like this.
And I think one of our most exciting races we had last year had like 3 carts in it.
Right.
And it was
Sometimes
really
you get those like 2 carts.
And they're just so evenly matched.
Yeah. A duel.
Well, in some of the races, you wouldn't even know there's more than 2 or 3 carts because it's just
Here we go. Emma Schumann looked to the end. Now, actually, she hit out. Wow, they're back and forth on each other. And we have another challenge. Runs wide, and that's Arthur again running wide. He's doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. He's got to check that up a little bit.
And he went inside.
And Emma Schumann on the inside. She looks to it. She says, nope, not going to happen. Emma is really making inroads.
I'm telling you, she looks left, she looks right, she's trying everything.
Yeah, and she's on the inside of Arthur right there. It's going to be a drag race
She's going
to
to be in
turn
position,
one, and
though.
she is in a position to take it, and here she goes. Is she going to be able to hang on to it? And the answer to that is maybe.
We'll have to see.
Oh,
No!
Arthur
Cross
on
over,
the inside.
cross it.
She crosses him over. She's running him out. They touch, just barely touch, and it's still a drag
and
race into
Arthur's
turn
still
4.
in position.
Arthur is hanging on to it. Man, Arthur, what a job of keeping your foot in it. Whoa.
They stayed side by side from turn 17 all the way through turn 5.
Yeah, all I can tell you right there is that's how you race. I mean, that makes it really exciting for us and the announcers, and that is unbelievable. But see, what's happening now is our third place is way ahead of them. Can they stop mixing it up for a second, get it back together, and see if they can make a run?
Might be a little too late because the sticks were out last time, so it's going to be the white flag.
Yep, this is last lap, and everyone's really going to go nuts this time.
Ooh, this battle for 4th is definitely going to be fun to watch here. 1 lap to go. Emma Schumann, can she get around Arthur Notapedian?
Oh, wow, she goes to the inside.
Ooh.
She's making a challenge.
Does she got momentum?
You saw her
Can
head
she
whip
get
there.
up the hill?
No, Arthur's going to get it because you saw her head whip. She lost a lot of momentum there. Now she's going to probably go to the inside, trying to go into turn 9. Let's see what she does here. She breaks the draft a little early, and that costs her.
Yeah.
Not able to get.
She had caught that draft and slingshot it to the inside. It might have worked for her.
But she is back up on the bumper of Arthur Notapedian.
Sure is.
Only
It's
gonna
not
have
over
about,
yet.
Yeah, she's only got 3 turns left to make the pass.
Oh, here she goes on the inside in the David's Bend, and they are side by. Oh, she backs out of it.
Ooh, you got to commit. You're going to do that.
Yeah.
And that's going to be it. She is not going to. She lost a lot of ground doing that.
Yeah.
You got to commit. That's going to be it.
And Callan Berghofer has already taken the checkered flag. Evan Frey taking the checkered flag. That'll be your first and second place. Kyan Air, who was the leader of that pack we were watching most of the race, he will take home 3rd. Arthur Notapedian fending off Emma Schumann for 4th. Emma, valiant effort, brings home 5th. And rounding out your field, Roland Smith.
I mean, what a showcase.
That was a
by
good
Arthur.
race.
That was,
a great race.
yes.
Yeah,
And that was
good
probably
job, Arthur.
our smallest grid of the day, too. One of our most exciting races.
But you're right. From like 17 to the backstretch.
Yeah.
Arthur was
that
battling.
was. And I thought she had him. I thought she had
like
him
4 times.
Yeah,
Yep.
and he just stayed there.
Yep.
Did not yield. That is how you race.
You remember Danny May and I doing that basically for 1 lap, swapping back and forth, side by side for multiple corners. That was a lot of fun.
That's some of the best racing you'll have too, and that's how friends are made at the track. Especially when you keep it clean, not when you
absolutely
not when you wreck each other. But that was an exciting race, and it looks like we are getting ready to go with our post-race interview. The drivers are getting out of their carts right now. High five. I can see Arthur's dad down there giving him a hug.
He's happy.
Yeah, that was some. I'd be happy watching that. That was an incredible performance. Even though it was for 4th place, that was some really good driving.
Literally, that's one of those ones where it doesn't matter what place you came in, man. You were racing the whole time, and that was really great. Look at this
Maybe
guy.
we should see if we could grab Arthur right there in that liquid molly, that white suit. Bean, see if you can grab Arthur real quick. I want to talk to him. Yeah, ask him about holding tight against Emma Schumann. That was some incredible driving.
Arthur gets the helmet off, headset on.
Yeah, we're out here with Arthur. Arthur, man, you put on a show battling against Emma. Tell me how you feel.
Good.
Good. Tell me about a couple of laps, man. How are you trying to hold off Emma?
I was trying so hard. I was breathing so bad because I went into the back because I couldn't do it, but I believed in myself. My trainer believed in myself. He told me, try and believe in yourself. Do everything you can. And I tried it, and I got in 4th place.
Have no doubts in yourself, and you pulled it off, man. Good job.
Yeah, great job.
There you have it, some inspiring words from your 4th place. And we'll take it back to you, Will.
That was, without a doubt, one of the more exciting races of the day.
Definitely.
Congratulations to all the drivers down there. Definitely putting on a show for you folks at home. And we hope you guys have been enjoying it. This program is starting to to wind its way down. We got a few more races left today. That was the tag rookie, or no, that was tag. That was tag cadet. We've got tag rookie up next. So so basically the entry level for two-stroke karts is coming up next. And then after that, we have got the LO 206 Master Legends race.
Yep.
That was a huge grid. I think 28 karts in that one. And then the big one, or then shifter kart, and then the big one will round up the day, all 41 LO 206 senior karts.
Yep, we are definitely extending the schedule. It is 5:43 Eastern.
Yes, and well, heck, if we run out of daylight, we got lights.
Well, sunset's at 8 o'clock, so I think we'll be fine.
Yep. I will probably be breaking down camp long past dark. You see how many tents we've got now? We've got 12 tents.
Yeah, I was going to say, you keep it keeps growing out there.
It's a city at this point.
That is like a good description. I feel like you walk through the paddock, and it is like a city.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like going through a bazaar, you know, all the
like an open market. It is exactly. Right, tag rookie. Ryder Thompson in this one. Says he's in first. You have to remind me, I wasn't here for the pre-final. Who ended up winning this?
One of these drivers.
Astute observation.
One of these, I think it was Ryder.
I think it was Thompson. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was that one where he went from third to first.
Correct.
On that last lap. That was insane too. That was when they, because they both got Bo took a penalty there. I think it was whoever one of the drivers made contact got a penalty.
It happens. It's racing. Rubbin's racing.
That's right. I just wake up in the morning
and win.
Validate.
That's why I don't do victory lane interviews anymore.
Green flag is out. Tag rookie.
And Ryder Thompson is leading that pack. That's him in that orange cart right now. He has got Bo Stowers hot on his tail right now.
Okay, well, Bo's another example of one of those driver development programs. They jumped in with both feet. He had an injury last year, sat out quite a bit.
We were setting up for the race when that happened.
Yeah, I was fearful that he was not going to come back. That was one of those ones that really hurt. It was a bad injury, and I was really concerned for him. And it's just great to see him back here and doing so well.
Yeah, happy that he hopefully made a full recovery.
Oh, he did. He does soccer as well, and so they decided, I think, just to take that last section of the season off. And
I think at that age too, you're more apt to healing quicker.
But look at the run that Bo is getting here on Ryder. So that Bo's in contention. They have really started to pull away here. So
getting a little
squirrely, a little sideways there. So if he can kind of keep that a little cleaner, he's going to give Ryder a run for his money.
Didn't cost him too much there. He's still right there.
Yeah, he is. As long as he doesn't really fall back. The key is now is that if you try not to get desperate so you don't overdrive the kart. It's got to be a dance, and you got to keep on being consistent. That's the only way you're going to catch back up.
You got to have confidence that you can just run faster lap times and get up that way.
It's only lap 2. The tires are still coming up to temperature, and so here he is. He's coming back up. He really has quite a bit of power up the hill there. He's able to climb the hill. I think he's probably got a little bit taller of a gear.
Yeah, he definitely has some more speed over Ryder Thompson. But, as we saw in that first race, Ryder real good at making himself wide and being in the right spot at the right time.
Yeah, absolutely he is. He's good at putting his arms out. That's for sure.
And these guys are still neck and neck as they make their way through the hairpin at the bottom of turn 2 and back up the hill.
Shadow of the building. Talked about the shadows.
Yep.
Got shadows all over the track now.
Yeah, as that sun starts to go down, we're normally not racing this late in the day. We're usually wrapped by 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. But a real testament to the growth of this series. I mean, we're running well into the evening now.
Yeah, it's almost to the point where we had to have the lights.
I mean, how many drivers today? 160.
Yeah, attendance record 161. Well, we tied it, so we have.
Okay.
We have hit 161 drivers
That's
twice
great.
now this
Seems
season.
like we're consistently hitting those numbers. It's,
Yes.
Yeah.
So there's Bo Stowers. He's kind of shot to the inside, gave a little look, but it wasn't going to work out there. But, you know, they're kind of back and forth here. The rubber band's stretching and compressing.
Yeah, you can definitely see that accordion action as some of these drivers are hitting, you know, each driver, especially if they're geared differently, they're going to have different parts of the track that they perform better on, and you can kind of see that with the accordion. And that's kind of where they got to capitalize, because you got to get it when it's your run and you're in that part where you're faster. You've got to open the door and slam
Bo
it shut.
Stowers really came up on him and then ran a little bit wide, so that gap has opened up a little bit.
That I want to say that is.
No, I think that's.
I'm sorry.
That's third
that
and
wasn't
fourth.
Bo. Yep.
That is George Cruz and Jackson Brewster, third and fourth. Jackson Brewster up 3 spots from the start of this race, knocking on the door of a podium.
Yeah, hard charger award right there. And he is fending off Brewster right now.
Up front, Ryder Thompson, Bo Stowers still competing. But we're riding along with third and fourth place right now. George Cruz, Jackson Brewster right on the back bumper. Ooh, a bump there. I don't know if he went on the rumble strips or what. It just looked real awkward.
Just letting him know he's there. And they are almost 9 seconds back from the leader of this pack we're watching right now.
Wow. See the way he kind of just doesn't brake and just drives, you know, right down to him, and then has to go on around the outside.
So we got a pass here. This could be for third.
And Brewster looks to the inside.
Sure,
and
he's going to make it.
Oh, yeah.
He had some speed on him there.
Ample space.
It was quite a run. And now kind of has a gap over George Cruz.
Let's see what he's able to do with some clean track. If he's able to, don't know if he's going to make up 9 seconds, although, you know, Ryder was able to make 9 seconds in 4 laps, so maybe.
Yeah.
Anything is possible. Yeah, definitely since he's.
Yeah, you
got
can
around
see
George
him
Cruz,
pulling.
So I'll be interested to see where our leaders are, if they still are close. Last time they were at the line, they were only separated by 0.2, so got to imagine they're still.
Yeah, just over a quarter of a second between the two of them. But this battle for third is slowly just becoming a drive for third right now. And we'll see if we can maybe find our leaders as they are coming out. You can see just exiting the bottom of your screen.
I think first and second heading into the final turns. Here they are. So yeah, Ryder Thompson, Stowers. They get the crossbars, so halfway to go.
6 laps down, 6 to go. This 12-lap final race here for the tag rookie division.
Ryder Thompson looking back to his left to see the gap. Sees that Stowers is not right on his bumper, but he's still there. Still got to be careful. As the gap opens up a decent bit here on the backstretch. I think that's that gearing you're talking about. He just has more speed on that.
But look at that, just accordions in there in the braking zone.
And it seems like the second half of the track is where Bo Stowers is a little faster.
Well, if you got that shorter gear, it's definitely going to benefit you coming from the S's, probably all the way through
See,
to the
like
final
right
turn.
here, up until the final turn, they get right up close. Come out of the shadows, you couldn't even see them.
But then that taller gear is going to really help out going from here through turn 2 and then obviously down the back straightaway.
Bo Stowers has reeled him back in here.
Yeah, he's on a mission right now.
He sure is.
When they get to these tight parts of the track, he's a lot faster.
Yep, and now he's getting right on his bumper.
And then
Thompson using all the track there.
Right about here is where Thompson seems to pull away. Yep, around the backstretch. Although,
But look, Bo Stowers is coming up on him here.
He's found something.
Yeah, he sure has. They're coming up on lap traffic.
Ooh, the wild card.
See what happens here at the lap traffic. They're going to
It's out
go
of the
around. Lap traffic makes room, but Bo falls back a little bit there.
that was Grayson Waite. Did a great job. Just realizing leaders were coming, hop out of the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
which is some really good presence of mind to have, considering these are the rookies. This is tag
I mean,
rookie.
sometimes you see the adults don't do that.
No,
So-
that's exactly right.
I mean,
not
these
too bad.
guys.
Look
are
at this.
aged.
Bo Stowers is reeling him back in. Yeah, he's got to have a taller gear. He really is
Once he
pulling
gets
on
going
him.
up that hill in
Yep.
turn 14, he catches him.
Yep.
And you got to remember, these are 7 to 10-year-olds driving right now.
Yeah.
They're battling out on track.
I forget it every time.
I mean, they're driving, like
I'm gonna
full-grown
say
adults right now.
Bo is going to make a maneuver here. I can tell you that right now. And actually, you
Ooh,
see
yeah.
the way he's catching him.
Yeah.
Bo is going to make a maneuver.
He's got 3.5 laps.
Oh, he runs a little bit wide. Bo's right back on top of him now.
And now they're heading into Bo's best part of the track.
That's right. Bo might make a maneuver here on the inside. Here he goes.
He does.
He's going to the inside through David's Bend. Bo Stowers, nope, slams the door on him. Can Bo get him under braking going into turn 16? And he's right back on top of him. So Bo just needs to calm down.
I feel like Bo kind of jumped out a little too early.
He
there.
did.
Yeah.
He did. And so he just needs to calm down a little bit and who's Fraba?
Yes.
Just relax, right? Because this is where the desperation starts to set in and you start to overdrive the cart.
Well, you got to remember, if that guy in front of you knows you're there, he's just as desperate to keep the spot as you are.
That's exactly right. So that's where some of that psychological place comes in. And it's opening up a little bit, but here comes Bo again. You can see he's closing up that gap.
Oh, yeah, nice under braking.
Yeah, and there they are. So
He just needs to focus up here and not jump out too early. This is his best
right,
part of the track.
here he comes. And here he goes again, but he just doesn't,
I'm
doesn't
not
quite
sure
have it.
breaking that early, breaking the draft that early coming into
Well,
14 like that is
Not
working.
only that, he's taking a tighter line.
Yeah.
He should unwind and try and get into the draft and then slingshot. That would be his best bet to get by him there instead of just immediately going to that inside line, really taking that tighter apex. That's costing him in the long run.
Yeah, it feels like he needs to ride with him and work him to like a final
Correct.
Turn.
And you actually start to make the pass right as you get on top of him, as you crest that apogee there, the David's Bend, and that's where you end up sticking your nose in and you can get by him.
And they got the two
And
to
look,
go.
he might make a challenge here.
Maybe
He's
here.
going to get into the draft. Let's see.
Ooh.
Bo Stowers, is he going to get him?
Oh,
No, he decides, nope, not going to do
Ooh.
it.
He's only going to have one more chance at that. We are less than 1.5 laps to go right
That's
now.
right. The white flag is going to come out now. Bo gets in his draft here. Let's see what he does. He's just going to go right back onto the inside. Is he going to have the power? He does not. He has to use the draft. And see, he's getting in that draft. He sucks right back up on top of him.
I think he's going to do it this time. He's going
Yeah.
to.
Now he knows on the backstretch that he can draft up and get next to him. So
if
he
he
can
has
try
to
it.
calm down and he can full send it right now. He looked to the end. He's thinking, oh yeah, here we go. He actually backed out of it there. So easy into turn 2, unwind that cart, make that momentum, keep it going.
Oh,
and
yeah.
gonna
He's
be-
closer
yeah.
on him than he has been these previous laps.
Here it comes. As long as he gets good through turn 4, he's going to get a run on him.
Oh, yeah.
Here it
goes.
comes. Let's see. Bo Stowers breaks into the draft, out of the draft, inside, outside.
Ooh.
Is he going to go for it?
Thompson took a defensive line.
Yeah, he sure did. He blocked him.
Ooh.
But let's see if he's going to do it. Oh, a little bit of a bobble there on Bo Stowers, but he's still in it.
Gonna have one more chance here.
And he's going to go right to the inside. Unfortunately, he does not have the power to go up to David's Bend
He's going
too
to have
early.
to outbreak him, but I don't know if he's going to be able to gain
Nope.
that much of a gap.
Bo just needs to take the second at this point. He doesn't need to go for it. And he might go for the inside pass here. It's going to be a drag race to the finish. Still going to be Ryder Thompson and Bo Stowers, first and second.
And that was an impressive drive, I mean, by both Bo and Ryder. But
Yeah.
once Bo caught him, Ryder masterclass in defending.
Yeah, he really did. That Bo's going to look back on this video and realize that, where he can make some improvements there and where he can use that draft to his advantage.
Yeah, he needs to go study some film on Alyssa Vasquez because that was her favorite place to pass.
It sure was.
when
Yep,
she
she was
in
really
LO
good at
juniors.
that.
I mean, you got to shout out Ryder Thompson, though, because he ran a clean race, and then when he realized that Stowers could have that draft to make the pass,
Oh, he defended.
Defended perfectly.
Absolutely.
So
That's called situational awareness, and that was a really good example there of situational awareness.
Some great driving.
Great
Another
driving, great
exciting
race.
final. Yeah, we I don't think we've had a boring race yet today.
Nope.
Not really.
Unless me and you get out there and start running around the track.
Wait, gotta turn the cameras off for that.
And actually, that might not be that boring. 'Cause I think we're pretty evenly matched.
No comment.
Is medical still around?
Yeah.
No, I think
I'm not
Kayla
doing-
left.
I think it would take longer for them to do 12 laps. Or no, it'd take longer for us to do 1 lap on foot than it takes them to do 12 laps in the karts.
Obviously. What do you? Well, I don't know. How long's the track?
0.85 of a mile.
All the hills, though.
Yeah. I know. Proper motivation, I'm thinking like 17-minute miles, so probably not.
So I got Masters. Are they doing the shifters after, or
No, so they're doing Masters first. They'll do LO Masters first, and then Shifter Kart,
Then Senior.
and then Senior.
Ah.
So again, if you guys can hear me trackside, we did make a schedule change. So up next is going to be LO 206 Master, followed by Shifter Kart.
And let's go to our interview here with Ryder Thompson, first place and tag rookie.
Yeah, back again with Ryder. Ryder, you seem like you're getting pretty comfortable up here now. It's been a couple of times. How do you feel?
I feel good about it.
Yeah, did you feel the pressure back there behind you?
I did a lot, yes.
How'd you work through it to try to make sure you come out with a win?
Following apexes every lap gets you more momentum and keep going. Keep doing your apexes and now get you to first place.
That's it. Following technique will get you up here every time, and it's showing. How many times you been up here now? Is it the third time?
Yep, third time.
What are you going to do to celebrate? You got to celebrate 3 different times for 3 different wins. Dad going to figure it out for you?
Going to Dairy Queen.
That was some great drafting. Broke that draft. That gave you the win.
Yeah. Breaking the draft at the last lap was crucial. It was something you needed to do, breaking a draft.
You got the techniques down, man. You got it up here. First place again. Congratulations. Words from Ryder Thompson, 3-time winner today. Take it back to you, Will.
All right. Thank you, Bean. And I hear those LO 206 Masters out on track right now. We've got Master and Legend. So there's going to be a split start. Again, you will see the Masters in that front pack of karts, followed by the Legends just behind them. And looks like we've got somebody getting a mechanical.
Oh, no, that looks like Aaron Cox.
Oh, no.
See that red suit.
Something tells me that's going to be a muck start right now.
Oh, there he goes. Okay.
Yep, and I hear them on the radio calling false start, so that'll let him get back around and catch the tail. Maybe we will start the Legends first. I don't know if they'll false start them, let them go
no,
first.
they will. They'll false start the Legends.
That was Aaron Cox, by the way.
Okay. See, I'm good. I recognize those suits.
That's You got
then
good
again,
eyes.
he is in my pit, so I know what his car looks like.
There's like 8 red suits out there. How do you know this?
It's the specific shade of red.
Yeah.
Ah.
Kind of like 50 Shades of Grey.
Okay. LO 206 Masters and Legends coming up here. Sometimes we have too much fun.
Yeah, if only one of the drivers was named Christian Red.
All right. What are we doing, guys? So is this the first group, or is this?
This is the first group.
The first group back
They
around.
made their way back around.
And
Still
that's
with Danny May.
Matt Lassiter in first place, Danny May in second. And we are going green. Green, green, green. It's LO206 Masters. It looks like Matt got the jump on that one.
You are right. They'll lead him down into turn 2. They'll look to get back up the hill. Danny May fell back to third there.
Yep.
Oh, we got 2 karts around. Oh, this is not where you want to be with those Legends coming up.
Go, go, go.
Get out of the way.
Turn.
Oh, he's got a bent axle.
Ooh, he just
See
wisely
ya.
drives that
Yep.
off.
Don't want to be at the bottom of the hill when the
Not with another group
comes.
coming by. And right now we are following the Masters as they make their way through turn 9 into the S's.
All single file. Pretty neat and orderly. Way up the hill.
So it looks like Adam Phillips there in second, Danny May in third.
I think you are correct. Yeah, because Danny May definitely fell back to third. Confirmation on these drivers as they cross the stripe. Yep.
There
Adam
we go.
Phillips.
Grant Lockwood in fourth. Good to see. Richie Pearson. Wow. There he is in fifth.
And a great shot of that trucker cap.
I think Matt Lassiter, Danny May. Danny May is definitely not going to settle for third here.
No.
No, he's not.
No.
I mean, come on. We're only in the first lap, second lap here. It's anyone's guess who's going to win this race, that's for sure, and who's going to end up in the podium. But as we see here, the first three are starting to pull away. They're starting to work together. Hopefully they work together most of the race, but if there is ever a gap that opens, I always tell people just take it. As long as you can do it clean and not slow the whole pack down.
Well, I know Grant Lockwood probably wants them to start mixing it up now to give him a shot to catch back up to that lead pack, because he's kind of at no man's land right now in between those first three, and he is starting to become the leader of the first mid-pack, so definitely wants to be more in contention for a podium, so he's going to try his best to race up there. And right now, this pack could easily accordion back into a group of
six.
Yeah, six carts.
Kind of is.
Yep, it is. It's starting to happen. And so real quick, we'd like to make an announcement. The shifter carts. Shifter carts, please make your way to grid. Shifter carts, make your way to grid. Wow, that draft is really getting broken there.
Yeah, they
fourth
were
place just kind of hung out there to dry. And so it's first, second, third, but look at Matt Lassiter. He's starting to pull away from Adam Phillips and Danny May. That's not a good place to be, by the way. You see how they just sucked right back up to him? Because Danny was pushing. And if you lose the draft in first place, you are a sitting duck. And so you really need to focus on keeping people behind you. I've had that happen. I've had, a crash happen, and I was the only one out there, and people were like 30 seconds behind me, and they caught me. And I got freight train going through David's Bend, and luckily I was able to, take it out in the next lap and win the race. But that's the way it works in LO206. So you don't want to lose the draft early on in the race.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy how similar they are to almost like a restrictor plate race, like a NASCAR.
That's exactly what
or
this is.
IndyCar,
Really,
any, drafting type racing.
Yeah.
Well, that's what makes these LOs fun to watch. I think that's the most entertaining part about it, because
the draft is a great equalizer.
It sure is. Now that looks like we're flying over Grant Lockwood's head there. You see his number plates down off to the right. He always likes to be a little different. But Matt Lassiter, he looks like he's pulling away. And so up the hill here, Adam Phillips and Danny May catch right back up to him. So do you see this accordion? They are setting each other up, looking for the weak spot, and then they'll start racing in the next little while.
I mean, you see with Matt Lassiter, and you see with the best LO drivers, they'll lead a snake of carts, and they won't look back. It's like they're just completely comfortable leading the group.
That's exactly right. What I always tell people is you race the race in front of you, not the race behind you. A lot of folks like to look over their shoulder and keep looking over their shoulder and figure out where everybody is. Well, if you can't listen and hear one of these loud engines warbling behind you, then you need to work on that skill. Oh, there's a little bit of a bump there from Danny May into Adam Phillips. He got sideways, which ultimately hurts. So let's see what happens. It's a 6-cart race still for the first place position. I mean, these guys are nose to tail.
As they make their way through the S's. Still got about 6 carts in this pack right now, Al.
Yeah. But you see this second pack here, watch out. They could slingshot. And that's Grant Lockwood, and I don't know who's in front of Grant Lockwood because I don't recognize him.
We've seen it today. I mean, as long as you were in it,
and here we go. A pass for third place. Nope, he's going to fall back in behind Danny May.
I was going to say, you see it a lot when you have packs of 5 or 6. They're big enough to where you can have a couple drivers jump out and kind of take some drivers with them. Like kind of, hey, if I'm going, come with me.
Yep.
And push to the front.
Now that's Ron, I'm going to say Kliss, I believe, is the way you pronounce that. And he just set the fastest lap. So he just turned purple.
Yeah, 102.4.
So he's charging from the back.
Yeah.
He's the fourth cart right there in this four-cart
Well,
pod
and that's
we're
something
following.
that happens on like restricted play racing, where the fastest lap usually doesn't come from the leader; it comes from the person who's getting the tow.
Correct. And right now, Ron is definitely getting a tow behind the first 3 drivers who are nose to tail touching. There has been no activity, nothing changing. Danny May falling back a little bit. Ron is going to make a run off the inside of Danny May.
He looks.
Yep, he's looking. Danny May. Oh, wow, late braking. What's going to happen here?
There's
Danny
side
May
by
to the
side.
inside now. He's giving him a, hey, what are you
might
doing
have been
there,
some
bro?
Contact.
Yep, there must have been some contact there.
Danny May is going to fall back to 4th.
And Ron's going for 3rd and the 2nd. Wow, he goes underneath Adam Phillips. Ron Kliss. It's going to be a battle. Ron's a great driver. You see him a lot in the CKNA. And, did that just give Matt Laster an advantage? Well, we're going to see right here. Because that's a lot of one kind of not local amongst the locals. And I think the hive has been poked.
I would agree. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, they're stacked back up.
Yep, they are stacked back up. So it's anybody's race right now. Four out of 12 laps, and it's anybody's race at this point. And here we go, Ron Kliss going for Matt Lassiter.
Trying to get a shot.
Is Ron going to get it? Yes, Ron gets it from Matt
Ooh,
Lassiter.
And Danny May side by side.
Side by side with Adam Phillips, and Adam Phillips is having nothing of it. Now, Matt Lassiter is going to sit here behind Ron and size him up a little bit. So they need to start working together. They're starting to pull away, and Matt's not happy that he got passed, but if he calms down a little bit, these guys are going to run away with it. That's what he needed. He needed a faster driver to get behind, and Ron's a little bit faster than him.
And a great shot of drone pilot Jeffrey Farver there, changing batteries out.
I mean, plenty of time, though, for Matt. He doesn't have to overdo anything here.
No, he doesn't.
And Adam Phillips, the race leader now, leading that pack across the line.
Or was that Adam Phillips or Ron?
Or it might have been Ron, sorry.
No, Ron's in first place.
Yeah.
Matt Lassiter in second place. Adam Phillips third place. Danny May fourth place. And Grant Lockwood fifth place.
Well, and Ron just ran the fastest lap.
He sure did.
So
102.462.
That might be a tall order for Lassiter to get around if he's running.
Well, let me tell you, but look at Lassiter. He's right on his tail. So Lassiter's picking up the draft, right?
They're starting to separate a tiny bit.
Just a tiny bit, but look at Adam Phillips. Adam Phillips is really making a run of it, and Danny May is pushing him back. So these are the local guys against the not local guy, and let's hopefully there's no adding insult to injury here. Oh, they got together.
Ooh.
Wow, they got together, and now it's Adam Phillips trying to make a run on Matt Lassiter.
And that shuffles Danny back to fourth. Or he was in
Oh,
fourth.
here we go. Matt Lassiter going to the inside. He makes the pass. Adam Phillips is going to fall in third place, get a bump from Danny May. Ron Kliss now second place. He had the advantage. He took it. Bam. There he is. Now, is Ron going to take it back? Ron has a slightly faster kart. He was taking, again, he's doing this in the draft. And so Adam Phillips actually pulled the fastest lap of the race, 102.317.
Yeah, but Ron did set a fast lap up front.
He did.
When he was in clean
No,
air,
he
he
did.
still set a fast lap. So he has, I think you're right, a faster kart.
Yeah, he's pushing. Look,
Yeah,
and
he's-
Matt,
yeah,
and
he's-
look at this. Adam Phillips to the inside of Ron Kliss. Is he going to go for it? Danny May tried to give him a little push there, and they had to back out of it. That was not a good place to try that.
And I know Adam's not scared to send it either.
No, he's definitely not. Adam's an old school
side by
veteran.
side.
Side by side for turn one. Is Ron going to get it from Matt Lassiter? Matt Lassiter's not going to have it here. Is Adam Phillips going to come up on Matt Lassiter? Nope. He's going to late
Danny
break him.
May to
Danny
the
May to the
inside.
inside of Matt Lassiter. and Adam Phillips. Oh, they contacted Adam Phillips. Danny May's going to get freight trained. Danny May gets freight trained, and Grant Lockwood comes past Danny May, and oh my gosh, Danny May's now 5th place.
And they got the 2 to go, so not a lot of racing left to go here. They're going to run out of time.
Yeah, Danny May all the way to 5th.
That's got to hurt.
That does got to hurt.
That's got to hurt. And we're about to go 2 to go. Matt Lassiter needs just to lay back. This is going to get really intense. We have Grant Lockwood.
This should be white flag.
Yeah, it's going to be 1 to go.
Oh, 1 to go. This is going to get kind of crazy. Here we go. We got a challenge. Matt Lassiter goes to the inside and is going to get freight trained. Ron Kliss is getting freight trained. Is he going to go to 3rd place? No, he's going to late break. Matt Lassiter down into the 1st place. We got some contact.
Danny May around the outside.
Oh, Danny May around the outside. It looks like Adam Phillips got hit.
Ooh, he's pulling off.
Oh, no. Was that Adam Phillips? Yeah, that was Adam Phillips. Ron Kliss going in the inside. No, he tries it. He checks up. Oh, it's Grant Lockwood now and Danny May. Grant Lockwood is now 3rd place, and we got Ron Kliss on the bumper of Matt Lassiter. Ooh. Matt Lassiter needs to run this one defensive.
This could be anybody. Battle for 3rd, battle for 1st.
We've seen the leaders get in trouble and 3rd place capitalize.
Yep, absolutely. Is Danny May going to go for it? And that's a negative. And here comes Matt Lassiter. Matt Lassiter is pulling just slightly ahead of Ron Kliss, but we got lap traffic in front of Matt Lassiter. He checks over his shoulder. Ron is coming up on the inside of Matt Lassiter. Matt Lassiter is going to squeeze him. He's going to squeeze him. He's going to stay on it. Is Matt Lassiter going to do a late break? Nope. He's going to take 2nd position.
There goes Danny May.
Danny May to the inside. Matt Lassiter to the inside of Ronnie Kliss. Is it going to be a drag race to the finish between Danny May and Grant Lockwood? Woo! Wow, Ron Kliss takes it at the last second. Woo!
And I'm surprised Lassiter kept that on track. You saw that puff of dirt come out. He ran that straight off.
All the way to the end there.
Right off the end of that rumble strip.
Danny May steals back the podium spot. 3rd.
Managed to get himself up there on the podium. Wow.
Lieutenant Danny May.
Wow.
I thought he was done. He got shuffled back to 5th, and then...
Yeah, it looks like Frank Baldozer took
and Frank, yes, definitely took the win in the LO206 Legends. Chuck Teasley got 2nd place, followed by Tim Clark. That'll be your 1, 2, 3. They're all crossing the stripe right now. Chris Kellett is going to be your 4th place for Legends, and rounding out that Legends field is going to be Rob Anderson. But your winner for LO206 Masters,
Ron Kliss.
Ron Kliss. 2nd place, Matt Lassiter. 3rd place, Danny May. 4th place, Grant Lockwood. And 5th place, Richard Pearson.
Yeah, it looks like Adam Phillips did not finish that race. That is really
a shame.
And guess what? Adam Phillips still holding the fastest time.
Fair enough.
102.317.
And if he'd have been there for that final melee, there's no telling what would have happened.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to him.
Yeah, he ran that fastest lap in lap 9. So every lap they were just getting that fastest lap down. Unfortunate for Adam.
So
Phillips.
Good job to Richard Pearson in 5th place. This is his first time here at Atlanta Motorsports Park and Masters.
That is a really solid finish, especially in a field this big.
With some heavy hitters.
Yeah.
It was not a low strength of field, as they say, in iRacing.
And we will hopefully get a word with Ron Kliss. And it sounds like we are ready to go trackside with Bean Akawala with your race winner, Ron Kliss.
Yeah, here with Ron putting in an exciting race for us. How do you feel taking it home?
Oh, that was great. First time up here, getting ready for CKNA next week. Really didn't expect to finish really in the top 10, but worked out. I showed up. I didn't even have the pushback bumpers that you're supposed to have here, so I went and bought them before qualifying, and here we go. So it worked out. I like this place.
Yeah, it worked out for you. It's a great track. Obviously, a lot of places to have a little fun, get into it. Tell me about the last lap. What did it take to come up first?
Well, you know, I just was kind of watching. I knew he had a lot more straightaway than me. I knew when he passed me, I think it was like 2 to go, or 2 to go, he passed me, and I was just kind of watching, seeing where I could make my move, and then just blocked the last lap.
Well, the block paid off for you, man. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you very much. Can I thank Coyote? There got a killer chassis. It's really fast, and also Dave Kohler GT Machine. Thank you guys. Couldn't done it without you.
There you go. A little insider information on what it takes to win.
Thank you, man.
Take it back to you, Will.
All right. Thank you, Bean. Yeah, he says, I like this place. Well, I'd like this place, too, if I just show up and win.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you'd like it anyway.
That's true. Shifter Kart's getting ready on the grid here. Our penultimate race. Shifter Kart's got moved up in the schedule.
Yeah, and look who we have. I see. Is that Jeremy Porter there?
He is. He ran the first race.
Yep.
Now competing in the final. And these shifter karts are not something, I mean, that's impressive to just jump in like that. I mean, I don't know when's the last time he raced, but.
You know, Jeremy's in good shape.
For sure, definitely.
But I will tell you that this is a different level. And to be able to take this 3.5 Gs and, you know, really, really do it for a long time, oh, it's rough. I got to tell you got to be in really tip-top shape. And he has it, but you have to condition for it for sure.
Yeah, and to just kind of just show up, you're like, hey, I think I'll race today.
Yep. And it really doesn't matter where you finish here in this group. I mean, we have Jake Fetter, and we have Zach Frank, and Owsley Cheek, and, you know, Musgrave, and, you know, it's just some of our top drivers that show up every month, and then we have some ringers that have showed up, and that's really great to have Musgrave here and some of his guys.
Well, and I think that's just the beauty of motorsports too. It's the race against the other drivers, but it's you against the track. It's what the team did to put into the the cart or the car.
Absolutely.
All those things combined together. Not always about the wins, although wins.
And take a look at that beautiful shot of the beginning of the Blue Ridge Mountains. I mean, just absolutely, you know, gorgeous. We're in the Piedmont area here in North Georgia. It's an awesome facility. 43 feet of elevation change 3 times. We call it the roller coaster. And, you know, some great blind sweepers, off-camber corners, and it is a really fun track to race at.
Both tracks. The
I
main
miss
track
it.
and
Oh,
the
yeah,
track,
absolutely.
Full of those elevation changes and blind turns.
Now, we did get our Formula One style lights working again.
Yes.
And that's always been so much fun.
I love it.
And
they got them working up front, too, at the big track. That's so cool to see.
Yeah.
I mean, I always love a nice flag wave, but, yeah, the starting lights does add an extra element of
I also like the radar gun they added up front, too, because they got that speed readout, which is real nice for gridding and doing those race starts.
Yep.
Shifter karts are on track, getting their warm-up, those tires up to temperature. So is that pretty much all they're doing on the warm-up laps like this, just getting tires to temperature, or are they
tires temperature and engines temperature?
Engines temperature.
Because these are water-cooled units, and so they really need to get those up to temperature. Otherwise, you can seize a 2-stroke engine quite easily if it's running cold. You know, you get your best performance when they're at a specific temperature, and that's where they like to keep them. You'll see some of these guys put duct tape over the radiators and things like that because they're trying to regulate it, and they run a little better hot than they do cold. So
I'm assuming there's a fine line between too hot.
There really is, and optimal running temperature is
So
about
you
10
can't just
degrees
go out there with
difference.
like an instant kettle and just dump some boiling water on it before you go out
No.
and get it, you know.
No, that would shock heat. Shock heating and shock cooling is really bad for these very high performance and finicky 2-stroke engines.
I can barely work on my lawnmower,
All right, so I guess if I ever get into car racing, I'm not going to have wheel wrench on my cart.
I will happily be your spotter. All you're going to get is a whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah. So we're doing this staggered style, and it's the safest way to do this in shifters because shifters could accelerate to about 75 miles an hour before turn 1. And
yeah.
So
that's faster than about 80% of our classes
That's
today.
correct. And so, you know, the bottom line is they really
you
have
see
to
everybody
watch
on
it.
the fence,
yeah,
too. This is the exciting
well,
part, seeing
there's
these shifters.
Nick Laferdo is there. You can see him there with the Racing for Children's. And they are getting ready. So they are rev.
You should see the lights are out. Should start lighting up here momentarily. There's one. They're ready, and false start. One of them started rolling.
Yeah, that was actually funny. Just from
looked like
their
Hughes.
ninth, I think. No, Hughes moved, but Jeremy Porter just took off.
Well,
that's Musgrave out in first.
I mean, I saw the results of the first race.
Also, who's going to penalize him?
Yeah, let's penalize the boss. That,
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see the race director give that penalty out.
It'd be that and a resignation letter.
Yeah.
There goes Millie Musgrave, just absolutely flying.
Just smashing it from the start.
And, again, he is really good at driving at the razor's edge. And
Oh, pass right there.
yeah, there's some passing going on.
Ooh, and they're shaking it up.
Yeah, they are. That's Jacob Hughes, it looks like.
Now, let's just talk about how exciting it is to have this many shifters on grid.
It really is. It really is. We thought the class was completely dead.
And they brought it back.
They
well,
did.
The last 2 seasons, really, the Eyes Up Body Symmetry guys have
absolutely.
done a real good job of building this back up.
Steve Frank and Anthony Brunfield have done a great job of building this class back up.
And this is some of the most exciting racing, too, because these are the apex predators. Some of the fastest karts, the hardest ones to drive out here. This is really man and machine competing together right now.
Yeah, I like to see the class do good. It's the same reason like you like to watch like F1. It's the pinnacle of the sport.
Yeah.
These are the fastest karts that are available. So cool to see them all on track. We got a nice little gaggle of karts here. 4 karts.
Well, this is actually, I believe this is 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th that we're watching that are together. First and second place.
Yeah, Musgraves and Federer are already
They're
off
gone.
the races.
Yeah.
We got a mystery driver in 3rd, and it looks like Oz Cheek and Jacob Hughes in 4th and 5th.
I would like Jacob Hughes' livery. It's the Pink Pig Porsche livery.
I will say these 3 karts have been pretty close. It's something you kind of don't see a lot in the shifter karts. They usually space out a decent bit just because.
Yeah, that's
nature of
Hughes,
them.
Cheek, and Huey right now.
And this is really where the racing is going to get done.
As they are making their way through turn 16 and 17, coming down the front straightaway.
When they
And-
pop over the.
Yeah, he's getting that angle.
See when they come down through the kink. Killboy's drones struggling to keep up.
Yeah,
I mean, they just drive away.
Come on, Killboy, put that in sport mode.
Yeah.
Said he's going to disable traction control in the next lap.
I don't think it's going to help any.
Yeah, these guys are moving with a purpose right now.
They are.
Already.
They're getting paid by the hour or by the job.
So that's Billy Musgrave, Jake Federer 4 seconds behind, Zach Frank 5.9 seconds behind.
So what was the record?
It was a 47.10 something. I might be sitting on it.
So right now, his fastest lap is 47.655. So
it's cooling down. So we might hit those ambient temperatures again.
We might. We'll see what happens.
That'd be awesome if you could set it in the race.
Yeah,
right
it
here.
was a.
You said it during qualifying or during the?
Yeah,
pre-qual?
qualifying. It was a
Qualifying.
47.109.
As long as it happens during a race, it's official. Can't do it on a practice day.
Okay.
Yeah, we only.
So what about if it's practice or qualifying of a race day?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it has to be an official race day. We don't. The loop's not fired up, so nothing's official. It'll just be off AIM data or, self-reported data. The only official times are when
Also known as Bravo Sierra. Fish stories.
Well, I know from an insurance standpoint, things change when the loop fires up.
Right.
So that's
That's
probably
correct.
the biggest reason why. And right now we were watching that mid-pack as they go barreling down the back straightaway, getting top speeds, reaching excess of 90 miles an hour right now. And then hot on the brakes. These shifter karts, they've got the extra front brakes so they can really get up there and then they can really get down in speed when they want to.
We got a little shot. Jeremy Porter. Negotiating the turns here at his track.
Making a good jaunt through the S's right there.
So a really funny story about Jeremy. We were shooting a news article. This is years and years ago. That we're trying to boost Atlanta's awareness of what this place was, and so a lot of these improved. The Kart building wasn't even here, and we took some of the reporters out in public carts, right, in the Sodies, and Jeremy got out in this shifter cart. It was a 125 Honda, and the wheel came off. And luckily, they did not catch that on video. And, it was like, where's Jeremy? And, it was like the right stuff where he comes like walking up with his helmet off, and you can almost see the smoke in the background. And, he's like, cart's back there. It's under, under the tire wall.
That is funny.
Well, I remember one of my first experiences with him when I started working here was actually in his shifter cart during the 4th of July.
Oh, yeah.
Getting ready for that. He's out there just
The
cutting
parade.
donuts.
Yeah.
That was a ton of fun. Yeah, we got one of those high-speed cameras. We're shooting him doing donuts.
Oh, wow. That's Oz Cheek. He went right over the curbing. Really upset that cart.
Ooh. Probably upset his spine doing those speeds.
That hurts. And we just got to say is,
I had to readjust my seat just watching that.
Musgrave is checked out.
Yeah, 6.8 seconds ahead of Jake Fetter.
And then another almost 8 seconds back to third place, Zach Frank.
Laps complete. So winding down here. We are on board for the battle for fourth. And LO206 Senior, apparently.
Yeah, because these guys
are the
about,
fastest LOs you've ever seen.
These guys are about 15 seconds off the leader, Billy Musgrave, right now, just to put into perspective how much speed Billy is carrying over the rest of these drivers.
I've been watching Musgrave's just average time, and he just averages.
Oh, look at that. A pass. That's
that's Hughes.
Jacob Hughes going around Oz Cheek. Woo! Hard braking under.
And Hughes able to.
And Oz Cheek is going for it. Hughes gives him a little, nope, not going to do. Oh, I'm going to block you again. Oz is probably going, you know what?
He could get him.
I got something for you.
That wasn't very nice.
He's just got to set him up, but they're going to run out of time. We're 9 laps. We only got 3 to go.
Yeah, it goes pretty quickly. It's not like LO206. Oh, we got someone going in on the inside of Oz Cheek. Oh, boy, goes over the curbing. Oz manages to hang on to it, but you can see him getting all sideways and crazy.
That was Huey. Tried going for it there at turn 9.
Yeah, it seemed like he was like, let me give this a shot.
Yeah. If Jacob can do it, so can I.
Shoot, let me go grab my helmet. I'll go around out there.
Come on, Cletus.
But yeah, nothing can describe what the physicality of what these guys are doing right now.
No.
It is. We joke about it. You've got to be an athlete to be in one of these carts.
Absolutely.
Let alone a 12-lap race. Just try and do 3 or 4 laps in one of these things.
I remember we used to do 15 laps finals.
Ooh.
And it was Brian Speck who said, can we get it down to 10 laps? It was like 110 degrees. It was just stupid hot, and everyone was really worn out. And
oh, yeah, those August, September race days, they were brutal.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine doing 15 laps at like over 100 degrees in a shifter cart.
The white flag is out. So one last opportunity for Oz Cheek to get back around Jacob Hughes. Oz was leading most of the race in 4th place over Jacob Hughes, but Jacob able to get around him. And now trying to fend off Oz Cheek.
Well, Musgrave ran a 48, so I think record watch is over for the day.
Yes, it is.
And here goes.
Here's Musgrave.
That was Fetter and Frank. Man, Frank almost caught back up. There was only 0.2 seconds at the line there. That was almost a change in podium. And there goes Hughes, Cheek, and Huey. You know, we probably should see if we can grab Jacob Hughes for the interview, ask him how he made that pass and how he was able to get around.
Well,
I was able to get around Cheek. Maybe we can talk to both of them, Cheek and Hughes. I know it's going to be a second to get all these LO seniors gridded up and ready to go.
And who's that? Is that?
Might be, it's either Sean or Jeremy coming around. And that was Sean Hayes.
Okay, Sean Hayes.
AMP membership director, which means the man himself, Jeremy Porter, should be coming into focus here.
No, I think
he already pitted.
Jeremy already went across.
All right, so that will wrap it up for our shifter kart race. Yeah, if you can hear me down there, Bean, go grab that driver in the pink cart. That's Jacob Hughes. We'll see if we can talk to him. That was something. We were basically following him and Oz Cheek for most of that race.
The monster grid.
Yeah, that's just nutty.
Oh.
So far out, the drone lost connectivity.
Fortunately, with those drones, if they hit the leash, they just auto-return to home until it connects back up.
Unless they don't.
Not like the old days where they just kept on flying.
Right.
That was the thing when the first generations of drones, they would just walk away.
Yeah.
If you hit the leash, there was no auto-return to home because the way it worked is all the GPS was in the controller. It wasn't in the drone. So if the drone lost tether, it just would walk away and you'd never see that thing again. But they soonly got it to where they put it all back in the bird trying to save weight. So now they've got a lot better on the auto return features. But that looks like Bean's down there with Jacob Hughes. Yeah, Bean, ask him about that pass, man, how he got around and, tell the folks at home. That was some exciting racing to watch.
Yeah, man, that last lap, battling off how to make it happen.
I saw Oz get passed by Zach a couple laps earlier. I tried to make that happen. Knew it'd be a little bit slower, but it didn't work out then, so I studied him for a little bit, figured out where I was quicker, and just made a move.
Well, the move paid off, got you into 4th place, got you ahead of him. Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
We would grab
Billy.
Yeah, let's see if we grab Billy Musgraves, too. We got some time waiting on these LO206 seniors to hit the track. Oh, there's the shot I wanted. Yeah. You know how fast you were going? Where are you coming from?
There's Billy right there to your right.
License and registration.
Yeah, back here with Billy. Back up here with a commanding lead again. What'd you do differently this time?
We've actually been playing with the car all day, trying to learn these tires, trying to learn this track. So we've been playing with wheelbase and ride heights and all that kind of stuff. So made a bunch of changes for the main just to feel how the car would behave, and I think we actually hit it pretty right on the money for the weather and the time of day and how old the tires were. So I was super happy with the kart. I just got to put in 12 laps of just clean, hard driving.
Yeah, talking about the day, how does it affect when you're going this fast in shifter karts? How does the shading and the elevation affect?
Yeah, it's everything. I mean, it's from the tire wear to the track temperature. Learning that the Vega greens, they are pretty sensitive to the surface temperature of the track. So just kind of playing with pressures and setup stuff, and then also as the air changes throughout the day, you have to change the way you set the motors and stuff like that. So we're always trying to optimize every little bit, but that's part of the fun. That's part of the challenge.
Yeah, it worked out for you. Your best lap this time was about 1/10 of a second faster than the last race, so it worked out for you, man. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Billy Musgrave with the win. Back to you, Will.
Thank you, Bean. And we are up here in the booth getting ready. We got one more race to go here today, sports fans. And if you've been keeping track at home, we have been racing for about 6.5 hours, so we have got a monster stream going today. And before we get to the final race, we do want to go through our sponsors here real quick, give it one last go. And we are very appreciative to everybody here, all the sponsors that support us, support the broadcast, support racing here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We've got Body Symmetry, Cartoons, Carol Daniels, Civil Logistics, Discovery Parts, Dusterhoff Racing, Epic, Ferrari of Atlanta, Folger Gas, Georgia's Own Credit Union, John Meagle Ford and Chevrolet, Motor Cars of Atlanta, North Cobb Electrical, On-Site Shine, Primal Racing, the Carlin Group, VinWiki, and VRD. Long list of sponsors and a long list of people that support us, and, please go out and support them. They are the ones that help keep the racing going here, and we appreciate each and every one of you guys. And I hear that rumble. That means they are on track.
206 seniors getting gridded up here. And it's the same story. We're probably going to get a wave off. We got real disparity between where they are at the front and where they are in the back.
I mean, they almost can't even take the full warm-up lap because they got to slow down early just to let everybody catch up.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. You have they're going through David's Bend in the front, and they're not even coming out of turn 9 yet. So
crazy stuff.
Well, this is the big one, ladies and gentlemen. Our biggest grid of the day. Our biggest grid pretty much of all time here at Atlanta Motorsports Park for a single race.
Yeah.
It's up there.
At least for a final race. I know we had the pre-final earlier, but this is for all the marbles right here. 41 karts on track.
The points are paid out in this race, so.
Yes, an absolute massive grid here. And look at that train of karts slowly making their way through turns 16 and 17. Man, those guys in the back aren't even going to be in the turn by the time they get the green flag. Look at that. They slowly snake their way. And the green flag is out. And we are underway. Final race of the day. Look at that. Side by side, 2 wide, heading through turn 1 already. 3 wide, diving down turn 2. Look at all those karts. Whoa,
spinners.
One guy around.
2, 3, 4 around.
Ooh, and it looks like 2 of them are caught up. The other 2 are free.
Oh, that's Alyssa Vasquez, it looks like.
Oh,
was that pink cart?
I couldn't tell.
We'll look here on the replay, see if we can see what happened here. And you just see that cart get around in the middle. It looked like Alyssa actually got clean. She was there.
Yeah.
She was right. That might have caught her rear bumper.
I mean.
But good driving on everybody else.
Nobody likes to spin, but that's not a bad
No,
outcome.
it wasn't terrible. At least nobody just went, head on, feet first, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And right now we are watching the leaders. Look at that snake of karts making their way around the jelly bean loop right there.
Still coming. So we get a timing across the line here. Nicholas Laferdo is your leader. Ryan Curtin in second. Owen Lloyd in third. Top
and
3.
Your pre-final winner, Colin.
Oh,
Aiken,
they're already
back and
going
forth.
for it, too. Look at this. Nick Laferdo's got a little bit of space between Ryan Curtin, but these guys are fighting behind him.
And there's Alyssa right there on the tail end of that pack.
Yeah,
so.
she's 6th, I believe.
And she's going to be one to watch as well. And she's actually back in 14th right now.
Oh, 14th.
There is a red flag, red flag. All right, and we are almost ready to get back underway here. A little bit of a scary accident happened on the back straightaway, a couple of carts upside down, but happy to report all drivers are okay. It looks like Al took that opportunity to go get himself a snack.
I'm very jealous.
Yeah,
Looks
me
so
too. I
delicious.
should have followed you out of the booth.
Yep.
But I gotta save room for tendies at Wendy's, so that's the
That Wendy's, baby.
and so
Yellow
just to
flags,
know
they're
what
gonna
we're
get
gonna
going.
see is they're gonna go right to green here. Or not. I guess they're
There's no way they can do green.
oh, they're gonna do a warm up lap and then they're just gonna go to green.
That'd be insanity if they just.
That's
single
what they were
file
saying in the
standing.
booth. I was asking what's the procedure, and they said, well, we're just gonna throw green. I said, that's gonna be fun. let's see what happens.
We'll be right back to red flag before no time.
So yeah, they're gonna do the jelly bean cut through real quick.
Well,
we get another exciting race start. Bunch them all back up. Send it again.
Right.
Rack them, stack them, let them rip.
Yeah, we are only 2 laps into this, so we got another 10 laps to go.
So basically just a pre-final. It's
Yeah.
just like we didn't even run those 2 laps. I think they'll get the green flag now.
And yeah, they're going to single file and throw the green. And there it is. Green, green, green. We are back underway.
As the snake of... Oh.
Ooh, looks like somebody
Double
missed a
line.
shift. Yeah.
Can't really miss a shift in these carts, but...
It's a, figure of speech. And look at that. 4 wide
Four
coming
wide
up
going
the
up.
back straight
Oh,
or the
wow.
back hill.
That's crazy.
And look at that line of carts as they make their way down the back straightaway. And a little bit of action shaking up at the front, still staying 2 wide right now. Your leader, Nicholas Laferdo, trying to fend off Ryan Curtin and Owen Lloyd right now. Your race 1.
Oh, and here comes Ryan Curtin and Owen Lloyd around. I mean, it is blasted by him.
They left him out to dry.
They sure did.
Whoa.
Look at that, shaking up. Ooh,
oh, wow.
almost sent it in the wall there.
Good recovery, though. Held on to it. So Owen Lloyd's your leader. Ryan Curtin in second. Nicholas Laferdo dropped down to third.
And I believe that was Michael Gay that went wide there. Got shuffled all the way to the back of that pack. Now he's got Alyssa Vasquez on his tail, and she's going to round out the 13 carts, excuse me, that are in that lead pack right now as they make their way past our position in the booth, through the kink and down the back straightaway.
Some bum drafting happening on the back, pushing. Get back in single file, so nothing too crazy.
I don't think I've ever seen a pack of leaders that long before.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got to start breaking up here at some point.
Yeah, you're currently watching the battle 1st through 15th.
And that's probably when it's most critical not to step out of line because you're gonna get more positions to lose.
Yeah, you got to figure out this many drivers.
If you're in a pack of 3, you go 1st to 3rd. You're in a pack of 15.
If you're in 6th place,
that's 1st to no points.
6 out of like 41.
Oh, we got some passing going for the inside maneuver there. That looks like Nick Laferdo going for it.
And that might be Colin Aiken making a move right there. Looked like the 5th place driver getting around.
Well, they're going to have to settle this out before they get to the kink.
Nope.
Or not.
Or not.
What do I know?
Going to take the overland route.
So that's 4 laps down. Working the way through the S's here.
Yeah, that is Nick Laferdo just made it back to 2nd place.
Yep.
He wasn't going to put up with that for very long.
Nope.
I didn't think so.
And right now they are all trying to chase down your race leader, Owen Lloyd, right now.
Well, there's not much chasing. It's more just drafting right now. And it looks like, is that Ryan Curtin in 3rd place?
That is Colin Aiken.
Colin Aiken in 3rd.
Yeah, he made the charge up the hill that last time by. I thought that was him. So he's gaining some positions. He was your pre-final winner. He just had bad luck on the start.
Ryan Curtin got shuffled back to 7th position.
Ooh, hate to see that.
And here's the winner of the Masters, Ronnie Kliss, is out. in 6th.
Oh, nice.
That's the same Ron?
Yep.
I guess it is, yeah.
Or do you think that might be a father-son duo?
That's what I was wondering if it was.
Because one was Ron, the other one was Ronnie.
Well, it might be because that's Rich and Richie.
Because the other thing is he would have had
Pearson.
to start at the back of the pack because there's no way he ran that pre-final and final, or the 2 pre-finals back-to-back.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Owen Lloyd, we're leader through 6 laps. That's halfway.
Watch the race gets done, we find out they're brothers. You know, Ron and Ronnie. None of them want to interview the parents.
What were you guys doing? Ron and Ronnie? As these leaders have kind of separated themselves from the field.
They have. I mean, it's the usual top 3 just kind of take off. And it's Nick Laferdo and Colin Aiken are really going to need to work together to catch Owen Lloyd and have anything for him. And it's starting to happen already. Oh, man, more side-to-side contact there in turn 16. You get shuffled back 5 places when that happens.
Got to be careful.
And here we go. We got someone going on the inside. It looks like Colin going on the inside of Nick Laferdo, going for it. Nick is not going to have it. He's going to do a late braking maneuver here and it's turn in over the curbing, and Nick manages to hang on to it. But that cost them. And now here comes Colin once again on the inside of Nick Laferdo. Nick Laferdo gives him a little bump. Oh, wow, but Nick Laferdo's not going to have any of it. He is going to go early into turn 2 and maintain second position. Good job, Nick Laferdo, being defensive.
He sent Aiken all the way into the rumble strip and then just held the position and shut the door.
Yeah.
And you know who likes this is Owen Lloyd.
Yeah, because look how far ahead of he is now. So, quite frankly, Colin needs to just chill out and bump draft Nick and start racing the last 2 laps.
He already had a half-second lead at the line, and this is surely going to increase that next time by.
Got a shot back here in the pack.
That's Nick Laferdo checking around. You saw he bobbled it when he did that. But they are starting to catch Owen Lloyd now, and they're late braking.
I think that draft is helping them catch back
Sure is.
up.
Again, that's just a classic example. You never want to be stuck out without a draft in first place. And here he goes again. This is Colin Aiken going after Mr. Laferdo. Mr. Laferdo's not having anything of it. Late braking. And a little trucker cap there in the camera for you.
The Atlanta MARTA bus.
Yeah.
All day. And just like that, they are back into a pack of 5 right now.
They truly are. This is going to be a really great race here at the end, or all through it.
Well, we don't have too much racing left. We got less than 4 laps.
Yeah, I mean, Nick is just such a great defensive driver and offensive driver. He's in really good shape. And there he goes. He's going to the inside. Yep.
He's in great position here.
And Colin Aiken to the inside of.
Oh, and he gets around
slams the door on him. That's
first to third.
So now here is Nick Laferdo in first place.
Aiken almost thought about doing it again.
Yeah, he sure did.
We are 3 to go now. Nicholas Laferdo, your new race leader, though he has got. That's actually Christopher McKeechan. I wasn't calling at all.
No, Christopher McKeechan,
number
219. Maybe he's running a 219 chain. I don't know. No, you weren't. They got bunched up, and it looks like Chris McKeechan went from 4th to. Yeah,
he's all over that.
Nick is really running defensively here, and here comes there's Colin or Owen Lloyd now in 3rd, Colin in 4th.
That was a great chopper.
Where did Ryan Curtin go? He's 6th. Oh, they are literally touching. We got a challenge, Nick Laferdo. This is Owen Lloyd going after Nick Laferdo.
Said, I want it back.
Yep, and Nick's not having anything of it. Slams the door on all 3 of them.
To the inside. He's going to be out of position.
He is. And here comes, it looks like, Owen Lloyd.
2.
No, they're going to.
Oh, 3 wide.
Wow. 3
wide.
They're
going to get the 2 to go. Shuffling back up.
It looks
Nick
like
Laferdo.
Nick is just keeping his foot in it, not settling for anything here.
This is going to come down to Nick and Owen.
It really is. But you never know. There might be a ringer here.
Yeah, they could get into it, and there's no telling. And now these top three are starting to pull away from everybody else.
Yep, here we go. Chalice on the inside, the Nick Laferdo. Nick Laferdo is going to, block him down. Woo! That's Owen Lloyd there trying to get around Nick Laferdo. Nick is not having any of it. And he's going to go to the inside here up to David's Bend. He's not going to get any assistance, but Nick is going to keep his foot in it. Nick might get shuffled to third position. Nick is now in third position. Owen Lloyd in first. Oh, and that's Chris McKeechin in second. Whew.
White flag in the
White
air.
flag is out. All bets are off. Here comes Nick Laferdo. Watch, he's going to dive down on the inside in turn 2. Or he's going to lay back and he's going to go for it in turn 9. Let's see what happens here.
Can Nick go from third to first? We've seen it happen.
We sure have.
Or can Owen Lloyd defend from this pack?
Here comes Nick. He's on the outside.
Or can Colin Aiken get the win again? It is anybody's race right now. Half a lap to go. As the drivers make their way through the S's for one final time.
Looking for Colin.
Yeah,
Colin's
and
not there.
Nick doesn't have anything here. He's lost the draft a little bit, and he's a little too far behind. He's going to have to break the draft to keep Colin Aiken off of his tail. But and here comes 1, 2, 3. Owen Lloyd, Chris McKeechin, Nick Laferdo. Atlanta's hometown Nick Laferdo in third position.
Owen Lloyd.
Woo.
Great drive.
That was a great drive.
Picks up the win in LO 206 Senior.
William Lessick in fourth, Christopher McKeechin in fifth, Ryan Curtin in sixth, Ronnie Pease in seventh, Kenner Brown in eighth, Harrison Browning in ninth, Cameron Reed in 10th, Michael Gay in 11th, Wesley Bacon in 12th, Evan Santatillo in 13th, Juan Pablo Garcia in 14th, Alyssa Vasquez back in 15th position.
I mean, it just shows how strong this field was.
Yeah.
I mean, those are some big names back there.
Yep.
A lot of good drivers out. I mean, we had the delay with the red flag, but I think it was worth the wait, boys. I think that race
I
agree.
agree.
That was an exciting finish. It was an exciting race. I mean, great way to cap off another historic day here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. 161 registered drivers today. Tied our all-time attendance record. And we are expecting to do it again next week with that big CKNA event coming into town. 2 days of racing. So if you enjoyed what you were watching today, come back next week. We will be live Saturday and Sunday with all the racing action. And as that conga line of carts make their way past the scale, we are ready to go down for an interview with the race winner, Owen Lloyd. Bean, take it away.
Win in the pre-final, win here in the final. How does it feel?
Great race, not a clean race. I had a good push from Colin Aiken. Got the finish and good run. I mean, that's all I can say.
Yeah, last couple of laps you were sitting there battling with Laferdo. How'd it feel? What'd you have to do to get past him?
Toughest race is always the most fun, for sure. But I came out on top and a good race.
It was a great race, man. Thank you for entertaining us. Congratulations on your win.
All right, and that is going to do it for us here up in the booth here today. That is, man, that was a lot of racing. I think we were live for better part of 7 hours today. So definitely getting your money's worth if you were subscribed to Kart Chaser Network. We hope you enjoyed the action. We appreciate every one of you guys for tuning in. We appreciate all the drivers, the staff, everybody here. You know, without y'all, without everyone, this isn't as special. And you know, racing's a community. We love being a part of this. We love putting this show on. And, you know, we hope it shows, and we hope you guys appreciate it. And, you know, every year this keeps getting bigger and better. And, you know, I am still just as enthusiastic now as when we started doing this.
Yeah.
And, you know, really awesome to see the growth and everything here. So, you know, I'll open it up to you guys real quick if you got any final thoughts on the day. But I know everybody's tired here. It's been a long day, and we're going to wrap this up and get to the podium ceremony here soon. So, Al,
I've got to pack up Tent City, man.
Yeah, I'm surprised you're still up here with us.
I couldn't miss the senior race. I got to tell you. A shout out to Alyssa. She did really, really well today, trying to figure out a new chassis, a new class. So congratulations to her. She's a hometown favorite. She's really, really coming along. So grown up, very, very nice young lady. So bid everybody here adieu. Thanks a lot for having me up here.
Thanks for
and
joining
I'll
us.
be on Charles Head's show on the 18th after the
sweet,
after the CKNA race. So we'll see you for CKNA.
Very cool. Glad to have you, Al. I mean, Will, you said it's a long day. I wouldn't trade it for anything, though. I think race after race, it delivered.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on a Saturday in Georgia than right here calling the races. Well, except for John, he'd rather be at Dixie because
right.
Well,
he likes the taste of dirt and prep.
Well, he is the main guy at Sonoya, and I wouldn't expect any less. And they called him up at Dixie, and so but that opened it up to get Mikey up here, and we had you all day up here as well, Al. So we appreciate it, everybody, for tuning in. Thank you, and we'll be back at it again next week. And if you're here trackside, get ready. We're gonna be doing podiums momentarily. So. Thank you for tuning in. So long, everybody.
Take care.
Later.